The moon cast its pale glow over India's coastline, revealing nothing more than a thin ribbon of sand emerging from the darkness a short distance from the ship. For the man standing alone on the foredeck, this first glimpse of land after days at sea confirmed two critical facts: his team had successfully completed the infiltration stage of their mission. And now, the captain's life had reached its end. Without hesitation, he drew his knife and began climbing toward the navigation bridge, trailed by two of his men who were there merely as witnesses. The act of killing the captain was his duty alone, and he took grim satisfaction in it, a chance to reaffirm his unwavering dedication to their cause. For 3 grueling days, the leader and his 6-man team had endured the open waters of the Arabian Sea aboard a weathered Omani fishing trawler. The night before, they had flagged down this 80-foot cargo vessel, feigning distress with a tattered fan belt and pleading for assistance in broken Hindi. The moment the ship drew near, they swarmed aboard like scavengers, overpowering the small crew with brutal efficiency. Only the captain had been spared long enough to steer them toward India's Malabar coast under the leader's command. He had spent hours convincing the trembling man that cooperation would spare his life, a promise he had no intention of keeping. Now, as he ascended the steps to the darkened bridge, his thoughts were already shifting to the next phase of the operation. He was a lieutenant in Hamas's militant wing, the Ezzeddin al-Qasim Brigades, hand-picked for this mission, not for his seafaring skills. He had barely set foot on a boat before this journey, but for his cold precision and unshakable resolve. The real uncertainty lay ahead, dependent on a local contact he had never met. A woman, according to his briefing, who had supposedly secured a vehicle and confirmed their target's location. If she had failed, everything would unravel. A sudden lurch of the ship nearly sent him stumbling at the top of the stairs. But he caught himself quickly, relieved his men hadn't noticed. Weakness was unacceptable. Pausing on the bridge deck, he scanned the horizon, just a scattering of shacks along the shore, while the distant glow of Kochi pulsed against the night sky. No witnesses nearby. The captain stood frozen at the wheel, shoulders tense with silent terror. He knew what was coming. The leader advanced, knife concealed behind his leg, then raised it in one swift motion. No words, no hesitation. Only the mission mattered. With 3 quick steps, he closed the distance and drove the blade into the man's neck, slicing cleanly across his exposed throat before stepping back. Blood sprayed wildly as the victim spun, splattering the leader's pants and sneakers despite his attempt to dodge. The other 2 men watched from the doorway, safely out of range of the crimson fountain. The captain collapsed, his final breaths a wet, gurgling struggle before silence fell. Quick and clean, the leader found it almost merciful. Allahu Akbar, he murmured with solemn respect, stepping over the lifeless body, his boots leaving dark prints in the spreading pool of blood. He gripped the ship's wheel briefly before letting go. None of them were sailors, and the captain had made it clear there was no port ahead. Instead, he cut the engines and ordered his men to the waiting tender, already loaded with gear and bobbing in the inky water. 20 minutes later, they waded through shallow surf, dragging the boat onto the deserted stretch of sand. No need to hide it, their escape route led east, through Madurai, where forged documents would secure their flight out. Around them, other small boats sat abandoned, left by fishermen who'd hauled their motors home to keep them safe from thieves. Black canvas bags were unloaded, gear distributed. 3 men strapped on bulky vests beneath their windbreakers, while the others slung compact Uzis across their chests, extra ammo pouches weighing them down. The Israeli-made machine pistols were a curious choice, but reliability trumped irony. Within minutes, they were moving, sprinting up a dimly lit road flanked by swaying palms. Their contact had followed instructions perfectly, a brown panel truck, once used for milk deliveries, sat waiting near a shallow ditch. The refrigerated compartment had been gutted, leaving just enough space for the 5 men cramming inside. The leader nodded approvingly as he found the keys under the seat. No words were exchanged as they rolled east, headlights cutting through the thick coastal haze. The leader checked his GPS, confirming their first target, a cell tower along Paravir-Buthakulam Road. Cutting communications was critical. No landlines meant their objective would be isolated. He glanced back at the shadowed figures behind him, recognizing 2 by their stance alone. Old comrades, fellow Fidane, their presence a silent reassurance in the dark. Dominic Caruso, though young and in peak physical condition at 32, struggled to keep up with the 50-year-old man effortlessly leading their brutal training session. They'd already pushed through 5 miles of running and a half-mile swim in the oppressive Indian night, the air thick with humidity, and the jungle path barely illuminated by the faint glow of the moon. Dom's lungs burned as he fought for breath, his foot catching on a twisted jacaranda root, sending him sprawling into the mud. "Damn it," he muttered, wiping his hands on his shorts as his trainer, Arik Jacobi, barely slowed his pace. The older man's voice carried a mix of amusement and challenge. "Need a medic?" Dom gritted his teeth. "No, I'm good." "Then move your ass." Arik shot back with a gruff laugh before surging ahead. Scrambling up, Dom pushed forward, ignoring the sting in his knees. A month ago, this kind of endurance test, especially in the sweltering heat after a full day of combat drills, would have crushed him. But under Eric's relentless training, he'd transformed faster than he thought possible. The Israeli was a force of nature, his military background evident in every disciplined stride. Though not a native, Arik knew these roads like the back of his hand, his years in Paravir turning him into a local legend. Dom knew little about the man's past, just that he'd served in the IDF before settling in India. But Arik's intensity, his unshakable focus, spoke volumes. Their sessions weren't just about Krav Maga. They were a crash course in the mental and physical endurance of a special forces operative. Firearms were off the table, India's law saw to that, but Dom had no doubt Arik was lethal even without a gun. This brutal regimen was just one phase of Dom's 4-month training gauntlet, and as he sprinted after Arik down the darkened road, he realized the real test wasn't just keeping up, it was proving he had the will to match the man's relentless drive. Dominic Caruso had arrived at his current training location, fresh off an intense 3-week mountaineering expedition in Canada's Yukon Territory, where he'd been personally coached by a seasoned alpine guide. Prior to that, he'd immersed himself in the art of deception during a fortnight in Reno, Nevada, training under a world-class illusionist who specialized in misdirection techniques. His global skills tour had already included Krav Maga instruction in India, with upcoming stops scheduled for precision shooting with a retired Marine sniper in Pennsylvania and bladed weapons training under a Japanese master in Sapporo. Dom absorbed every lesson like a sponge, firing endless questions at each specialist while revealing nothing about himself. The instructors only knew him as D, a shadowy figure with high-level intelligence community backing. They naturally assumed he worked for some covert government agency, and Dom never corrected them. The truth was far more clandestine. He operated for the campus, an ultra-secret organization unknown to most officials, with only a handful of powerful insiders facilitating his access to elite trainers worldwide. His FBI background at Quantico had provided solid fundamentals, but nothing could prepare him for scaling frozen peaks or navigating snake-infested swamps. Of all his specialized training, this stint with Arik Jacobi stood out, not just for the brutal night drills, but for the unexpected warmth of Arik's family. The Israeli instructor's wife, Hannah, a yoga teacher, had welcomed Dom like family, while their toddler sons, Moshe and Dar, treated him as their personal climbing structure during evening gatherings in their cozy farmhouse. Tonight had followed the usual rhythm dinner conversations, Krav Maga philosophy studies, then an abrupt midnight interruption when Jacobi burst in demanding immediate action. Within minutes, they were pounding down jungle trails in pitch darkness, the dense canopy of palms and banana trees swallowing all moonlight. These sleep deprivation drills were torture, yet Dom noticed with annoyance how Arik seemed to relish every step. The path grew treacherous as roots and vines snaked across their route, the humid air thick with the scent of salt water from the nearby ocean they now paralleled in the blackness. As they arrived at the edge of Paraver Lake, Jacobi waded into the water without hesitation, his smooth breaststroke cutting effortlessly through the surface. Dom struggled to match his pace, resorting to a frantic freestyle just to keep up. The lake had never been Dom's favorite. His first swim here ended with him stumbling onto a nest of cobras on the opposite shore. Arik had laughed off his fear, insisting the snakes were harmless if left alone. Tonight, a thick python coiled in the reeds near the water's edge, but as promised, it slipped away without a fuss. After their swim, they jogged along a levee bordering a sprawling cassava field before plunging into the dense jungle, following a shadowed trail for miles. Emerging onto a paved road, they passed through North Paraver, where a rickety tuk-tuk sputtered past, stopping to collect a woman headed for the early bus to Kochi. Arik and Dom exchanged waves before the driver swung the vehicle around. Finally, Arik slowed to a walk, catching his breath. 2 kilometers left, take it easy the rest of the way. Consider this a light night. Dom barely managed a nod, his lungs burning. Between gasps, he muttered, "Thanks." Yelip smirked. "You'll thank me more tomorrow. We start with full contact sparring, then a long swim before lunch." Dom swallowed the thick, humid air as another vehicle approached a beige milk van rumbling south. Arik's eyes lingered on it, but he stayed silent. Minutes later, they passed the old synagogue, its darkened windows reflecting the moonlight. "My ancestors are buried here," Arik said, pride softening his voice. "This is the oldest Jewish community in India." Dom suppressed a grin. Arik had mentioned this at least a dozen times. The man's roots ran deep here, tracing back generations before his family relocated to Israel. His return years ago had been a pilgrimage, solidifying his resolve to someday settle here, rebuild the community, and raise his children on ancestral soil. It was one of the things Dom admired most about him, his unwavering sense of purpose. The Jacobi farm sat at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac near the synagogue, surrounded by dense jungle and sprawling Pokali rice fields. The isolation made the sight ahead impossible to ignore the same milk van, now parked awkwardly along the roadside. Arik gripped Dom's arm, slowing their pace. "That doesn't belong here." Curious, they circled the van, peering inside to find it empty. Dom shrugged. "I've seen it around." Arik pulled his phone from his shorts, frowning. "Yeah, but not here. It runs north to Kochi, not this far off its route." His voice carried an edge Dom hadn't heard before. Caruso was surprised by Jacobi's precise knowledge of a random local vehicle's routine, but he didn't share his trainer's growing unease. As they started walking up the road, Jacobi tried calling his wife, only to frown at his phone. "No signal," he muttered. "Does that happen often around here?" Dom asked, keeping his voice low. "Sometimes," Arik whispered back, "but not like this. Something's off." Dom thought his friend might be jumping the gun, but Arik knew the terrain and the risks better than he did. Without another word, they moved forward, but Jacobi suddenly stopped him. "Not the road. We'll cut through the trees from the west." The jungle looked dense from the outside, but once inside, Dom realized it was surprisingly navigable. The towering banana, Coconut and mango trees stood far enough apart to allow easy movement, their thick canopies blocking most of the moonlight. Arik kept his tactical flashlight stashed, relying instead on the dim glow of his phone to avoid detection. The urgency in their steps matched the tension in the air who had disabled the cell service. Why was that van abandoned? They reached the edge of the tree line behind a woodshed near Eric's gravel driveway. Kneeling in the shadows, they scanned the farm, their eyes adjusted to the darkness after over an hour outside. The property was small, just 4 acres, with a 2-story bungalow at its center, a converted dojo and yoga studio, and a chicken coop near the vegetable garden. The Yacobi's work truck and 2 jeeps sat parked nearby. Dom's grip tightened on Arik's arm as he spotted movement near the pond in front of the house. A shadowy figure lingered there, barely visible. Seconds later, the crunch of gravel announced a second man slipping between the parked jeeps. The 2 strangers exchanged silent signals, their attention fixed on the bungalow. Dom's earlier skepticism vanished as adrenaline surged through him. His back tensed, that familiar ache warning him of danger. They were unarmed, dressed only in cargo shorts, hardly prepared for whatever was unfolding. Arik pulled him deeper into cover, his voice a tense whisper. The 2 in front. I'll check for weapons. You circle around and scout the back. Meet me here when you're done. You sure this isn't some kind of training exercise? Dom muttered. Arik's jaw clenched, his eyes sharp with urgency. No drill. This is real. Nodding, Dom slipped into the trees. It took him less than a minute to reach the rear of the property. At first, all was still, just a rustling in the chicken coop and a lizard darting along the fence. But as he turned to leave, movement near the house caught his eye. Something or someone was lurking in the dark. Dom edged a few steps to the side, stretching his neck to get a better view through the darkness. About 30 yards away, 2 shadowy figures stood motionless near the chicken coop, their silhouettes barely visible against the night. One carried a compact firearm slung across his chest, the outline unmistakable even in the dim light. Both wore black. Their faces obscured. Dom couldn't tell if one wore a mask or if the shadows just swallowed his features. He ducked back into the cover of the palm trees, moving with deliberate quiet until he reached Eric behind the woodshed. 2 men, Dom whispered, barely audible. He's got what looks like insane. They're watching the house from the far side of the yard. What about the guys out front? Arik's voice was tight. He's got a micro Uzi masked up. The other might be carrying a pistol, but I can't be sure. Dom's pulse hammered. You think they're local cops? Arik scoffed. What do you think? 2-man teams, classic Fidane setup. Dom's mind raced. Wuskar car. Maybe, Arik muttered, though he didn't sound convinced. Before he could say more, a sharp cry sliced through the night, Hannah's voice, fierce but laced with urgency. Arik tensed, muscles coiled to sprint toward the sound, but he forced himself down. They're already inside, he hissed. Two outside are just lookouts. There's at least 2 more in the house. Verstimatawini verdia. Dom swallowed hard, impressed by Arik's eerie calm. The man's family was in danger, yet his voice stayed steady, focused. How do we handle this? Arik's eyes never left the house. Local cops would take too long, and they'd probably just make it worse. No neighbors with phones or guns. It's on us. Nide, pokratrivulade. Hannah and I have a plan. If she had time, she'd have the kids barricaded in the bathroom upstairs. I'm going in through the kitchen door. Dom didn't hesitate. I'm with you. The Rick gave a curt nod. Once we're inside, I grab a knife and head upstairs. You cover the rear. If those 4 outside move in, you stop them. It sounded like a death wish. But Dom saw no alternative. As Arik rose, he leaned in one last time. If I don't make it, there's a Tavor under my bed. Bide 6 mags. Combos 19664. Dom committed it to memory. Got it. Arik's whisper was ice. No hesitation. No mercy. Dom stood ready. The night held its breath. Hannah Jacobi's desperate cry pierced the humid night as Arik and Dom crawled across the crushed shell driveway, their knees and palms scraping against the rough surface. Dom kept glancing back, praying the men in the backyard wouldn't hear their movements over the commotion. Arik focused on reaching the house undetected, his muscles tense as he inched forward. When they finally made it to the side door, Arik turned the latch with excruciating slowness, timing his movements with another shout. From upstairs this time, a man's angry voice barking unintelligible demands. Inside the darkened kitchen, both men grabbed knives from the counter rack without a word. Arik vanished down the hallway toward the living area, while Dom positioned himself between the two entrances, acutely aware of how exposed he was. 30 feet from the front door, 15 from the kitchen. If armed men stormed in, he'd be outmatched. He grabbed a second knife, a sharp paring blade, and tightened his grip. Suicide mission or not, he wasn't going down without taking a few of them with him. Upstairs, Arik moved like a shadow, his bare feet silent against the wooden stairs. The hallway stretched before him, dimly lit by moonlight filtering through the open bathroom door. His bedroom door stood ajar at the far end, but the kid's room and his office were pitch black. The intruder's voice grew more frantic, demanding answers from Hannah, followed by the sickening sound of a slap. Arik's pulse pounded in his ears as he crept forward, knife ready. Just as he turned toward his office, a figure emerged from the darkness, taller than him, clad in black, a ski mask obscuring his face. Arik froze, adrenaline surging. Whoever these men were, they had found him halfway across the world. But right now, none of that mattered. The only thing that did was getting to his family before it was too late. Their gazes locked for a split second. Arik spotted the glint of metal in the man's grip, but didn't hesitate. His arm snapped forward like a coiled spring, driving a strike into the attacker's arm before the man twisted free. Jacobi didn't miss a beat. With the fluid precision of a seasoned fighter, he closed the gap, wrenching the slung submachine gun from the masked assailant's grasp. In one brutal motion, he flipped the weapon and jammed the muzzle against the man's face. The terrorist barely had time to flinch before Jacobi drove the flash hider deep into his eye socket, sending him reeling backward into the bedroom. The Israeli pounced, silencing him with a hand over his mouth before snapping his neck with a vicious twist. Breathing hard, Jacobi yanked the Uzi free and swept the office empty. Then movement caught his eye. A shadowy figure lurked in the master bedroom doorway, arm rising. No time to think. Arik fired once, and the man crumpled, clutching his throat. Heart pounding, he sprinted down the hall, Uzi leading the way. His kid's room was vacant, thank God. His wife must have moved them to the bathroom. A scream tore through the air. Before he could react, a body slammed into him from behind, hurling him into the wall. The Uzi clattered to the floor as he hit the ground. Downstairs, Dom tensed at the gunshot overhead. He flicked his gaze between the kitchen and front entrances, bracing for the inevitable. Seconds later, chaos erupted, shouts, thuds, the sound of a struggle right above him. Then the front door burst open. A silhouette charged in. Dom didn't wait to see if he was armed. He hurled the paring knife with everything he had, the blade sinking into the intruder's chest. The man staggered outside, collapsing in the yard. A creak from the kitchen. Dom spun just as gunfire erupted. He hit the deck, scrambling behind the island as bullets chewed through the air. The shooter hadn't moved. Edging around the counter, Dom rose with the carving knife, ready to end it. Dom lunged the final stretch in a desperate dive, driving the knife deep between the man's ribs with enough force to feel the blade scrape bone. He shoved the masked attacker backward into the pantry, using his own body to pin the Uzi against the wall and keep its muzzle pointed away. "The man," gasped Dom, smelled saltwater and panic through the nylon mask, felt the rigid muscles beneath him slacken as shock set in. Blood loss would finish the job, but Dom needed that gun now. He yanked at the sling just as the kitchen door creaked open behind him. Moonlight outlined a second figure in the doorway, Uzi raised. The guy froze, startled, then swung the barrel toward Dom. No time to unsling the first gun, Dom's hand shot backward, grasping blindly. Krav Maga had drilled this into him. Use anything, everything. His fingers closed on the cold curve of a cast-iron skillet. He hurled it like a discus, smashing the Uzi sideways with the metallic clang. The shooter staggered, and Dom was on him a gut punch, a wild elbow that missed. The guy scrambled back, but the kitchen island trapped him. Dom seized a rolling pin, cracked it against his chest, sent him reeling into the fridge. A second of breathing room. Dom dove back into the pantry, wrenching the sling free from the dying man. He spun the Uzi up, finger already on the trigger. The muzzle flash lit the room like a strobe, brass casings bouncing off soup cans, burning his skin. He kept firing blind, deafened by the roar, until the magazine ran dry. Blinking through afterimages, he spotted the second attacker sprawled, motionless. Upstairs, Arik needed him. Dom dropped to grab the dead man's Uzi, then the door burst open again. This one wasn't masked. Just a kid, really, wide-eyed and shaking, close enough to touch. Dom's back hit the counter. No time to reload. Caruso sprang to his feet and drove his fist into the intruder's gut. Only to meet an unexpected resistance, something rigid beneath the jacket, like a tactical vest loaded with rifle magazines. Reacting fast, Dom pivoted and delivered a crushing blow to the man's jaw, sending him sprawling onto the kitchen island. In one fluid motion, Caruso snatched up the Uzi and fired a single precise shot between the downed man's eyes. The muzzle flash illuminated the room for an instant before darkness swallowed everything again. But something wasn't right. The guy had no weapon, just that bulky rig under his coat. Why haul around Uzi mags without the gun itself? Dom tore open the jacket, then recoiled, slamming into the counter behind him. Staring back at him was a suicide vest, its canvas packed with explosives, wires snaking through the deadly payload. His breath caught. Arik? Upstairs, Arik Yacobe was locked in his own brutal struggle. The attacker who'd ambushed him lay motionless, his skull shattered. Blood trickled from Eric's nose, but he ignored the pain, groping in the dark for his fallen Uzi. His wife's scream cut through the chaos. Eric. The guns go. Just as gunfire erupted from the bedroom. He hit the floor, returning fire with controlled bursts, careful not to endanger his family. A bullet struck his weapon, wrenching it from his grip, but the enemy's firing stopped. The metallic clatter of a dropped Uzi echoed down the hall. Downstairs, Caruso bolted for the stairs, his mind racing. The first attacker, the one he'd taken down with a knife, was gone. Had that bastard slipped upstairs wearing a bomb? Dom took the steps 3 at a time, shouting, Arik! Bomb vest! Yacobe burst into the bedroom to find his wife bound to a chair, her hair disheveled. The kids are safe, she whispered, nodding toward the linen closet. Relief flooded him, but the fight wasn't over. As he bent to grab the dead man's Uzi, a noise from behind froze him in place. Arik glanced back down the shadowy corridor, spotting a disheveled young man lurching toward him with unnatural speed, despite the knife buried deep in his chest. Moonlight filtering through the bathroom window glinted off the blade's handle as Arik pivoted, bringing his weapon to bear. From the stairwell behind the attacker, his American student Dominic's panicked shout cut through the tension. Bomb vest. The warning made Eric instantly adjust his aim from center mass to the man's forehead, his finger tightening on the trigger as he bellowed his wife's name in warning. The explosion hit Dominic like a freight train just as he reached the second-floor landing. One moment he was climbing, the next he was weightless, his body ragdolling backward down the stairs in a chaotic blur of splintering wood and searing heat. His back scraped against the steps before he crashed through the banister, flipping violently before slamming onto the teak floor below. Smoke filled his lungs as he fought to regain his bearings, his vision swimming, while flames roared above him where the roof should have been. Every muscle screamed in protest as he tried to stand, but his legs betrayed him, sending him crumpling back onto the steps as darkness swallowed his consciousness. Dominic surfaced from the void in waves, each moment of clarity bringing fresh agony. The sterile smell of antiseptic told him he'd made it to a hospital, though he couldn't tell if he'd been there for days or mere hours. A gray-haired Indian doctor in blue scrubs checked his pulse, eyebrows lifting when he noticed Dominic's glassy stare. "Remarkable," the doctor murmured, his melodic accent at odds with the grim prognosis. "You've got a concussion, stitches, a screw embedded in your chest, quite the souvenir collection." He rattled off injuries like a grocery list until Dominic cut him off with a hoarse demand about the Jacobis. Without answering, the doctor stepped aside, revealing a silent figure, slouched in a chair by the door, watching with unreadable eyes. The man standing before him was in his 40s, his jet-black hair neatly combed back, and a thick mustache framing his lips. Dressed in a tailored charcoal suit and tie, he exuded an air of authority. "Hello, John," he said coolly. Dominic Caruso remained silent, his jaw tight. The stranger smirked. "John Doe, that's what we're calling you. Unless you'd prefer something else. John Rambo, maybe." His tone dripped with mock amusement. "Who the hell are you?" Dom finally snapped. "Detective Constable Naidu," the man replied, rising from his chair. "And I've got questions for you." Dom's stomach twisted. "The Jacobis." Naidu gave a slow, indifferent shake of his head. "Gone." Dom shut his eyes, his breath hitching. "That's not possible." "Afraid so," Naidu countered. "No 4 of them. Plus 7 others at the scene. Nearly a dozen corpses, and you lucky you were the only one breathing when the smoke cleared." He leaned in, eyebrows arched. Almost like divine intervention, wouldn't you say? Dominic didn't respond. His thoughts spiraled Dar, Moshe, their laughter, their kindness. "Neighbors dragged you out of that inferno, risking their own necks," Naidu continued. "Funny, you never asked who saved you. Thought you might appreciate the courtesy." Dom's gaze drifted to the sterile hospital wall, his chest heavy. "You ed's de ting, a common. Depri, Hana." "According to witnesses, you were staying with the Jacobis," Naidu pressed. "No ID on you when they pulled you out. Just an American accent and a lot of unanswered questions. Anything you had passport, visa, driver's license gone?" "Up in flames." Dominic clenched his fists, fighting the images searing his mind. The sedation was fading fast, leaving behind a throbbing headache that pulsed with every word Naidu spoke. "I need a phone," he muttered. "And I need answers," Naidu shot back. "Why would anyone target your friend and his family?" His visa listed him as a personal trainer. His wife taught yoga. Dom stayed silent, his forearm burning beneath the bandages. Naidu's voice sharpened. "Who was Arik Yacobe?" "My instructor." "That's it. Pakistani militants don't usually go to war over martial arts teachers." Dom's head snapped up. "They were Pakistani." Naidu blinked, then scoffed. This is India. Who did you think they were? Exhausted, Dom sank back into the pillow. This wasn't an interview, it was an interrogation. And he wasn't playing along. No clue. But if I were you, I'd check the dairy truck parked down the street. Already handled, Naidu said dismissively. The driver fled the village. We'll track her down. Dom scanned the room, then deadpanned. Pretty sure she's not hiding under my bed. You're far more intriguing than she is. Dom exhaled sharply. Then your investigation's a joke. Naidu ignored the jab, flipping through his notepad. Let's cut the act. We know Jacobi was ex-EDF. If he was more than that, now's the time to say it. More like what? A spy, maybe? Dom's fingers dug into the sheets, but he kept his voice steady. I want to phone. Until then, I'm done talking. Naidu's jaw twitched. You don't care who killed your friends. Mabd is silence. You've got no respect for this process, Naidu said, lowering his voice. But you should. You're not a suspect. We know you fought back. One attacker's blood was all over you. And yet, here I am, not slapping cuffs on you. Wie surprised? Dom rolled his eyes. His own fate was the last thing on his mind. Just tell me why they came for Arik. Can't. Naidu sighed, rubbing his temples. Pakistani terrorists. Nuclear threats. China breathing down our necks. Crime. Corruption. Plagues. His voice trailed off, the weight of the world pressing down. You think my country doesn't have enough issues without Jews arriving and stirring up fresh conflicts? The officer's voice dripped with contempt. Dom countered with a smirk. Do I get my one phone call, or are you aiming for a diplomatic disaster when I walk out of here? That phone call happens when I allow it, the man snapped. And you're not going anywhere until I decide. Charming hospitality, Dom shot back. Is this how you welcome all visitors? Naidu barked a laugh. I'm not your tour guide, Mr. Doe. If you want elephant rides, take it up with the tourism board after you serve your time. Prison. Dom almost laughed. He'd endured FBI interrogation training. This guy was all bluster. No real power. The detective's bravado was paper thin. I can hear it in your voice, Dom said coolly. You're bluffing. You don't have the clearance to touch me. For a second, Naidu faltered. His jaw stayed firm, but his eyes betrayed him. Finally, he looked away. I'd love to keep you here. You'd crack eventually, I guarantee it. But someone higher up thinks you're valuable. AU. Plane just landed. My orders are to ship you out the second you're stable. Dom yanked the sheets aside and swung his legs over the bed, only to gasp as white-hot pain lanced through his ribs. He collapsed back, gritting his teeth. Naidu's slow grin spread beneath his mustache. Forgive me, he said, pausing at the door. Sometimes, a man has to take his victories where he can. Ethan Ross was late again. Mondays were his personal rebellion against the tyranny of punctuality. Today's excuse? A late-night Lakers game, 3 too many drinks, and an enthusiastic detour with his girlfriend, Eve, in Bethesda. By the time they'd stumbled into bed, dawn felt like a distant rumor. Maisto, I fen the straight twaite. Eve's shriek jolted him awake. She shoved her alarm clock in his face, 8:15 a.m. He groaned, but she was already sprinting to the shower. No rush for him, though. He sauntered to his red Mercedes, cranked up the stereo, and cruised back to his Georgetown townhouse. A half-hour shower, meticulous hairstyling, and a full-length mirror session later, he approved his sharkskin suit and polka-dot tie combo. Sherry loafers? Was it's for Taft there was perfect. By 9 a.m., he strolled out, untroubled, sliding back into his car. The music blasted as he sped toward work, late as always, and loving it. Wisconsin Avenue was moving smoothly, but Ethan Ross hit a wall of brake lights as soon as he turned onto Pennsylvania. The gridlock was brutal, forcing him to inch forward while Neil Young's On the Beach blared from his Blaupfunk stereo. Most guys his age wouldn't recognize the 1974 album, but Ross had been raised on it. His mother used to call it revolution music. The irony wasn't lost on him, belting out anti-establishment lyrics while cruising in a luxury sedan to his government job. Whatever, true camper. He still fancied himself a rebel, just one with a 401 and a security clearance. The music had been his weekend soundtrack since clocking out Friday, first alone, then with Eve. She tolerated his vinyl obsession without protest, though she clearly didn't share his taste. Not that he cared. Eve was sharp, but painfully compliant, a brilliant Korean woman who'd probably jump off a cliff if he suggested it. These weekends were his escape. No emails, no screens, just him, his records, and the rare luxury of silence. His job had been suffocating lately, endless meetings, forced small talk with people he despised, trips with colleagues he'd rather avoid. After months of bureaucratic sludge, he needed this. A full detox, resetting before Monday's grind. Eve never complained. If anything, she seemed relieved to have him all to herself for once. He cranked the volume louder, his off-key singing drowning out the honking around him. The rear-view mirror caught his reflection hair perfectly tousled, the picture of controlled chaos. Ethan Ross loved telling people he worked at the White House. Technically true, though his office sat in the Eisenhower building next door. The West Wing crowd drew a hard line between inside the gates and everyone else, but Ethan ignored the distinction. As far as he was concerned, he was White House Staff Deputy Assistant Director for Near East and North African Affairs at the U.S. For 3 years, across 2 administrations, he'd prepped policy papers for the president. Or, more accurately, he'd herded reports from state, intel agencies, and think tanks into something digestible for the National Security Advisor. His real job? Pushing paper while others called the shots. He liaised with all 16 intel agencies covering his region's CIA, neuro, even military intel. Coordination was his game, not decision-making, but it kept him plugged in. A decent gig for his age, sure. But Ethan Ross knew he was meant for bigger things. At 29, Ethan had felt a flicker of pride when he first landed his position, but now, just weeks shy of turning 33 each morning, brought fresh frustration over what he saw as his sluggish climb toward real influence. The job had long since stopped challenging him, and he'd settled into coasting on what he considered his natural intelligence. This role at the National Security Council was never meant to be permanent. His sights were set on joining the U. Delegation to the United Nations, where he believed his pedigree destined him to shine. His family legacy practically demanded it. His father had spent 25 years navigating UN corridors before settling into academia, while his mother had served as a UN undersecretary before becoming an ambassador and later a celebrated political biographer. Yet here Ethan sat a government cog with an attitude, quietly scoffing at his colleagues' lack of sophistication while biting his tongue about his own political dissent. Monday mornings always grated, but today started with an extra layer of irritation. After parking his Mercedes coupe in the usual overpriced garage, he stormed past the Eisenhower building's vacant VIP spots. The historic French Second Empire architecture, with its grand ironwork and imposing symmetry, did nothing to impress him, not when the real power lay next door at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. By 9:39, he breezed through security and reached his cramped third-floor office, only to find his desk suspiciously coffee-free. Angela, his dependable secretary, usually had his Starbucks mocha waiting like clockwork. "You had one job," he muttered, before spotting her sweater draped over her chair. She appeared moments later, unfazed. "Conference room," she said, nodding toward his forgotten meeting. Ethan's stomach dropped as he glanced at his neglected agenda. Perfect. Just the Monday morning wake-up call he didn't need. Mondays usually meant a slow start for Ethan, with his calendar blissfully empty until mid-morning. Yet here he was rushing through the office corridors at 9:41 a.m., his expensive leather shoes clicking against the polished floors. He'd completely missed the urgent summons while lost in the haunting melody of Neil Young's Ambulance Blues. During his drive, the kind of song that made you forget about incoming calls and morning meetings. The on-sea conference room buzzed with an unusual energy when he arrived. Every seat at the U-shaped table was taken, and the walls were lined with standing attendees far more than the usual 16. His venti mocha sat untouched near Walter Pack from the South Asia desk, but with all eyes tracking his late entrance, Ethan wasn't about to make a scene by reclaiming it. Instead, he squeezed against the back wall, scanning the room. The usual suspects were there. Deputy directors from every regional desk, even Western Hemisphere. But the presence of IT administrators raised an eyebrow. Were they dealing with a cyber attack? A system breach? Then he spotted the stranger. A sharp-dressed man in a navy suit stood behind Madeline Crossman and Henry Delvecchio, who were clearly leading the meeting. Delvecchio carried the weight of authority as deputy for regional affairs. But Crossman? She handled paperwork and security badges. Whatever this was, it couldn't be that serious. Ethan offered a sheepish wave. "Sorry, everyone. Car trouble." Delvecchio barely acknowledged the excuse before addressing the room. "We've got a pressing issue I assume you've all heard about last night's events in India?" Nods rippled through the crowd. Ethan, however, felt like he'd walked into a pop quiz unprepared. India wasn't his territory, so whatever mess had unfolded, it wasn't his problem. Unless, of course, someone decided to make it his problem. Ethan's gaze immediately snapped toward Joy Bennett, the assistant deputy director, overseeing India operations. This mess was squarely in her territory, and he couldn't suppress a flicker of satisfaction. He'd never been a fan of Bennett's approach. Now he'd get to see how she handled the chaos unfolding on her watch. But something felt off. Instead of scrambling for answers, she was staring right back at him, her expression unreadable. Delvecchio's voice cut through the tension. "The assault on Jewish civilians along the Malabar coast marks the first maritime terrorist breach since the coordinated attacks in India 2 years ago. While the death toll is significantly lower this time, intelligence suggests this wasn't a botched mass casualty strike, it was a precision hit. The primary target was an Israeli national with deep connections to special operations." A ripple of murmurs spread through the room. "The attackers," Delvecchio continued, "were an unusual alliance, Palestinian Fedayeen and Yemeni jihadists working in tandem. That kind of collaboration is as rare as it is alarming." Ross's mind lit up like a war room dashboard. "Vade pris de crime. Palestinians. Jihadis. They'd spare." His decision to unplug over the weekend suddenly felt less like self-care and more like negligence. Damn it. Delvecchio's eyes shifted to Ethan's boss, the deputy director for the Near East, who gave Ethan a pointed look. Ethan cleared his throat, buying time. "We're monitoring the situation closely," he offered, vague but confident. Delvecchio pressed. "Anything to add right now?" Ethan feigned deep contemplation before shaking his head. Delvecchio tossed him a bone. "You probably haven't had time to review Langley's latest report. It just came in half an hour ago." "I was pulling it up when the meeting alert hit." Ethan lied smoothly. Delefgio filled in the gaps. 12 dead on Indian soil. 7 attackers, 3 wearing suicide vests, 1 detonated. Even if the victims were just expats, it'd be noteworthy. But one of them was Colonel Arik Yacobi, ex-Israeli Defense Forces. The assistant director for counterterrorism strategy frowned. Henry, there are thousands of ex-ADF officers abroad. With all due respect, why does this one matter? Deleftio's response was measured. Yacobi wasn't just any officer. He led Shayatet 13, Israel's naval commandos. He glanced at his notes. You remember the Turkish aid flotilla raid near Gaza 4 years back. Yacobi commanded the boarding party. 9 Palestinians died, including 3 high-ranking Al-Qassam commanders. He let that sink in before adding, and according to CIA, Al-Qassam orchestrated this weekend's attack. As Delvepio shuffled papers, the counterterrorism director asked, how does Langley know Yacobi was involved in the flotilla operation? We had an asset aboard the SS Ardahan, Delefio explained. He fed us intel on the ship's security, which we passed to the Israelis after NAS review. During coordination in Tel Aviv, CIA officers met Yacobi and his team. His name entered our system, man. The room fell silent, the implications settling like dust after an explosion. Ethan exhaled slowly, realizing this wasn't just another briefing, it was the first move in a much deadlier game. Following the Shayatet 13's operation against the flotilla, the CIA compiled an internal after-action. Report 1 that mistakenly included Colonel Yacobi's name. Delefio hesitated before clarifying. That was an oversight? The details should have been redacted and classified under a code name. It wasn't our team's responsibility, but that's little comfort to Yacobi's family now. Madeleine Crossman, the security director, cut in with a grim observation. We suspect Palestinian militants obtained Yacobi's identity from that very report. Beth Morris, the assistant deputy director for the Western Hemisphere, frowned. Hold on, are we implying this connects to an NC breach? Delefio nodded. We have evidence of an internal security lapse. 4 months ago, someone accessed the full CIA dossier on the SS Ardahan, including the Shayatet commander's identity, right from a NUS terminal. The files were copied to a shared server section, likely downloaded or printed. Morris's voice sharpened. Who got into them? Crossman shook her head. Det Firstad Teps Retem. 45 classified documents, some top secret, were breached. The digital trail was expertly masked. Morris scoffed, turning toward the IT team. So one of us handed files to Al-Qassam. Marion too, Sapri. All we know, Crossman countered, is that the activity was irregular. We're ruling out foul play for now. An IT specialist, visibly annoyed, interjected. These were pulled from Jewix? Correct, Crossman confirmed. Interlink TUA specifically. 34 personnel had clearance staff, admins, contractors. Ross scanned the room as Morris pressed. Is everyone accounted for? 31 present. 1's out sick, 2 on leave, another overseas. Crossman's tone darkened. Given the potential consequences, this isn't just a breach, it's a bloodstain on our hands. The room erupted in murmurs until Pak, the Asia desk lead, cut through. How do we know this leak caused the India attack? Maybe Israel's security failed, or Yacobi's location was exposed elsewhere. Delefio exhaled. No direct proof, but the timing's damning. Another stolen file noted the retired colonel had relocated to Periver for CIA contracted martial arts training. A staffer groaned. Who thought that belonged in a classified report? Amid the tension, Ross noticed a junior analyst nervously tapping a pen, someone who'd recently transferred from IT. The room's suspicion was a live wire, and nobody wanted to be the one to touch it next. The records indicated he was available to participate in the review process, yet no one ever reached out to him. Delafio cleared his throat before continuing. The critical details required for yesterday's attack, the target's identity and whereabouts were both exposed in the National Security Council's digital breach. While we can't confirm this was how the intelligence reached Palestinian operatives, the president has been briefed and has already decided to inform the Israeli Prime Minister about the security lapse. We need answers now. Ethan Ross interjected. Henry, rest assured my department will launch a comprehensive security audit. I imagine other divisions will follow suit. Before Delafio could respond, Crossman cut in sharply. That won't be necessary. Ethan countered. It's standard procedure. Crossman's tone was firm. Normally, yes. But given the sensitivity of this situation, a potential high-level leak of classified material, the Justice Department will oversee the investigation. This goes way beyond departmental reviews, Ethan. The room erupted in murmurs of disbelief. One IT specialist muttered about outdated system defenses, while another tried pressing for technical details, only to be silenced by Crossman citing the ongoing probe. The tension grew until the murmurs became a restless clamor, leaving neither Delafio nor Crossman in control. Then, the quiet man in the navy suit, who had been observing from the back, stepped forward. Ethan noted his squared-off haircut and the build of someone who spent too much time at the gym. Under his breath, Ethan muttered, "Oh, great. A Fed." Beth Morris scoffed, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "And who exactly are you?" "Supervisory Special Agent Darren Albright, FBI Counterintelligence." Morris rolled her eyes. "Tid. Seriously? Now we're being treated like felons." Albright remained calm, his voice low, but carrying authority. "No, ma'am. If you were criminals, you'd be in handcuffs. Right now, you're just suspects." The room exploded in outrage, with Morris leading the charge. Albright leaned toward Crossman, and Ethan caught him asking for Morris's name, which Crossman provided with obvious disdain. Albright turned back to Morris. "You seem particularly concerned about the polygraph, Mrs. Morris. Care to discuss it privately?" Morris shot daggers at both of them before snapping. "I'll take the test, we all have clearances, so it's part of the job. What I don't appreciate is the FBI breathing down our necks. The U.S. has its own security measures." Albright offered a thin smile before addressing the room. "Don't worry, folks. I'll be around, but you won't even notice me. Get through the polygraphs, and most of you can go back to business as usual." He paused. "Most of you." The meeting dissolved shortly after, and Ethan retreated to his office, ignoring his secretary's questioning look as he passed by without a word. He quickly pulled up the CIA's report on the India attack on his computer, scanning it repeatedly as if searching for something he'd missed. After 20 minutes, he strode past his secretary's office again, this time heading for the exit. His overcoat was on, and his car keys swung loosely from his fingers, even though his parking spot was a solid 10-minute walk away. Angie gave him a puzzled look. It was barely 10:30 a.m., far too early for lunch, even by Washington standards. "Got a meeting at 10:30, he muttered. "Coffee with a consular guy over in DuPont. Hold my calls." Meanwhile, Dominic Caruso arrived at Cochin International Airport in the dead of night, strapped to a gurney in the back of an ambulance. The roads were nearly empty, making the trip smooth for both the Indian officials and the team sent to retrieve him. His wrist was cuffed to the rail, Detective Constable Naidu's petty farewell gift, no doubt. The cop had clearly been furious about being forced to release a key witness without proper questioning. Dom didn't like the guy. He was a jerk, probably an anti-Semite too, but he couldn't blame him entirely. If their roles were reversed, Dom would have been just as pissed. The ambulance rolled to a stop, and Dom was wheeled onto the tarmac under the harsh glow of floodlights. The hum of jet engines told him exactly what kind of plane was waiting, though he couldn't see it yet. Voices murmured nearby, but from his position, he couldn't make out faces or words. Then, relief, his cuffs were unlocked and a familiar figure stepped into view. Adara Sherman, his organization's no-nonsense transportation director, leaned over him, her blonde hair pulled tight. Dom had known Adara for years, and while she was always professional, she wasn't exactly warm. Their boss had made it clear she was off limits, not that it stopped Dom and the others from trying to crack her shell. But every attempt at casual banter was met with crisp efficiency. Right now, she inspected him like a piece of cargo before nodding to the crew. "Get him on the plane. There's a sofa in back, set him up there." Dom tried to sit up, but Adara pressed a firm hand on his shoulder, silently forcing him back down. No small talk, no reassurance, just business. The ordeal wasn't over yet. Dom could have dragged himself onto the plane if he'd really wanted to. Every movement would have sent fire through his ribs, but pride stung worse than pain. Yet arguing with Adara Sherman wasn't an option. To the local cops, she probably looked like some polished flight attendant on a luxury jet, but Dom spotted what they missed: the subtle outline of a Sig Sauer under her blazer, and the knowledge that an MP7 was hidden near the galley, ready in her hands faster than most people could blink. She played her role perfectly: coordinator, attendant, and something far more lethal. When she stepped aside, the medics hoisted the gurney, jostling him onto the Gulfstream's leather sofa with all the grace of baggage handlers. His ribs screamed as they left his legs dangling, too busy eyeing the plane's lavish interior to care. One cop lingered, leaning in with a message. "Naidu says call him. If you ever have intel." Dom managed a pained shrug. "Tell him thanks for the hospitality." The moment the door shut behind the officer, he gritted his teeth and forced himself upright, ignoring the throbbing in his skull. He was halfway to the galley, determined to pour something strong, when Adara reappeared. "Back on the couch. Now." He smirked. "That's the best offer I've had all day." Her glare could have melted steel. "We're leaving. Boyer Twositu, Light Tweva. Down." Grudgingly, he let her maneuver him back, her hands surprisingly gentle as she propped his legs up. The relief was instant, the pain dulling just enough to breathe. Adara strapped him in, sealed the hatch, and within minutes the engines roared to life. As the plane climbed, Dom stared at the ceiling. Same sofa, different hell. Last time, he'd been shot in Pakistan, but flying high on victory. This time, four faces haunted him: people he'd failed. The Gulf Stream banked east, leaving India behind, but the weight in his chest wasn't going anywhere. Their route would carry them across Thailand and Taiwan before crossing the vast Pacific toward the California coastline. After a quick fuel stop in San Diego, they'd complete the final leg to Baltimore, touching down 16 exhausting hours after leaving Kochi. Barely 5 minutes into the flight, Adara reappeared beside Dominic, who still felt more like cargo than a passenger. Determined to shake off that unsettling thought, he focused on his immediate need. Adara, a bourbon on ice would hit the spot right about now. Instead of heading to the drink cart, she knelt and released the restraints securing him to the sofa, her fingers moving to his shirt buttons. "Not yet. You don't need a cocktail, you need a proper medical check. The hospital in India sent your scans, and while nothing's broken, that bruising tells another story." Dominic's jaw tightened. "I've been poked and prodded enough for one day." "Not by me, you haven't. All I want is some damn peace and a drink." Adara didn't flinch. "Be difficult if you want, but it'll just take longer." Her voice softened just enough. "This isn't optional, Dominic. So quit acting like a toddler and let me do my job." He exhaled, realizing he was misdirecting his frustration. With a grunt, he shifted to help her remove his shirt. Sorry. Veint for Dav. May use peva Quaker. Her gaze swept over the mottled bruises along his ribs. No kidding. What did you do, wrestle a dump truck? More like lost an argument with a staircase. Subsazin toirgt. Staircase 1, huh? As she carefully cleaned his wounds, Dominic studied her focused expression. You don't trust the Indian docs. They did fine, she said, dabbing antiseptic on a cut. But, after patching up Marines in Helmand, I've learned you can never be too thorough. He knew her history Navy corpsman, combat zones, medals she'd never mention. For all his own field experience, he suspected the poised woman rewrapping his bandages had seen horrors he couldn't imagine. Does it ever fade? The war stuff. The cotton swab stilled against his skin. For a heartbeat, her professional mask slipped. Not even a little. Just as quickly she looked away, resuming her work with brisk efficiency. When she finished, she returned with pills and water. He declined. Headaches, she pressed. Manageable. I need my head clear. She arched a brow. Then how about that drink? A faint grin tugged at his mouth. Now you're speaking my language. Later, as the cabin lights dimmed, Adara found him wide awake in the leather seat, his gaze sharp despite the hour. She held out a satellite phone, its glow cutting through the darkness. Expecting someone. Dom recognized the voice immediately, Jerry Henley, the ex-senator from South Carolina who now ran both Henley Associates and its covert counterpart, the campus. His slow southern accent carried through the phone as Dom glanced at the clock beside the leather armchair. Hey, Jerry. You hanging in there, Dominic? Dom smirked. I'm guessing, miss. Sherman already gave you the full medical report. She did. I'm asking you. Like I got hit by a freight train, but I'll live. He shifted, wincing. Got anything on what happened? Knew that's all you'd care about, Jerry said. Been pulling strings, but intel's thin. Langley contacts confirmed some of the attackers were Al-Qassam Brigade's Hamas's muscle. They sailed out of Yemen, hijacked an Indian freighter to slip through patrols unnoticed. Dom exhaled, sinking into the couch. The jam. The Davalapamis. Seriously. Raid so. Why target Jacobi? Still working on that, Jerry admitted. But turns out he was Tet, 13 Israeli Special Forces. Explains why he ran you ragged during training. Dom's jaw tightened. Al-Qassam doesn't do suicide ops. That's Al-Qaeda's playbook. Exactly. Which makes us think they teamed up. Best guess. They planned to hit Jacobi first, then storm a synagogue or Jewish center. Al-Qaeda blows themselves up for maximum carnage, while Hamas slips away. Dom caught on, making it look like a random attack. Not a hit. Could bingo. Covers whoever leaked Jacobi's location. Dom picked at his bandage, frustration simmering. Bigger question, how would they find him? Jerry hesitated. No clue yet. But if I were Mossad, I'd be checking for rats. Dom cursed under his breath. Then, quieter. I almost had the bomber in my sights, Gary. 2 seconds sooner and, stop. Gary's voice sharpened. You took down multiple hostiles. That's what matters. Dom barely heard him. Arik had kids. 2 boys. If you'd what? Gotten yourself killed too. Jerry snapped. Listen, son. I can't tell you how to live with this. But you've been here before. The unspoken weight settled between them, Brian. Dom's twin, dying in his arms 2 years prior. The memories still gnawed at him, reshaping him in ways he didn't like. Libya, Dom said flatly. Nay. Yeah. Jerry's tone softened. I sent you both. That stays with me. Dom didn't hesitate. You made the right call. Mission needed doing. His voice was steady, but his fingers dug into the couch leather. Some wounds never scarred over. Brian definitely drew the short straw in this one. Arik Jacobi and his family suffered the same fate. There's no use dwelling on it. Replaying that night in your mind won't change anything. Caruso clenched his jaw, pushing away the haunting images of the family in India. What does this mean for the campus? Jerry Henley exhaled slowly. Too early to tell. We still don't know how Al-Qassam uncovered Jacobi's location, so we can't assess your risk yet. Dom didn't need it spelled out. Until you figure out how the intel leaked, you won't know if my cover's blown too. I should steer clear of the campus and the team. Henley nodded. That won't be difficult. The others are scattered across the globe. I'll keep them deployed, but you? Take a break. Relax. Dom let out a dry laugh, though there was no humor in it. I was already benched before this mess. Now you're telling me to disappear? Not disappear. Beau disserte pole train. Sherman says you need time to heal. While you do, this situation will cool off. I can arrange transport anywhere. A mountain retreat in Colorado? A beachfront villa in Maui? Somewhere you can lay low until the dust settles. Dom sighed. Honestly, Gary, I just want to go home. Back to D. Travis stood. Get some rest. Adara will handle the details. Harlan Banfield was a seasoned journalist, his 4-decade career etched into his appearance, slightly rumpled, with silver hair perpetually in disarray and sharp gray eyes that could disarm even the most guarded politician before skewering them in print. His morning had started in College Park, Maryland, at a gathering of foreign correspondents, a group he still enjoyed, despite having traded his globe-trotting days for a quieter life in Washington, D. By 10, he was behind the wheel of his aging Volkswagen, heading to his cramped office in a K Street high-rise right in the heart of D. Sef Trius and Turd Tampao. A stack of calls awaited him before his lunch with former colleagues at the Washington Post. Banfield's career had taken him from the gritty city beats of the Philadelphia Inquirer in the 70s to the fast-paced wire desks of UPI in New York during the 80s. Eventually, he became a foreign correspondent for the Post, covering Europe and the Middle East. With no family ties, he was the perfect candidate for high-risk assignments, spending 2 decades in war zones before returning stateside. Now 66, he hadn't slowed down. Freelance gigs kept him busy, along with a niche blog critiquing D. Lobbyists, a passion project that earned him minor beltway notoriety. But beneath the surface, Banfield had another role, one far removed from journalism. He was the American contact for the International Transparency Project, a shadowy network of activists, journalists, and lawyers dedicated to exposing government secrets. Officially, they championed accountability. Dists travailler. Their methods weren't always above board. Harlan Banfield thrived on uncovering secrets, and his role as the U. Liaison for the International Truth Project gave him the perfect cover. The organization claimed to expose government corruption worldwide, but its homepage featuring a golden sunrise over Washington, D. with the bold slogan, Truth versus Power, told a different story. While EPEP's mission appeared global, its real obsession was America, which some of Banfield's foreign colleagues openly despised. Not him, though. He wasn't driven by ideology, just the adrenaline rush of cracking open classified vaults. To him, Washington was a playground of high-stakes leaks, and he reveled in being the shadowy middleman for the juiciest ones. Banfield believed in the deep state theory, an invisible network of wealthy elites pulling strings behind the scenes. His work with it was his way of chipping away at the facade, peeling back layers of deception in hopes of exposing the truth. He didn't crave fame. Anonymity was his armor. As far as the world knew, he was just a retired foreign correspondent, harmless and forgotten. But behind closed doors, he was anything but. That morning, as rain drizzled outside, he parked his Volkswagen in the underground garage of his building. The moment he stepped out, keys clenched in his fist like a makeshift weapon. He sensed movement in the shadows. A figure emerged, silent, tense. Banfield squinted. "Ethan?" The man stepped into the dim light, his face half hidden under a knit cap. "We need to talk," Ethan Ross said, his voice urgent. Banfield exhaled sharply. "You could have just called." Ross shook his head. "Not safe. Your office, your phone compromised." Minutes later, they were speeding across the Francis Scott Key Bridge into Virginia, the windshield wipers keeping time with Banfield's racing thoughts. Ross refused to answer questions, his gaze fixed on the rain-slicked road. When he finally spoke, "Take the next right," Banfield recognized the route instantly. Fort Marcy Park. A quiet, wooded spot with a dark history. Perfect for secrets. And possibly danger. Tucked away across the river from downtown Washington, the old Civil War fort had once commanded strategic views of the Potomac and surrounding farmland. Now, nature had reclaimed most of it, earthen walls and trenches barely visible beneath thick overgrowth, their outlines softened by time. A pair of rusted cannons stood sentinel on the grassy mounds, overlooking skeletal trees rising from rain-filled ditches. Banfield pulled into the gravel lot, but before he could question him, Ross was already striding uphill into the dripping woods. Grabbing an umbrella, Banfield hurried after him, his dress shoes sinking into the muddy path. They reached a weathered bench near an isolated cannon, its barrel streaked with rust. The river should have been visible beyond the trees, but the dense foliage swallowed the view. A sharp gust sent icy raindrops stinging Banfield's cheeks. He'd humored Ross long enough. "Ethan," he snapped, rubbing his aching hip. "I'm a 60-year-old bureaucrat with more allergies than sense, and you drag me out here in freezing rain for a nature hike?" "Spit it out." Ross ignored the complaint. He sprang up, pacing like a caged animal along the cannon's berm. "It's India, Harlan. That attack yesterday, you saw the news, right?" Banfield frowned. "Some bombing. What's that got to do with us?" The target wasn't random. The dead guy was an ex-Israeli commando Jacobi. He led the Turkish flotilla massacre. Banfield's breath hitched. Recognition flickered, then dread. Christ. The files. Damn right, the files. Ross whirled on him. FBI was waiting at the office this morning. They know we leaked classified docs mentioning Jacobi, his name, his damn village. And now he's dead. Banfield rose unsteadily. We went over those pages. There was nothing the feds disagree. Ross's voice cracked. You swore the only risk was political fallout. Hand it to some reporter, expose you. Intel helping Israel, maybe get a few hawks fired. Not this. Not a hit squad wiping out a family. Banfield stepped into Ross's path, forcing him to stop. The rain drummed between them, louder than the unspoken accusation. Ethan kept his distance as Banfield raised the umbrella, offering shelter from the rain that neither man seemed to notice anymore. "Pay attention," Banfield said, his voice steady. "Those files you handed over never reached anyone in Palestine." Ethan's jaw tightened. Then where are they? Is still with us. Why not release them to the Guardian like we planned? Banfield exhaled, gripping Ethan's shoulder. Think back, I warned you. Dropping them right after the breach would have painted a target on your back. My people specialize in keeping whistleblowers anonymous. You're protected. Ethan sank onto the bench, skepticism flickering in his eyes. I'd sleep easier if you swore it has no ties to anyone in Palestine. Banfield chuckled dryly. We've got contacts everywhere, that's the job. But passing intel to extremists? Never. Our partners there are as far from those killers as we are from the junkies stabbing folks for drug money in back alleys. Palestinians aren't a monolith. Every society has its rotten few. We don't deal with them. Rain lashed sideways from the river, rendering the umbrella useless, yet Banfield kept it raised like a stubborn flag. He sat beside Ethan. You did nothing wrong. The India attack. Unrelated. A coincidence, not a consequence. Ethan scoffed. Tell that to the FBI. They've got polygraphs lined up this week. Banfield didn't flinch. Standard fishing trip. They've got nothing. Maybe. But they won't half-ass it like my last tests. Harvard taught me how to handle some state school grad playing with a lie detector toy. This, side's top agents, laser-focused. No room for error. Banfield smirked. Polygraphs are theater. The machine's a prop to scare guilty people into slipping up. Stay calm, stick to the truth, and walk out clean. Ethan shot him a glare. You think I don't know that? Hands raised in surrender, Banfield softened. Right, of course. But hear me, you're not responsible for India. Your intel's locked down tight. We're just waiting for the right moment. Ethan muttered more to himself. I can beat it. The doubt in his voice didn't escape Banfield. South at his Cephalak, when Plusigwa. Banfield draped an arm around him. I'll get you something to take the edge off. Listen, this is routine. We've had dozens of patriots in your shoes. Not one's ever been burned by a polygraph. Not once. Ethan's voice turned brittle. Don't bullshit me, Harlan. Banfield grinned, shaking his head. Wouldn't dream of it. And I mean this, you're sharper than half the heroes we've worked with. His eye roll said everything about the other's brilliance. Ethan gave a slow nod, acknowledging the logic without any trace of hesitation, and his shoulders relaxed slightly. He glanced around the empty park, taking in the quiet solitude, just him and Banfield, under the pale morning light. Fine, he conceded. I'll spend the next few days getting ready. But I'm not touching any tech until this blows over. No telling how far this security sweep will reach. We have to assume the FBI could wiretap everyone with top-secret clearance in the building. No calls, no emails. Banfield rubbed his chin. If you're desperate, grab a burner phone from a gas station. Use it once, then toss it. I'll do the same. Ethan shook his head. I'd rather stick to face-to-face. Banfield paused, then asked, You still run in the mornings? Sometimes, Ethan replied, raising an eyebrow. Why? To be sevticake. Pick up some sidewalk chalk. Rye chalk? Yeah. For the next few days, take your usual route down Wisconsin, then hang a left on N Street. There's a green fire hydrant on the corner. Drag a line across the top just a few inches if you need to meet. I'll see it on my way to work and meet you here at 8. And if you need me, same deal. I'll mark it first. Moldejov. Ethan smirked. A little retro, but sure. Retro works, Banfield said with a dry chuckle. Phones get hacked. Emails get read. Nobody's watching for chalk marks. After dropping Ethan off near his car a few blocks from Thomas Circle, Banfield circled back to his office garage, scanning for tails out of habit. He prided himself on spotting surveillance, a skill honed decades ago in a corporate security course in London. Most of the training had been laughable, like the self-defense drills, which he knew wouldn't do squat against a militia checkpoint in Beirut. But the counter-surveillance lessons, those stuck. Up in his 11th floor office, he kept his coat and fedora on as he logged into Cryptocat, punching in a memorized passkey. No saved contacts, just a direct address typed from memory. The encryption locked in, and his fingers hovered over the keys before tapping out. "We have a problem." 30 seconds later, the reply came. "Which is?" "Ethan Ross." "Yes." Banfield tilted his head. "Yes, what?" "I just got the details on India. I figured you'd reach out about him." "He thinks we leaked it." "He's wrong." "That's what I told him." "Confirm for me, we haven't passed anything to the Guardian yet." A beat. "Then you're correct." Harlan Banfield is scheduled for a polygraph test on Wednesday, and his current mood could best be described as deeply uneasy. I reassured him with the usual spiel about how routine these tests are, and he seemed to buy it, at least on the surface. I'll slip him the usual tricks to throw off the machine, but honestly, I doubt he'll pass. Not that it matters. The real issue is that Banfield didn't grasp the urgency of the situation. His response, "What do you mean?" hung in the digital silence for over a minute. He resisted the urge to spam the chat with follow-ups, cracking his knuckles instead as he waited. Then finally the reply came, "I'm on my way." Banfield straightened in his chair, pulse quickening. Whoever was on the other end of that encrypted line clearly understood the gravity of the Ethan Ross situation, especially since the AP director was supposed to be in Switzerland. If she was cutting her trip short, this was bigger than he'd thought. Meanwhile, Dominic Caruso winced as he rolled out of bed, gripping the belt he'd looped around the bedpost for support. His legs felt like lead after days of inactivity, and the harsh bathroom light sent a dull throb through his skull. Since returning home, he'd barely left his apartment except for quick trips to the kitchen or bathroom. Adara Sherman had called, offering to bring groceries. She knew Dom's fridge was probably empty, but he lied, claiming his neighbor was already handling it. The truth was, he didn't want company. Yesterday, he'd mustered enough energy to drag himself downstairs to the building's market, returning with bags of canned food, yogurt, and beer. He'd nibbled on tuna and syrupy peaches, downed a beer, and retreated back to bed. Today, though, he was determined to push through the pain. He started the shower, peeling off the bandages from his chest and forearm before leaning against the cold tiles, bracing himself. The hot water stung his wounds, but it also washed away some of the fog in his mind. Afterward, he changed his bandages, gulped coffee, and settled onto his couch in the dark, laptop glowing in front of him. He scoured the internet for reports on the India attack, but most were sensationalized, garbage wild theories from people who hadn't been there. Dom knew better. After an hour, he shut the laptop, the images and speculation only forcing him to replay every second of that night. He dissected his own actions with brutal honesty. He should have stayed with Jacobi from the start, locked down the stairwell, neutralized the kitchen threats faster. And that knife-wielding terrorist. He should have known the bastard wouldn't go down easy. The regrets gnawed at him, sharp as the pain in his ribs. Dom slumped deeper into his couch, the weight of regret pressing down as the morning light filtered through his high-rise windows. Every missed opportunity, every split-second hesitation replayed in his mind like a broken record. He'd let Eric down. Just like he'd failed Brian years ago, his twin's face flashing behind his eyelids, the echo of gunfire mixing with the phantom sting of his own helplessness. Could he have moved faster? Applied the tourniquet tighter? The questions gnawed at him, relentless. His coffee had gone cold, but he poured another cup anyway. The third of the day, as if caffeine could burn away the guilt. The phone buzzed. Adara Sherman's name lit up the screen. He ignored it, bracing for the inevitable follow-up knock. Sure enough, the doorbell chimed sharp enough to make his temples pulse. Persistent as hell, he muttered, dragging himself up. But instead of Adara's no-nonsense frown, he found a broad-shouldered stranger in a trench coat, hair slicked into a military perfect part. Bree Dominic. The man grinned, extending a hand. Darren Albright. Quantico, ring any bells? Dom blinked. The name clicked. FBI, a few years ahead of him at the academy. Supervisory special agent now, huh? He forced a smile, stepping aside. Savritsa Place is a mess, bachelor life. Albright chuckled, eyeing the clutter. Been there. Wife straightened me out last year. Kid on the way, actually. Congrats, Dom said, steering clear of the pang that followed thoughts of Darren Moshe lurking just beneath the surface. He gestured to the kitchen. Coffee's fresh. Though I doubt you're here for small talk. Albright took a seat, stirring sugar into his mug. Straight to it, then. Heard about Birmingham. Taking down that child predator? Dom crossed his arms. And yet you show up at my door before noon. Must be one hell of a favor. The agent's smile faded. Let's just say the Bureau could use someone with your particular skills. Dom's grip tightened on his cup. The past wasn't done with him yet. The two men sat in uneasy silence, steam rising from Albright's coffee while Caruso's cup remained untouched, his fingers tapping restlessly against the table. Albright leaned back, recalling their earlier exchange. Funny thing, I never made it to the D. office. Straight out of the academy, they shipped me to Houston. Sweltering year-round, like standing in front of an open oven. Caruso eyed him. You were a cop before the Bureau, right? SWAT, if I remember right. St. Louis PD, Albright confirmed. Dom smirked. Surprised you didn't go for Harty. That's where the real action is. Albright's expression darkened slightly. Tried. Blew out my foot during the training up. By the time it healed, the window was closed. Ended up in Houston for 3 years before Sid pulled me back east. Dom's pulse ticked up. An FBI agent from counterintelligence in his apartment. That never meant good news. Waived, huh? Must keep you busy. Some days more than others, Albright said, setting his mug down. Like today. Got a few questions about your little trip to India. You mind? Dom exhaled, relieved it wasn't about the campus, though that relief was short-lived. A handful of high-ranking officials knew about his off-the-books work, but Albright wasn't one of them. You were a Dov. That was public enough. Sure. Ask away. Heard you took a knock to the head. Just a scratch. Nothing serious. You feeling all right? Peachy, Dom lied. Albright didn't buy it. His gaze sharpened. You were training with Eric Jacobi, ex-ADF. Krav Maga, right? Dom shrugged. Among other things. Didn't realize he was a colonel. His wife dragged me into yoga, too. Yoga. Albright's eyebrows shot up, skepticism dripping from the word. Yeah. Downward dog and all that. Albright didn't write anything down, just kept staring. Hugh seemed tense, Dom. Not at all. Really? Maybe you're mistaking my confusion for nerves. Why are you in my kitchen? Albright took a slow sip. Fair. Let's cut the crap. This morning, before coming here, I got a call from Anthony Rivolto. Ring any bells? The Dom nodded. Nyfield office director. Was. Now he's Sid's deputy director. My boss's boss. He told me to handle you with kid gloves, no digging, just polite questions. Dom stayed silent. You've got friends in high places, Albright pressed. At first I figured it was just your uncle's pull. But then I looked into you. After Birmingham, you vanished. No records, no assignments. You're still technically FBI, but in reality, you're off the grid. Spook work, but not CIA. Maybe military intel. Maybe some shadow unit. Nobody talks about. He spread his hands. Not expecting you to confirm. But I know you're not just some paper pusher. Ed Rivaldo made it clear if I walked into your place and found a nuke sitting on the counter, my hands would be tied. Dom pointed to the lone appliance in his tiny kitchen. For the record, that's a juicer. Would have shown you, but it's toast. Albright didn't crack a smile. I get it. 5 years in this job, you learn the routine. Plenty of guys who can't say a word about what they're doing or who they answer to. I just wait for the nod from upstairs, then move along. So Rivolto's call was your green light? Pretty much. But since we go way back, I told him I'd swing by for coffee and keep it casual. Dom rolled his eyes. Yeah, real buddy-buddy. He picked at the bandage on his arm, remembering they'd barely been classmates, let alone friends. Albright shifted gears. Notice anything off in India? Surveillance on Jacoby. Anything sketchy? That was easier territory. My guess. The Palestinians had a local feeding them. Intel someone who blended in. They were rolling in a dairy truck I'd seen around town for weeks. Indian authorities are digging into it. Heard you took out 3 of the tangos. Dom's jaw tightened. It's the 4 who got away that keep me up at night. Albright still hadn't jotted down a single note. Odd, since agents usually live by their FD 302 forms. The lack of paperwork should have been reassuring, but Dom wasn't dropping his guard. Jacoby ever mentioned enemies stateside? That caught Dom off guard. Whining the U. No. Anywhere. Nothing specific. But XIDU? You make enemies. Especially with the Palestinians. Albright drummed his fingers on the table. Jacoby a good guy. Good doesn't cover it. The man was a legend. Had a family to match. Dom leaned in. Wise you. Counterintelligence wrapped up in this. What's the angle? Albright set his cup down. Lake. Digital breach. Jacoby's name and location were in a CIA file. Part of a batch, swiped from an Etsky terminal in the Eisenhower building months back. What kind of files? One detailed the IDF raid on that Turkish freighter during the Gaza flotilla. Zedrit, mate's top secret. Named Jacoby as the team lead. Another file pinned him in Paraver. Dom's voice sharpened. You're saying someone in our government handed him to the terrorists. Albright held up a hand. Slow down. We don't know that. The files were accessed, downloaded, and covered up. No trail to who did it or if they passed the intel along. Dom barely heard him. The Eisenhower building was just blocks away. The thought that someone in his own backyard, in his own government, might had a hand in the Jacoby massacre sent a white-hot rage through him. His knuckles whitened around his coffee cup. Somewhere in D. A traitor was breathing easy. Not for long. Dom's fingers dug into the arms of his chair, his body screaming to act, to snatch the Smith & Wesson from the shelf near the door, and charge down Vermont Avenue until someone gave him answers. But aside from the faint tightening of his jaw, he betrayed nothing. How exactly are you tracking down the leak? He demanded, his voice low but razor-sharp. Albright exhaled through his nose. We've narrowed it to 30 or 40 suspects with access and motive. Polygraphs start tomorrow. If anyone trips the sensors, I'll handle follow-ups personally. That's it? Dom pressed, his tone edging toward accusation. Albright let it slide. We've got digital forensics combing through system logs, looking for the specific skill set needed to pull this off. Might trim the list further. Dom leaned forward. You're telling me that's your whole playbook? Albright crossed his arms, suddenly the one in the hot seat. Listen, Caruso, I've seen leaks before. Odds are, we're not dealing with some mastermind. More like a lazy admin who cut corners to skip out early, screwed up, then panicked. Or some clueless idiot who dragged the wrong files into the wrong folder without realizing it. Dom's eyes narrowed. Meaning what? Meaning this wasn't some grand conspiracy. Probably negligence, maybe even stupidity, but not malice. The idea that a government mole is feeding intel to Palestinian extremists. Not happening. Albright watched Dom's knuckles whiten, but pressed on. That said, I don't take breaches lightly. Whatever the reason, someone screwed up, and I will find out who. Dom forced his grip to loosen. Do me a solid, call me if the polygraphs turn up anything. Mun, can't do that. Need to know basis. Albright pushed back from the table, but Dom was already on his feet. I need to know. Making this personal. Dom scoffed. Professional courtesy, Darren. I am FBI. Lay base. In the flesh, Dom shot back. Albright hesitated at the door, then relented. Restacansius, fine. You'll hear from me if anything breaks, if you swear to let my team handle it. You chabbies. They shook hands, but Albright wasn't done. One more thing, take a damn vacation. No offense, but you look like you haven't slept in a month. The door clicked shut behind him. Dom muttered, if I had $1 for every time someone told me to relax. Later, Dom reached Jerry Hendley at his Myrtle Beach retreat, where the older man escaped the grind of D. And the campus. After recounting Albright's visit, they weighed the implications. Good news, the leak wasn't tied to Dom or their operation. Well, bad news. The FBI now had eyes on Dom, and unwanted attention was the last thing they needed. Albright had already made an unexpected visit, and as the investigation into the leaked files intensified, Dominic Caruso realized more federal agents might start poking around his personal life. Jerry Henley made the call Dominic needed to stay completely off the grid, no contact with the campus or the team. It was just a temporary measure, Jerry assured him, though Dominic could hear the frustration in his own voice as he reluctantly agreed. Whatever self, fine, boss. What choice do I have? Hanging up. Dominic grabbed the remote, flipping through channels in search of anything to distract him. Sitting around wasn't his style, and the forced downtime grated on him. Meanwhile, halfway across the world, United Airlines Flight 951 descended through heavy rain, touching down at Washington Dulles, right on schedule. Among the first-class passengers was a man who looked like a college student, slim, with a backpack slung over one shoulder and an easy smile. To the casual observer, he might have been mistaken for an exchange student from the Middle East. But Mohammed Mehdi Mobasheri was no student. At 35, he carried himself with quiet confidence, his youthful appearance belying his true role. His diplomatic papers listed him as a Lebanese official, and immigration barely glanced at them before waving him through. No one questioned his story. No one made the call to verify. Why would they? Everything appeared legitimate. What they didn't know was that his journey had started in Tehran, not Beirut. A military flight, a quick stop for forged documents, and now here he was, stepping onto American soil without a second glance. Mohammed slipped into a waiting embassy limo, while 4 others men who had traveled separately in coach were picked up in a black Suburban. All 5 were operatives, part of Iran's Revolutionary Guards, using Lebanon as cover to move undetected. An hour later, they regrouped in a quiet Falls Church safe house, ready for whatever came next. The group encountered 2 seasoned Iranian intelligence officers stationed in Washington, D.C., both officially affiliated with the Iranian embassy and operating under the Ministry of Intelligence and National Security, known as MISRI, though the FBI kept close watch on Iran's operatives in the U. These 2 were experts at evading detection, having navigated a meticulous surveillance detection route before arriving at the Falls Church safehouse. Mohammed Mobashiri and his 4-man team listened intently as the D-based officers briefed them, though the MISRI agents knew little about the newcomer's mission. All they'd been told was that Mohammed, a Revolutionary Guards operative, was leading a special task with Quds Force support, and Tehran had ordered full cooperation. The embassy spies found the situation unsettling. They were used to dealing with hardened Revolutionary Guards officers, men who exuded authority and battlefield grit. But Mohammed, he was an anomaly. Soft-spoken, almost hesitant, he carried himself more like a scholar than a soldier. His baby face and slight frame made him seem out of place among the hardened operatives. During a smoke break in the backyard, one of the MISRI officers muttered, "If he's nervous around us, how's he going to handle real enemies?" His partner smirked. That lamb wandered straight into the wolf's den. In stark contrast, Mohammed's 4 companions were textbook Quds Force, polished enough to blend in as businessmen, but their bearing betrayed their elite military background. These were Takavar commandos, veterans of covert ops across Iraq, where they trained Shiite militias to combat coalition forces. Their presence only deepened the mystery. Why was someone like Mohammed leading men like them? The whole setup reeked of something far bigger than anyone in that room had been briefed on. The Iranian operatives had seen their share of hardened fighters, men who'd battled Israeli forces in Lebanon, trained with Pakistani militants, and operated with insurgents along the Afghan border. The Quds Force operatives they now faced were in a league of their own, radiating an intensity that made even seasoned spies uneasy. Yet their leader, Mohammed Mobashiri, cut a strikingly different figure, soft-spoken, almost bookish, with the air of someone who hadn't touched a weapon since his mandatory military service decades ago. The embassy agents weren't wrong. Mobashiri wasn't a battle-hardened commando like his team. He'd been a tech-savvy kid from a politically connected family, drafted into service at 18. Basic training taught him how to march and shoot, but his real skills lay elsewhere. Recognizing his talent, the military shifted him into a specialized cyber unit, an early glimpse of the digital warfare that would define his career. Unlike his rough-edged comrades, Mobashiri spoke fluent English, a skill honed during his father's diplomatic postings in Australia, Ireland, and the UK. The elder Mobashiri, a high-ranking intelligence officer, had steered his son toward computers partly to shield him from combat, but also because he foresaw the future of espionage. Cyber operations were the next frontier, and Mohammed had the mind for it. After military service, he earned a doctorate in computer science from Imperial College London, returning to Iran with bold ideas about digital warfare. By his late 20s, he was shaping Iran's offensive cyber strategy, leading the elite Markazi digital security team. While most Americans remained oblivious, Mobashery's hackers had already infiltrated you. Defense networks and planted malware in telecom systems breaches that cost millions to undo. His success caught the attention of Iran's supreme leader, who greenlit increasingly ambitious operations. Now, after meticulous planning, Mobashery stood in Falls Church, Virginia, on a mission with top-level approval. To the embassy agents, he seemed unassuming polite, even awkward, but underestimating him would be a mistake. Behind that mild demeanor was a strategist with grand ambitions, already drafting encrypted requests to expand his mission. The spies assumed their role would be logistical, supplying intel, cars, fake papers. They had no idea just how far Mobashery intended to go. Mohammed casually mentioned, almost as an afterthought, that he'd need a surveillance team ready first thing in the morning, possibly for several consecutive days. Oh, and weapons too. The unassuming guy who could pass for a grad student handed a scribbled list to the Masiri officers, detailing pistols, shoulder holsters, ammo, and silencers. The officers weren't thrilled, but they complied. This quiet eccentric had the supreme leader's authority behind him, so arguing would have been pointless. It was like refusing a direct order from the man himself. Meanwhile, Ethan Ross pretended to be engrossed in mundane office tasks all afternoon, desperately trying to appear calm. Normally, effortless confidence was his default setting, but ever since that morning's meeting, his world had tilted sideways. He sat motionless, staring blankly, his mind racing. Lunchtime chatter in the dining room predictably revolved around the data breach. Colleagues tossed around theories some IT guy messed up, or worse, was spying for a foreign government. Ethan barely contributed, only muttering about hoping his polygraph wouldn't disrupt his Thursday meeting or Friday dentist appointment. The forced complaint tasted bitter, but staying silent would have been suspicious. Later, during a director's meeting, the FBI's aggressive investigation into the ENIE-dominated conversations in the marble-lined halls of the Eisenhower building. Ethan kept his head down, flipping through briefing papers like they held the secrets of the universe. By mid-afternoon, he was back at his desk, staring at a requisition letter about Jordanian public opinion on the new U. Ambassador Busywork meant to distract him. It wasn't working. Every footstep outside his door sent his stomach twisting. His palms burned, dry as parchment. He kept imagining agents barging in, cuffing him, dragging him out in disgrace. The nausea wasn't just from fear of exposure, it was the confusion. He'd covered his tracks perfectly. So how had they found out? They say spies are driven by mice, money, ideology, compromise, or ego. For Ethan, money wasn't a factor. His mother's wealth saw to that, and he had no dirty secrets to exploit. No, his reasons were a cocktail of 1 part idealism and 4 parts pure, unfiltered ego. Anyone who truly knew him wouldn't be shocked. Ethan was opinionated, sure, but above all, he was a narcissist. If nature wired him that way, his upbringing only cranked the dial higher. His parents, like so many, were certain their son was extraordinary. And for once, they weren't entirely wrong. From an early age, Ethan Ross was destined for greatness, or at least that's what everyone around him insisted. Unlike most kids, his brilliance wasn't just a parent's proud exaggeration. At 4 years old, he scored in the very superior range on the Stanford Binet IQ test, officially cementing his status as the family genius. From then on, his life was a carefully curated path of elite education, private tutors in math, science, and languages, and constant reminders that he was meant for power, not just success. Growing up, Ethan lived like minor royalty first among Europe's socialist elite, while his parents worked in government and academia overseas, then settling into the rarefied world of American academia as the son of tenured professors. His parents' unshakable faith in global governance, UN resolutions, international treaties, The whole diplomatic circus meant Ethan was raised believing the world needed a benevolent ruling class. And he, naturally, was being groomed to join it. Ski trips in the Swiss Alps, summers on Monaco's beaches, and a Georgetown home nestled among senators, ambassadors, and media moguls, all of it felt perfectly normal to him. By the time he hit Yale, introductions at high society parties as a future Secretary of State or even president didn't faze him. He'd swallowed the hype whole. At Yale, he pursued international affairs like a dutiful heir, but secretly, he had a passion his parents found baffling: computers. While they dismissed coding as glorified blue-collar work, his father's words, Ethan thrived in both worlds, minoring in computer science despite their disapproval. His mother rolled her eyes, treating it like a teenage phase, as if he was wasting time on video games instead of mastering Linux and writing his own programs. Still, he excelled, eventually appeasing them by heading to Harvard's Kennedy School for a proper statesman's education. Post-graduation, the State Department was a given. But while most junior diplomats slogged through postings in Djibouti or Haiti, Ethan's connections, thanks to a few well-placed calls from family friends, landed him in Vienna, Amsterdam, and Paris. By 28, he'd jumped to the White House as a foreign policy advisor, eyeing a plum UN role. When that fell through, he pivoted to the US, only to clash with hawkish military types and a new Republican administration that didn't share his worldview. Frustration set in. For the first time, the golden boy found himself sidelined, his talents overlooked, and the bitterness began to creep in. Ethan watched with simmering frustration as colleagues he viewed as less capable landed prestigious assignments at the United Nations while he remained stuck at his Eisenhower building desk, feeling like his career was slipping away. By his early 30s, his once charming confidence had curdled into outright arrogance, making him increasingly difficult to work with at the National Security Council. Convinced he deserved a more prominent role in shaping foreign policy, his condescending attitude turned office relationships frosty, though nobody suspected he'd eventually cross the line into leaking classified material. His first step into intelligence sharing started innocently enough. Tasked by a deputy director to discreetly pass a minor detail to a Politico reporter, Ethan got his first taste of the calculated leaks that greased the wheels of Washington diplomacy. The next day's article barely made waves beyond insider circles, but the thrill of shaping the narrative hooked him. Soon, he became the Nex's go-to for planting low-stakes gossip until he decided the rules didn't apply to him. Why wait for approval when he knew better than his superiors anyway? What began as professional vanity soon twisted into something darker. Disillusioned by what he saw as America's heavy-handed foreign interventions, Ethan grew convinced that institutions like the UN and International Court of Justice were being undermined by backroom deals. He wanted to expose it, just not through his now too risky Politico contact. Then, he stumbled upon the International Transparency Project after reading a bombshell Der Spiegel exposé. The German outlet had published classified Pentagon contracts with arms manufacturers, citing an anonymous whistleblower protected by the IP. As Ethan dug deeper, their shadowy victories fascinated him. Here, at last, was a way to strike back at the system without getting caught. Ethan found himself drawn to the mysterious organization, intrigued by its track record of victories, despite his initial doubts about their bold claims of unbreakable encryption that could shield whistleblowers from even the NSA's reach. Over time, though, he couldn't deny the project's effectiveness. His curiosity deepened after watching The Future of Truth, a documentary that painted the EP as a ragtag alliance of truth-seekers, whistleblowers, journalists, and so-called hacktivists portrayed as modern-day heroes, standing between ordinary citizens and corrupt governments. By sheer coincidence, while attending a NATO conference in Berlin, Ethan spotted an event listing for the film's director, Gianna Bertoli, who was set to discuss her work at a local gallery. Without hesitation, he decided to attend, slipping unnoticed into the back of the room. Bertoli, a sharp-witted Italian filmmaker educated at UC Berkeley, spoke passionately about the IPE's mission, brushing off a journalist's question about foreign influence with a dismissive wave. She insisted the group was nothing more than a collection of idealists, funded by well-meaning donors. Ethan left the event convinced. Using encrypted messaging, he reached out to the IP, leading to a tense first meeting with Harlan Banfield in a rundown diner outside Washington, D.C. Ethan wasn't naive. He had to be sure this wasn't some foreign intelligence trap. But after sizing up Banfield and digging into his background, he concluded the project was exactly what it claimed: a secure pipeline for whistleblowers. Banfield, a seasoned handler, played it cool. He didn't push for classified details, instead letting Ethan vent about his frustrations, his undervalued role at work, his clashes with colleagues, his disillusionment with the administration's policies. To Banfield, Ethan was just another disgruntled idealist, full of lofty theories, but lacking real-world pragmatism. Still, he knew how to work with what he had. The game had begun. The seasoned journalist found himself nodding along with some of Ethan Ross's points as they sat in the diner, but beneath his polite nods, Harlan Banfield had already decided this arrogant young man would never earn his vote if he ever ran for office. Ross reeked of self-importance, yet Banfield played the part of the supportive ally, assuring him they could collaborate to correct the administration's missteps. The truth was, Banfield knew he was untouchable. Journalists in the U. rarely faced consequences for publishing classified intel, only for leaking it. Even as a middleman, his reputation shielded him. Ross might have been a government plant trying to expose Banfield's role with the IP, but if so, the worst outcome would be stepping back quietly, passing the torch to another liaison. Their first exchange was cautious. Ross handed over a plastic-sealed sheet typed, not original, meticulously free of prints. The contents: a summarized NSA intercept between two Israeli bankers discussing their refusal to fund accounts tied to Labor Party supporters. No hard evidence, just Ross's word. Banfield promised to circulate it discreetly. Weeks later, an email arrived with a Haaretz article exposing the bank's bias. The executive's flustered denials told Banfield everything. They were rattled. His attached note dripped with faux praise. No smoking gun, but the world's watching now. Ethan felt the rush anyway. Small win, but proof he could tilt the scales. The IPE had found its ideal recruit, a true believer in rewriting the rules of secrecy. His next moves were bolder, exposing a CIA Mossad plot to smear a Jordanian critic, then unmasking a Mossad shell company, bribing Latin American journalists. The latter scandal blew up in Argentina, where a right-leaning network lost its license overnight. For over a year, the leaks flowed, sometimes over encrypted emails, sometimes during diner meetups. Each drop cemented Ethan's faith. He wasn't just a whistleblower. He was a corrective force. And Banfield? Always there, egging him on with just enough praise to keep the secrets coming. The collaboration between Ross and his counterparts was progressing smoothly, though Ross still chafed at what he perceived as his stagnant government career. Despite this, he felt a quiet confidence, believing he wielded more genuine influence than even the high-ranking officials with coveted parking spots at the Eisenhower building. Then came the revelation that shook him. During the routine morning briefing with White House aides, CIA operatives, and military advisors, a meeting ostensibly about funding Lebanese opposition groups, Ethan overheard a casual remark that sent his mind racing. The discussion had veered toward covert support for factions near Palestinian refugee camps, when a White House staffer casually referenced the benefits of having assets inside the camps during the Gaza flotilla incident. A sharp glance from a CIA officer silenced the conversation, but the damage was done. Ethan had followed the news coverage of the SS Ardahan attack, the violent Israeli raid on the Turkish ship that nearly ignited a regional war. But he'd never imagined you. Involvement. Now, suspicions gnawed at him. Back at his desk, he dug deeper, using his security clearance to uncover a sanitized report buried in classified databases. The truth was staggering. The CIA had planted an informant on the vessel, fed real-time intelligence to Israeli commandos, and then watched as Tel Aviv publicly denied any American role. The hypocrisy burned. Ethan had joined public service to honor his mother's legacy of diplomacy, not to enable shadowy operations that left activists bleeding on a ship's deck. Fury propelled him to action. He fired off an encrypted email to journalist Banfield, hoping The Guardian would expose the story. Days passed with no headlines. When Banfield finally reached out via secure chat, the verdict was crushing. Without hard evidence, the outlet wouldn't touch his claims. Ethan's frustration boiled over. How could the truth be so blatant, yet so ignored? The system wasn't just broken, it was complicit. And if no one else would hold it accountable, he'd have to find another way. Ethan considered the suggestion carefully, intrigued by the challenge of obtaining concrete proof without leaving any traces. The idea of leaking sensitive information undetected appealed to his strategic mind. He knew accessing classified documents on Intel Inc. TS would leave a digital trail once the news broke about you. Involvement in the Ardahan incident. CIA cybersecurity teams would trace any unauthorized downloads or transfers. Even printing the files would create a record. The more he dwelled on it, the more determined he became to outsmart the system. Fueled by stubborn pride, he dove back into computer science, spending late nights studying network security and encryption. At the office, he played the clueless employee, bombarding it with fake login issues, just to pick their brains. He even volunteered for assignments requiring elevated clearance, hoping to gain deeper access through JUIX. But despite his sharp intellect, he hit a wall. There was simply no way to dig further without drawing suspicion. Then, by pure chance, Ross stumbled upon the perfect solution. Eve Pang. Ethan arrived home just before 6, freezing rain pelting his shoulders as he dashed to the front door, his leather portfolio shielding his head. Before he could turn the key, the door swung open. Eve yanked him inside by his tie, her lips locking onto his before he could react. She tugged at his coat while he caught a glimpse of her in the hallway mirror. Wearing nothing but his crisp white Oxford, matching underwear, and thick wool socks. He managed to hang his coat neatly instead of letting it drop, but she was already wrestling with his suit jacket. When he resisted, she pulled back, frowning. "What's wrong?" "Rough day," he muttered. "Need to talk." Eve blinked in surprise, but nodded. As he headed upstairs to change, she hung his coat in the closet, her mind racing. Eve Pang, a Korean-American systems engineer for Booz Allen Hamilton, had met Ross months earlier at a security conference in Tyson's Corner. He'd signed up just to get close to her, calculated move that might finally give him the edge he needed. Ethan recognized her instantly as one of the government's elite network security specialists. While most of the National Security Council attendees groaned through the tedious training session, counting the minutes until they could escape back to Washington, Ross found himself genuinely intrigued not just by the technical discussions on secure network architecture, but also by the sharp-witted woman with thick-framed glasses who led part of the seminar. She had an understated beauty, but what truly caught Ethan's attention was her deep expertise in the classified systems that powered America's intelligence operations. He wanted access to that knowledge, and he wasn't above using charm to get it. Eve had been immersed in cybersecurity since her days at MIT, where she earned her doctorate by 25. Now, in her early 30s, she worked as a high-level systems engineer for Booz Allen, stationed at Fort Meade, but frequently consulting across on secure access protocols for intelligence agencies. Her specialty was designing virtual private networks that allowed authorized personnel to tap into classified databases from remote locations, a critical safeguard in modern espionage. When Ethan asked her out after the seminar, she accepted with a mix of surprise and excitement. He was unlike anyone she'd dated before, confident, polished, and far removed from the introverted programmers she usually encountered. Their early dates revolved around shop talk. Eve lived and breathed cybersecurity, and since Ethan had top-secret clearance, she felt comfortable discussing her work, though she carefully skirted the most sensitive details. What she didn't realize was that Ethan had an ulterior motive. He played the role of the curious admirer, peppering her with questions under the guise of professional interest. Over glasses of wine in her apartment, they'd dissect hypothetical security breaches, with Eve eagerly explaining vulnerabilities while Ethan absorbed every word. One evening, after polishing off a second bottle of red and cracking open a third, she leaned back on the couch and confessed something few outside her field knew. The biggest security risk in high-clearance networks wasn't some cutting-edge hack. It was the default domain administrator account. Though most systems disable it after setup, the CIA's top-secret Interlink TS still had its DD active, accessible only to a handful of vetted officials. Ethan listened intently, filing the detail away. To Eve, it was just another technical discussion with her brilliant, security-obsessed boyfriend. To him, it was another piece of the puzzle, one he had no intention of keeping to himself. Eve explained that logging in as the DD granted near-divine control over every corner of Interlink, essentially handing someone the digital keys to the kingdom. A rogue administrator could snoop through classified sections, extract sensitive data, and vanish without leaving a trace. Ethan's curiosity flared, though he played it cool. That's insane. They must vet those people like crazy before handing over that kind of access. With a tipsy grin, Eve tapped her temple. Oh, I've got it. No way. Way, Septimer sighed. Her smirk deepened. Ethan frowned. So you could ghost through the system, and no one would ever know? If I wanted to. But why bother? She shrugged, swirling her wine. Ethan shook his head. Every keystroke we make gets logged. Madeline Crossman, our department's security hawk, breathes down our necks with audits to keep us honest. Eve leaned in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Not for the D-Day. There's no trail I can't erase. When I'm in, I am the audit. She giggled, the alcohol making her bold. So, you're basically a ghost? Not quite. She fished 2 keychain-sized devices from her purse, each displaying a string of digits. One was labeled Pang, the other Pang Dida. These are my tickets in. 2-factor authentication login, punch in the code, and boom, I'm inside. The numbers reset every 30 seconds. But if you're already on the network, just the DDL login, and you're free to wreak havoc. Ethan watched the digits flicker to new combinations. So, someone inside Langley wouldn't even need these? Bingo. She tossed the fobs back into her bag with a careless clink. I've written reports about this gaping hole for years. Nobody cares. The real tech geniuses? They're not wasting their talents on government contracts. Ethan exhaled. Unbelievable. You're a digital Houdini. Eve grabbed his hand and pressed it against her chest under her shirt, her laughter loose and warm. Not completely untouchable. But with my access, you're the only one getting this close. Ethan seized the moment. What if you forget your password? She rolled her eyes. The Dita one's tricky, I use it so rarely. I wrote it down. His jaw dropped. Evie, that's Security 101. She kissed him, then vanished into the next room. Ethan's pulse raced. Even drunk, even lonely, nobody just gave this away. When she returned, she unfolded a single sheet of paper. He forced himself not to lunge for it. But the page wasn't what he expected. Instead of alphanumeric gibberish, it was covered in elegant, unfamiliar characters. Korean. He guessed. Close. It's Idu, an ancient Korean script. Looks like Chinese to most people. Good luck cracking that. She winked, triumphant. Anyone attempting to translate the cryptic symbols on the page would likely misinterpret them as traditional Chinese. But Ethan knew better. This was Idu, a script so obscure most linguists had forgotten it existed. When he shared this revelation with his girlfriend, she reacted with such dramatic admiration that she actually fainted from excitement. Seizing the moment, Ethan snapped a photo of the ancient markings with his phone. As Eve lay unconscious, he spent the rest of the night basking in his own brilliance, marveling at his ability to manipulate both people and systems, though he still had no clue how to decode the mysterious script. After days of scouring the web, Ethan finally tracked down a University of Chicago professor specializing in archaic East Asian languages. The scholar translated the symbols effortlessly, sending back a string of letters and numbers within minutes, free of charge. Armed with this key, Ethan used his DD credentials to access a classified terminal in the Niska's secure wing. He didn't waste time reading every document that would have taken hours, and he only had minutes. Instead, he followed Eve's dinner table instructions, swiftly exfiltrating the files and sending them to Harlan Banfield. Banfield, ever cautious, insisted they wait months before leaking anything, ensuring the breach went unnoticed. Ethan chafed at the delay. He was convinced his operation had been flawless. But then, silence. For 4 months, nothing surfaced about the flotilla operation. No media frenzy, no explosive headlines. Worse, the FBI was now swarming the NUS, claiming a breach had led to the death of an ex-Israeli commando and his family. Ethan had covered his tracks, or so he thought. He'd logged in under a DD alias, leaving no direct trace. Yet, somehow, they'd detected the file transfer. Tonight, he and Eve sat in his apartment, claret in hand, discussing network intrusions just like old times. She already knew about the breach. Her clearance meant she'd been briefed immediately. Ethan played it cool, musing about FBI suspicions of Anissa Mole, but his real question burned beneath the surface. What went wrong? He refused to believe he'd slipped up. No, this had to be Eve's fault. Her explanation of the Daya's network privileges must have been flawed. Suppressing his rage, he traced his fingers through her hair, his voice deceptively calm. What do you think happened? The lepaules stacked. I know exactly what happened. Ethan's grip tightened imperceptibly around his glass. You do. Government, it is incompetent. They let the breach happen, then got lucky. A random audit flagged the file transfer. Those logs usually sit untouched, but this time they didn't. Ethan forced a sip of wine, his mind racing. Could they trace if the files were downloaded? Almost certainly, Eve replied. Printers log jobs, but downloads leave cleaner trails. The irony wasn't lost on him. His perfect crime had been undone by bureaucratic chance. And now the stakes were higher than ever. Even government-to-security teams should be skilled enough to verify something like this, she remarked. Honestly, investigations should have started months ago. But no, it took that incident in India for Langley system admins to finally check Intellink's files for breaches. She let out a sharp laugh. Can you imagine their faces when they pulled the logs and realized everything had been accessed and stolen? Classic panic moment. And guess what? They'll never trace it back to anyone. Ethan frowned. Why not? Remember when I mentioned domain admin access? He hesitated, staring blankly. One sort of. I'd bet my life someone used data credentials to pull it off. No way to prove it, but that's the beauty or curse of those logins. Whoever did it left 0 fingerprints. The search is pointless. Ethan clenched his jaw, fighting the urge to punch the wall. He'd executed everything flawlessly, just rotten luck that the Israelis' death in India triggered the audit. Without that, his breach would have stayed buried. When Eve tried to distract him, he brushed her off. She retreated to bed early, leaving him alone with a half-finished glass of wine and some forgettable movie flickering on the screen. His mind was laser-focused now. Beat the polygraph and he'd walk free. No FBI agent could outthink him. The case would either collapse, or suspicion would land on Beth Morris from the Western Hemisphere desk. All that stood between him and freedom was that damn lie detector. Meanwhile, Dominic Caruso stood in his kitchen sautéing shrimp in a sizzling mix of olive oil, garlic, and crushed red pepper. The aroma of oregano filled the air, and the heat from the stove had him wiping sweat from his brow with the towel draped over his shoulder. Shrimp fra diavolo wasn't for the faint of heart. He'd be sweating even more once he took the first bite. Cooking had always been his escape, a way to reconnect with memories of his mother and grandmother. Tonight, though, it was just about keeping his hands busy. He wasn't hungry. He just needed to do something, anything, to stop dwelling on the mess in his head. Ignoring the ache in his ribs, he'd forced himself off the couch, grabbed groceries, and now stood stirring the bubbling sauce. Better than another night of takeout or brooding in the dark. He turned down the flame, popped open a bottle of Trebbiano, and took a swig straight from the bottle before splashing some into the pan. Steam billowed up, and he ducked back with a grin. His thoughts wandered to the last time he'd cooked here the night before his flight to India. Back then, he hadn't been alone. Abby, the bartender from that upscale Georgetown spot, had been sitting at his counter laughing at some stupid joke he'd made. He wasn't much for crowds, but she'd caught his attention one slow night, and they'd ended up talking for hours over beers. He'd kept it vague corporate security, nothing flashy, and she hadn't pressed. Just smiled and said, "Cool." Now, standing in his quiet kitchen, he missed the sound of her voice. Their romance had started with late-night encounters at her apartment after drinks, but soon Dom invited Abby to his place for a home-cooked meal veal and ricotta meatballs paired with a rich Chianti Classico, served under the soft glow of candlelight. She raised an eyebrow, impressed by his culinary skills, though neither of them cared much about the food once the plates were abandoned and the wine bottle emptied. The night ended predictably, tangled in his sheets, but by the time Dom left for India, Abby had already faded from his thoughts. No calls, no emails, just silence. Now, back home, he deliberately avoided her usual haunts, knowing it was better for both of them to move on. Tonight, though, the solitude gnawed at him. He'd prepared a perfectly balanced shrimp dish, buttery sweetness, spicy peppers, a hint of citrus, yet eating alone made the flavors feel hollow. The TV droned in the background, some poker tournament he wasn't watching, and the Trebbiano in his glass did little to lift his mood. Food had always been his weapon of seduction, a fact he embraced as an Italian, but tonight it just reminded him of what and who was missing. His mind wandered to darker places. The Jacobi's, the shared meals, the betrayal that had cost them their lives. Guilt twisted inside him, sharper than the lingering ache in his ribs. He drained the last of his wine and debated cracking open another bottle, but the thought of drowning in self-pity disgusted him. Instead, he checked his watch 10:30 and made a decision. "Don't do it, Dom," he muttered, already pulling on his leather jacket, wincing as the fabric tugged at his healing injury. His apartment was spotless, not because he expected company, but because he refused to come back to a mess. By 11, he was perched at the Pig, a 14th Street gastropub he knew well. The place buzzed with laughter and clinking glasses, and Dom's gaze swept the room, assessing potential targets like it was another surveillance op. Only this time, the mission was simpler. Find a woman who'd make him forget, if only for a night. Dom's phone was packed with potential hookups, but each one came with strings attached, endless small talk, laced with pity and concern. He wasn't in the mood for that tonight. His rough edges, both mental and physical, always seemed to trigger some maternal instinct in women, and right now, he just wanted company without the interrogation. At first glance, he missed the striking brunette at the bar, not because she wasn't stunning, but because she was practically swallowed by 3 hulking guys. One had his arm draped around her like she was a trophy, while the other 2 smirked into their whiskey glasses, scanning the room like predators. Dom's attention flickered past her, searching for easier prey. A redhead near the back caught his eye, but her exaggerated gestures and chipped nails screamed high maintenance. Then there was the polished blonde in the business suit, surrounded by coworkers, probably some Capitol Hill staffer. The last thing he wanted tonight was a debate about partisan nonsense. The more Dom scanned the room, the more he realized how exhausting this game had become. Age had sharpened his instincts, but it also made finding a real connection feel impossible. Maybe marriage wasn't in the cards. Hell, even a one-night stand required more emotional labor than he had left. He took another swig of beer, admitting the real problem was himself. His time overseas had left him hollow, even for something as shallow as a casual fling. Just as he considered approaching a table of giggling college girls, a sharp voice cut through the noise. I said no. The brunette at the bar was glaring at one of the meatheads crowding her. Dom's interest snapped back to her. Now that he looked closer, she was clearly out of place, sleek, sophisticated, and visibly irritated. The guys surrounding her were a walking red flag, muscle-bound, tattooed, and halfway to wasted in their ridiculous graphic tees. Their leather jackets were tossed carelessly over chairs, like they owned the place. Dom assessed the scene in seconds. She didn't belong with them. She was older, sharper, and drowning in their obnoxious energy. And judging by the way they loomed over her, she wasn't having it. His grip tightened around his glass. Maybe tonight wasn't just about finding company. Maybe it was about stepping in. Dom's sharp eyes took in the scene with practiced ease. The woman was clearly alone, probably in Washington, D. Where for work, likely staying at one of those upscale chain hotels nearby. She'd stopped in for a late meal and a glass of wine, only to find herself cornered by a pack of loud, obnoxious guys who'd had one too many. Tough break, lady. His attention zeroed in on the loudest of the bunch, a broad-shouldered blonde with a scruffy beard, who was clearly the ringleader. The guy leaned in too close, his words dripping with entitlement as the brunette shot him down with an exasperated eye roll. Don't be such a bitch about it, the guy sneered. I'm not being a bitch, she fired back, her voice tight. I was polite, but you weren't listening. I bought you a drink. Least you could do is come sit with us. She sighed, rubbing her temple. Look, I shouldn't have taken it. I've got an early flight. One more won't kill you. He barked, looming over her. The rest of the bar seemed oblivious, bartenders chatting with regulars, other patrons minding their own business. The blonde's buddies stayed quiet, which told Dom everything he needed to know. Real friends would have dragged this guy out by now. The woman tossed cash onto the bar and tried to stand, but the blonde blocked her path, his hand pressing against her back. Where you going? You owe us a shot. Dom drained the last of his beer, slapped down a 20, and stepped in. 5 seconds later, he had a hand on the guy's chest, leaning in like they were old pals. "Hey, man," Dom said, flashing an easy grin. She said no. "Take the L and move on." The blonde blinked, thrown off by the calm confidence. "Who the hell are you?" His accent had a Midwest twang, Michigan, maybe. "Nobody important," Dom said, still smiling. "How about I buy you a whiskey instead?" "Evan Williams." "Classy choice." He signaled the bartender, shooting the woman a quick glance that screamed, "Get out while you can." But she hesitated, frozen in place. One of the other guys grabbed Dom's shoulder, spinning him around. Dom looked up at the guy's massive frame and chuckled. "Easy, big guy. Just offering to buy a round." The brunette finally backed away, clutching her purse. But she didn't leave, just stared at Dom like she couldn't decide whether to thank him or bolt. The blonde yanked Dom back around, sending a sharp pain through his ribs. "Mind your own damn business, asshole." Dom exhaled. He knew he should walk away. This wasn't some back-alley brawl someone else would step in if things got ugly. But something in him refused to back down. "Seriously, bro?" The blonde scoffed, puffing up like he expected Dom to flinch. Dom just smirked. "Yeah, kedder tortru." Seriously. Dom felt the challenge hanging in the air like a dare. The guy wasn't just asking, he was practically begging for trouble. "Thing dia dit por." Dom wasn't above giving it to him. Maybe it wasn't the smartest move, but right now he didn't care. The blonde smirked, his teeth stained from chewing tobacco, looking like a man who'd missed his shot at romance but found consolation in the idea of throwing a punch. Dom almost pitied him. "Is a forge." With a calm he didn't entirely feel, Dom turned to the brunette beside him. "We're leaving," he said, guiding her toward the door. The blonde's voice cut through the bar's noise. "Walk out that door and I'll snap that twig neck of yours." Dom barely glanced back. "Ms. Surwagdistated pencil neck." "Please." He'd been called worse. As they passed the two bruisers lurking behind him, one lunged fist, cocked like he was about to rearrange Dom's face. The punch stopped just short, a cheap intimidation tactic. Dom didn't even blink. He knew this guy wouldn't swing first. The alpha dog had already marked him as his own. Instead, Dom just smirked and kept walking, leaving the would-be tough guy frozen mid-swing, baffled. Outside, the chilly air did nothing to cool tempers. The blonde Shane apparently puffed up like a rooster, nostrils flaring. The girl pleaded, "Don't do this because of me." Dom barely heard her. This wasn't about her anymore. Shane's buddies hovered behind him, hyped up on second-hand aggression. One-hit fight. One of them crowed, like it was the only phrase he knew. Dom exhaled, rolling his shoulders. He should have walked away. Auric would have been disappointed. But Shane was already shifting his weight, telegraphing the big right hook he thought would end this in one shot. Dom let him come. Hands loose, expression blank, he played the clueless mark perfectly. Too bad for Shane, Dom wasn't clueless. He saw the tells the boxer's stance, the way he favored his right, the hunger for a knockout to impress his crew. Dom almost felt bad for what was coming. "Eutsis vermin." Dom exhaled slowly, his gaze unfocused, yet every nerve in his body taut like a tripwire. Doyle's voice cut through the tension again, barking. "One shot, that's all it'll take." Shane's relaxed posture was deceptive. Dom caught the subtle shift as his hand clenched into a meaty fist. Instead of dodging the incoming punch, Dom pivoted, driving his elbow up to intercept the blow. The impact reverberated through his arm as Shane's momentum twisted him off balance, his own force working against him. Dom didn't waste the opening. He spun on his heel, his right fist slicing through the air in a perfect arc. The crack of knuckles against Shane's jaw sent the bearded man reeling, his legs buckling like a folding chair. He hit the pavement with a thud, his buddies frozen in disbelief. Dom shot Doyle a smirk. "Guess you called it." Doyle lunged next, telegraphing his left hook like a billboard. Dom sidestepped, deflecting the swing before driving his skull backward into Doyle's face. A grunt, a gasp, then Dom flipped him over his shoulder, slamming him onto the concrete. Doyle wheezed, gulping for air like a stranded trout. Joe, the silent third wheel, finally stirred, fists raised but hesitation in his eyes. "This isn't your fight, Joe," Dom said, wiping his lip. "Shane's your boss, right?" "Appliance delivery." Joe nodded, knuckles whitening. "Yeah, nonstop. Big stuff, fridges, washers." Dom snorted. "Well, he won't be lifting anything for a while." "Neither will Doyle." "You want to explain why you're still standing when they're not?" Joe's jaw worked. "He'll fire me." Or, Dom countered, "you could be the guy keeping his business alive while he's icing his face." For a second, Joe almost smiled. Then reality crashed back. "Nah. Shane's the type to hold a grudge." Dom shrugged. "Then I guess we're doing this." Joe moved faster than expected, bulldozing into Dom and locking him in a bear hug. Pain exploded through Dom's ribs as his feet left the ground. "This guy delivers washing machines for fun," Dom thought grimly, twisting free midair. He landed awkwardly, but spun just in time to meet Joe's charge with a sharp right to the nose. Blood bloomed. But Joe barely flinched, just shook his head and squared up again, like a stubborn fridge refusing to tip over. Joe smirked at Dom with a look that clearly challenged. "Is that really your best shot?" Without missing a beat, Dom retaliated not with another punch, but by shifting his stance and driving his fingertips straight into Joe's solar plexus. Before the bigger man could react, Dom struck again, this time with his left hand, landing a precise blow to the throat that sent Joe stumbling backward. He collapsed onto the pavement, coughing violently, just a few feet from Shane, who remained unconscious, and Doyle, who was still struggling to catch his breath on all fours. Dom took a step back, surveying the damage. His mentor, Arik, would have been disappointed in him for getting tangled up in a pointless brawl, but even the strictest teacher couldn't deny Dom's skill. A month of relentless training had sharpened his reflexes, and tonight they'd paid off. Then it hit him, this whole mess had started over a woman. He scanned the street and spotted her near the curb, arms wrapped tightly around herself like she was trying to disappear. This wasn't his first time playing knight in shining armor at a bar. Women usually reacted one of two ways. Either they'd bolt the second the fight ended, disgusted by the violence, or they'd latch on to him like he was some kind of hero. He studied her expression, waiting to see which path she'd take. "You tried to talk him down," she said finally, her voice steady despite the adrenaline still humming in the air. "That was decent of you." Dom shrugged. He wasn't looking for a fight. Just stuck playing by dumb rules. She nodded, then surprised him with a quiet, "Thank you. Don't sweat it. I didn't think guys like you still existed." Barely hanging on, he deadpanned. A small smile tugged at her lips, but her eyes were calculating, like she was trying to figure him out. "I'm Monica. You old Dominic." They shook hands, and Dom turned to leave, ignoring the throbbing in his ribs. He hadn't made it far before she called after him. "Let me buy you a drink." "Least I can do." He glanced back at the pig, where half the bar was still gawking through the windows. "Pretty sure I'm banned for life after that. My hotel's around the corner. Lowe's Madison. Their bar's decent." Dom exhaled slowly. What he really wanted was an ice pack and a quiet night Not another round of drinks with a stranger, no matter how striking she was. "I'll walk you back," he offered, "just in case those idiots get any bright ideas. But then I'm clocking out." Monica's smile faltered, but she didn't argue. If anything, the rejection seemed to intrigue her more. Dom knew how this worked by turning her down. He just made himself more interesting. Meanwhile, across town, the Economy Inn in Richmond was doing its best impression of a reputable chain, right down to the misleading sign near Interstate 64. Travelers, lured in by the familiar name, quickly realized their mistake. The second they stepped into the cramped, dimly lit lobby, the motel's flashy billboard along the highway promised far more than the crumbling reality delivered. Inside the three-story roadside inn, stained carpets, musty air, and furniture that looked salvaged from a thrift store created an atmosphere of neglect. Only a handful of rooms were occupied, but in room 309, two burly men sat fidgeting on a sagging mattress, their eyes darting between cigarette smoke and their phones. One had been a college football star decades ago, though his current job stocking auto parts meant his toughest workout these days was hoisting the occasional car battery. His companion had never been athletic, just a bookish guy who'd embraced middle-aged lethargy with enthusiasm. The former athlete checked his phone again, the glow illuminating his impatient scowl. Almost 11. Where the hell is this guy? A quiet knock cut him off. Both men stiffened. The heavier one retreated toward the bathroom, while his friend peered through the peephole before cautiously opening the door. A slight, nervous man stood in the dim hallway, his dark eyes darting between the two hulking figures. "You, Mr. Game." "White." His French accent made the words tentative. Behind the door, the heavy-set man cleared his throat. "That's me. You must be Mr. Black Blake." The visitor hesitated, glancing between them like a cornered animal. "We agreed you'd come alone," he stammered. The ex-athlete grabbed his collar and ushered him inside, kicking the door shut. "Relax, mister," White said, exhaling smoke. "My friend's just insurance in case you brought company. He's gonna check you for wires." Before the Frenchman could protest, he was pinned against the wall, his backpack tossed aside as rough hands patted him down. "Wissentorier. What does that mean?" His voice trembled, his fear obvious. "Just making sure you're not a cop," White said, smirking. "You know how this works." The pat-down confirmed the visitor was unarmed, barely tipping the scales at 120 pounds. A quick search of his bag revealed only a laptop, phone, and chargers. "Clean," the ex-athlete grunted. White motioned to the desk chair. "Sit." The Frenchman obeyed, gripping his knees to steady his shaking hands. "Could your friend wait outside? This makes me uncomfortable." White chuckled, lighting another cigarette. "Eddie, take a walk." He studied the nervous man before him, exhaling slowly. "Now let's talk business. Philip McKell, who went by the alias Mr. White, leaned back in his chair as the tight end stepped out, muttering, "He'd be right outside the door." The burly guy snatched his cigarettes and lighter off the table before disappearing into the hallway. McKell wasn't actually named White, that was just a cover. His real name was Philip McKell, a former systems infrastructure analyst for L3 Communications, a major government contractor handling classified intelligence networks. Specializing in Jewix infrastructure, he once held a top-secret clearance until everything fell apart. He'd first crossed paths with Black in an obscure online tech forum a year earlier. What started as casual comments under each other's posts quickly turned into something deeper. Black initially posed as a university student, obsessed with American tech and computer science, but over encrypted chats, the truth slipped out he was French, and worse, a member of Anonymous. McKell had scoffed at first, But when Black privately tipped him off about an upcoming cyber attack on British government sites, and it actually happened, he knew this wasn't some kid messing around. Mikkel should have cut ties right then. Just having an online identity violated L3's rules, let alone chatting with a hacktivist. Getting caught meant instant termination and losing his clearance. But greed whispered louder than caution. There were rewards for turning in anonymous members, and informants could stay anonymous. Mikkel saw dollar signs. The problem? He had nothing concrete on Black. So he played the long game, pretending friendship, fishing for details. Then came the rug pull. A surprise audit uncovered his forum activity. He swore he'd never leaked classified intel, just generic tech talk. Didn't matter. The investigators weren't buying it. His clearance vanished overnight, and with it, his career. The final nail? A government suit coldly telling him, "You'll never work in this town again." Jobless and desperate, Mikkel doubled down on squeezing Black for info. When that failed, he flipped the script entirely, offering to sell U. Network secrets to Anonymous. Maybe they'd pay for insider knowledge on how to hit D. With a crippling cyber attack. Black played along, promising to consult his superiors. Days later, he returned with an answer, one Mikkel never saw coming. Anonymous had their sights set on breaching the ultra-secure Jufix Intellink text network, and they needed Mikkel to craft the digital intruder that would make it happen. When Mikkel first read Black's message, he couldn't help but scoff. This wasn't some amateur operation. The classified system wasn't just sitting out in the open. It required a VPN, or direct physical access, neither of which Mikkel had. No basement hacker halfway across the world could pull this off. But Black's response was chillingly simple. That's our headache, not yours. Build the tool, and we'll handle the rest. $3 million yours if you deliver. From that moment, Mikkel's mind was consumed by the number. The Stargenpri sword turd. He set up an offshore account in Dubai, and within hours, a six-figure deposit landed as proof of their seriousness. Convinced he was dealing with players who paid, Mikkel barricaded himself in his house, surviving on cold pizza and caffeine for 6 straight weeks. He knew the Intel infrastructure inside out, where the data lived, how it was stored. His program's secret weapon. A crawler that didn't just steal intel, but organized it on the fly. When he finally emerged, bleary-eyed and triumphant, he handed Black the finished product. But the man sitting across from him now wasn't some shadowy hacker. His real name was Mohammed Mehdi Mobashiri, a Tehran operative who'd spent a year grooming Mikkel while confirming his access at L3. This meeting was just phase 1 of a plan blessed by Iran's supreme leader, and Mikkel, greasy, exhausted, and grinning, was the linchpin. As soon as Eddie stepped out for a smoke, Mohammed cut to the chase. "Do you have it?" Mikkel shot back, "Do you have my money?" Mohammed tapped his laptop. "The second I see the drive." With a theatrical flourish, Mikkel yanked a garish yellow thumb drive from behind a lamp. Mohammed squinted at the bold NASCAR logo. "What is this?" Mikkel smirked. "Figured you wouldn't get the reference. Perfect disguise. Nobody suspects the dumb-looking thumb drive." He tossed it over. "But don't let the decoy fool you. This little thing's packing a terabyte of stolen secrets and the infiltrator itself. Just remember, you'll need to plug it into a terminal already inside the network. No remote magic here." Mohammed's expression didn't flicker. "Ya true Adra." But Mikkel wasn't done. "Full transparency, this isn't some plug-and-play toy. You'll need boots on the ground, someone with access. No shortcuts." Mohammed's reply was ice. "We've accounted for that." Philip Mikkel prided himself on being meticulous, It came with the territory of being a top-tier cybersecurity expert. Even in this shady deal, his analytical mind kept searching for solutions. Honestly, your only other option would be finding someone with VPN access, he explained, rubbing his chin. A virtual private network could bypass external security layers and let you tap into Intelink remotely. But good luck getting through all those authentication hoops. Mohammed barely glanced up from examining the flash drive, his fingers tracing its edges. He had zero interest in Mikkel's theoretical workarounds. "You've been out of the loop for months," he countered, his voice cool. "How do you know they haven't overhauled the entire system? This could be useless by now." Mikkel just smirked, oozing confidence. "That's the thing about government contracts, kid. They don't change what works. Juris theory got renewed public record. Passwords. Sure, those rotate. But the core retrieval framework, that stays locked in." Mohammed wasn't convinced. "And encryption? If you pull data, how do you know it's readable?" "Data at rest isn't encrypted," Mikkel shot back. "Get the key and you've got everything. Simple as that." With a nod, Mohammed plugged the drive into his laptop. For the next half hour, he combed through directories, scanning lines of code with the precision of someone who knew enough to spot flaws, but not enough to build the system himself. Mikkel watched, arms crossed, occasionally answering technical queries. Finally, Mohammed ejected the drive. "It's clean. We're done." Mikkel leaned back, grinning. "Damn right we are. Now wire the rest." Mohammed shut his laptop and stood, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. "There is no rest." The grin vanished. "The hell you mean? You owe me a hell of a lot more than what you've paid." "Consider the 100 grand a parting gift," Mohammed said smoothly. "Spend it wisely." Mikkel's face twisted in fury. "You're making a mistake, Black. Betty nodded her fring." He barked toward the door. The door swung open, but instead of his hulking enforcer, Eddie slumped forward, a bullet hole in his forehead, his skull blown out from behind. Two unfamiliar men stepped over the body, their movements efficient. One drew a suppressed pistol, pressing it to Mikkel's temple before he could react. Mohammed didn't bother learning their names. Quds Force operatives rarely introduced themselves. There was no formal protocol behind it. Their real names weren't classified beyond what a ranking officer in the Revolutionary Guards could access. But when Mohammed first met the men in Tehran, he'd instructed them to go by their birth cities instead. It was simpler for him that way. So to him, they were just Shiraz, Kashan, Ormond, and Isfahan. In return, they knew him only as Mohammed, which wasn't exactly a challenge, considering two of the Quds operatives shared the same name. Mohammed gave a brief nod to Shiraz and Kashan before pushing back from the desk and settling beside the overweight American on the bed. "Philip," he said, his voice calm. "Philip Mikkel. 43, single, no job. You should understand where you stand. There's no money for you here, but you can still walk out alive. I'd prefer that choice for you." Mikkel's face drained of color. Mohammed muttered in Farsi to Shiraz, "Give it a minute, and he'll drop dead from fear." The men didn't crack a smile. Mikkel caught the words and choked out a raspy question. "You are Arab?" Mohammed exchanged a glance with the others before answering in English. "Americans." No sense of geography. He turned back. "I'm Iranian. Persian. Not Arab." You're not with Anonymous." Mohammed offered an apologetic shrug. "Sometimes. When it suits my purposes. They're useful idiots, as they say." Another exaggerated shrug. "Much like you. What do you want?" "Oh, I already have it. You handed it over. Now I just need to know it works." We'll test it within the next 2 days. You'll stay here. My friends will keep you company. If anything goes wrong, well, they'll take their time making sure you regret it. Let's hope that doesn't happen. Mikkel's breath hitched. Oh God. I'll leave now. Once I confirm whether your software does what it's supposed to, I'll give the order. Either you walk free or you die very, very slowly. Mikkel's eyes welled up, his lips trembling. This is your last chance, Muhammad continued. Tell me now if you tampered with it in any way. The American broke down, sobbing openly, mucus clogging his throat. It's not a trap. I swear to God it'll work. He buried his face in his hands, begging. Please, just let me go. Muhammad grimaced, then glanced at Shiraz. In Farsi, he muttered, I think he's telling the truth. Shiraz stepped forward, pressing the suppressor of his Glock against Mikkel's skull. The man yanked his hands away, a scream tearing from his throat, but it was cut short by the gunshot. His body slumped to the floor, blood trickling from his nose and mouth as the Iranians got to work. Shiraz and Kashan stripped the two Americans of anything identifiable before hauling them onto the king-size bed. Muhammad lingered near the bathroom wall, watching silently as Isfahan entered with 2 soda bottles filled with gasoline. He unscrewed the first, dousing the bed, while Kashan took the other, methodically soaking the bodies until every inch of fabric was saturated. The room reeked of fuel, the air thick with the weight of what came next. After completing their grim task, Shiraz turned to the operations leader. Mohammed, head to the car now. Our man's waiting, and we'll follow right after. But Mohammed remained motionless, his gaze locked on the scene before them. Hand me the lighter, he insisted, his voice steady but his eyes betraying deeper emotions. I need to be the one to do this. Shiraz hesitated, glancing at the others before responding. Sir, with all these fumes, it'll ignite instantly. You should. Mohammed cut him off, extending his hand. Just give it to me. After a brief exchange of looks with his team, Shiraz relented. Sever Seder. Fine. But stay in the doorway when you toss it. These flames can spread fast. The 3 operatives stepped outside, scanning the area before checking on Ormond, who sat ready in the idling Chrysler. Once satisfied, Shiraz pulled out his Zippo and offered it to Mohammed. You sure about this? Mohammed took the lighter, his fingers trembling slightly. Positioning himself in the doorway, he flicked it open and sent it spinning onto the bed. Fire erupted instantly, swallowing everything in its path. For a moment, he stood transfixed, watching the blaze consume what remained. Sir, Shiraz urged from behind. We have to move now. Only when Shiraz grabbed his arm did Mohammed snap out of it. The Quds officer yanked him back, slamming the door shut as flames licked through the room. With a firm push, he guided Mohammed toward the stairs, the other 2 operatives already leading the way. Meanwhile, Ethan Ross pounded the pavement through Georgetown's upscale streets in the freezing pre-dawn darkness. The neighborhood's elegant townhouses and boutique shops stood silent, their windows still dark. A handful of other runners braved the cold, all clad in high-end gear, earbuds sealing them off from the world. But Ethan wasn't just out for exercise. His morning jog doubled as reconnaissance. He doubted any of these fitness enthusiasts had Joan Baez blasting in their ears. And he was certain none of them were scanning for a hidden signal, confirming a covert meeting later that morning. Sleep had eluded him, his upcoming polygraph loomed large, and though he knew he could beat it, his usual unshakable confidence had taken a hit. At 6:10, he reached the Gap Kids on Wisconsin and N Street. A quick glance at the green fire hydrant. Was that a chalk mark? He slowed to a stop, pretending to stretch while inspecting it closely. There it was, a clear white streak across the top. Abandoning his planned route, he turned back toward Wisconsin. The tradecraft was sloppy, But in this sleepy hour, no one noticed. By 8 a. Ethan pulled into Fort Marcy Park, parking a few spots away from Harlan Banfield's Volkswagen. Stepping out of his Mercedes, he trudged up the frost-covered hill, hands buried deep in his trench coat pockets, the morning's chill nothing compared to the unease tightening his chest. The path leading to the meeting spot twisted through a dense cluster of trees, keeping the scene hidden until Ross turned the final bend. There, beside an old cannon, stood Harlan Banfield, and he wasn't alone. A woman with dark, cascading curls stood beside him, her hands buried in the pockets of her sleek black coat. The cold morning air swirled around her breath, veiling her features just enough to make Ethan's pulse spike. For a split second, he was convinced the FBI had set an ambush, that agents would swarm from the trees with guns drawn. But the only sound was the distant growl of a semi-truck rumbling down Chain Bridge Road, muffled by the woods. Banfield lifted a hand, motioning him closer. "Relax, Ethan. It's all good. Burpoka bleed someone." Ethan's instincts screamed at him to bolt, but he knew there was no outrunning this. Jaw clenched, he forced himself forward until he was face to face with the woman. Recognition hit him like a jolt he'd seen her before, years ago in Berlin, her sharp features unforgettable even now. She offered her hand. "Gianna Bertoli." "Yeah, I know who you are," he muttered, the initial flare of anger fading into wary curiosity. His gaze flicked back to the trees before he added, "Saw your documentary. What you do, it matters." Her lips curved. Flattering, but nor the one risking everything here. The silence that followed was thick enough to cut. They settled onto a weathered bench, Ethan's knee bouncing restlessly. "Please tell me you're not here to film this mess," he said, half joking. She laughed, shaking her head. "No cameras this time. Flew in from Geneva just to make sure you're protected through this whole ordeal." "So you're running the International Transparency Project now?" "Guilty as charged," she said, her grin widening. "After the last director stepped down, they handed me the reins. Turns out making documentaries was the perfect training." Ethan exhaled sharply, his breath a ghost in the chilly air. "Banfield told you about the lie detector test. Zuorders saved a turn. And he also told you'll pass once you stop acting like a man with something to hide. With all due respect, Miss Bertoli, I do have something to hide. Not guilt. Not shame. You were in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's all." Banfield pulled 3 unmarked pill bottles from his coat, rattling them lightly. "Sertraline and clonazepam. Take one of each now to take the edge off. Don't overdo it, you still need to sound coherent. The 3rd bottle's glycopyrrolate. Stop sweating. Pop 2 now, and you're set for the day." Ethan pocketed the bottles, but kept his eyes locked on Gianna. "You wouldn't be here if you weren't worried. You think I'll crack?" "Actually," she said, her tone shifting to something colder, "if they arrest you, you're useless to me. So don't screw this up." Ethan had built a career resisting manipulation, but Gianna Bertoli wasn't like the diplomats and power players he usually brushed off. She had this unsettling mix of warmth and authority, like a mentor, who could read your mind while pouring you a drink. "If I believed you were beyond saving," she said, leaning in just enough to make the office chair creak, "I wouldn't waste my time. The project doesn't abandon its stars, and right now, you're headlining." Her smirk was almost playful, but the glint in her eyes was all business. He'd spent years dodging charm offensives, yet here he was, caught between her confidence and the unsettling truth she wasn't bluffing. "We protect our whistleblowers," she continued, voice dropping to a near whisper. "No limits, no red tape. But you've got to help us help you." When she mentioned an ace in the hole, Ethan's stomach knotted. He knew exactly what she meant, just didn't want to admit it. Banfield, clueless as ever, blinked between them. A what now? A scrape, Ethan muttered, rubbing his temple. She wants me to vacuum up every classified file I can find, stash it somewhere airtight, and hold it like a grenade with the pin pulled. His laugh was brittle. Because nothing says trustworthy like digital blackmail, right? Gianna didn't flinch. Call it insurance. The moment you're more trouble than you're worth, they'll fold. Seeing it happen. She tossed a yellow thumb drive onto the table, cheap plastic, NASCAR logo slapped on like an afterthought. Banfield squinted at it. Ethan didn't need an explanation. Crawler software, he said flatly. Plug this into the right terminal, and it'll hoover up secrets faster than Congress spends taxpayer money. 1.2 terabytes worth, Gianna added. Courtesy of some very disgruntled ex-NSA folks. Banfield whistled. So any idiot with White House access could know, Ethan snapped. You'd need admin privileges, which, apparently, I'm magically qualified to provide. He picked up the drive, rolling it between his fingers. For the first time in years, his hands weren't steady. And if this backfires... Gianna's smile didn't reach her eyes. Then you'll wish you'd taken up gardening instead of geopolitics. Gianna's expression shifted as she realized her cover was blown. I owe you an apology for the deception. We did some basic background checks, but only because we needed to understand who we were dealing with. Ethan crossed his arms, unimpressed but not entirely surprised. Honestly, I'd be more concerned if you hadn't done your homework. Given what's at stake, I expect professionalism. He exhaled sharply, weighing the risks. If I go through with this and get caught, they'll assume my girlfriend had something to do with it. Gianna leaned in, her tone softening. Listen, Ethan, this only becomes an issue if you choose to make it one. The only way this blows back on her is if you hand them a reason. She hesitated before adding, Look, I'll be honest, I like you. That's why I'm telling you to think about yourself first. Eve will be fine. But if you ever need leverage, you'll only need it if you're already exposed. And if that happens, they'll be coming for you, not her. Ethan's jaw tightened. What exactly is this crawler supposed to steal? Classified intel on you. Operatives overseas. Sigstord and Tevela Forth. Everywhere. Ethan scoffed, shaking his head. You're missing the point. I don't do this for kicks. I do it because I believe in something. I'm not some basement-dwelling script kiddie trying to leak state secrets for clout. I have a problem with this administration, not the country itself. Gianna sighed. Your call. But I've seen enough cases like yours to know how this plays out. Most of the time, backup plans are useless, but when you do need one, it's usually too late to set it up. Once they suspect you, every door slams shut. Ethan's eyes narrowed. So that's why you're here. To squeeze one last drop of intel out of me before I'm in cuffs. Well, dramatic much? Gianna rolled her eyes. No, Ethan. I'm telling you I don't want the data. This isn't about milking you dry, it's about giving you an exit strategy. Pushing back from the table, Ethan stood abruptly. Save your crawler. I won't need it. This whole thing blows over in a week, and the feds move on. Trust me, I've got this handled. If Gianna was frustrated, she didn't show it. Of course, we're here if you change your mind. Ethan left without another word, trudging back to his car. His throat felt like sandpaper as he dry swallowed a couple of painkillers. Meanwhile, Dominic Caruso groaned awake at 9, his body protesting every movement. His ribs ached, his arms stung, and his head throbbed like he'd gone 10 rounds with a freight train. Last night's bar fight had been satisfying in the moment, but now? Pure regret. Not because those guys didn't deserve it, they absolutely did, but because brawling in public was a stupid risk for someone in his line of work. The campus didn't pay him to pick fights with drunk idiots. Muttering curses, he dragged himself into the shower, then pulled on running gear. The icy morning air bit at his skin as he stepped outside, punishing himself further with a brutal jog. Maybe the pain would drill some sense into him. Dominic laced up his running shoes and hit the pavement just as Washington, D. was waking up. The sidewalks along Rhode Island Avenue buzzed with commuters, their hurried footsteps mixing with the impatient honks of gridlocked traffic. At every crosswalk, he found himself bouncing in place, waiting for the light to change. His route took him down M Street, then a left onto New Hampshire Avenue before cutting west through the historic streets of Georgetown. This was his first run since the incident in India, and while his legs felt strong, each breath sent sharp reminders of his healing ribs. The Chesapeake and Ohio towpath offered some relief, wider space, fewer obstacles. Other runners passed him, though he knew he could outpace most, if not for the fire in his side. Overhead, planes descended in perfect sequence, following the Potomac's curve toward Reagan National. Dom recognized the river visual approach, a familiar sight from better days. For a while, the rhythm of the jets drowned out his thoughts, but as he looped back at the reservoir, the memories rushed in India's thick air. The stench of stagnant water, the moment he and Eric stumbled upon that abandoned van. He gritted his teeth and pushed harder, letting the burn in his thighs distract him. Georgetown University's campus was quieter, the red brick buildings standing in contrast to the chaos in his head. He was picking up speed when the pep band spilled into the street, a parade of students lugging tubas and snare drums. Dom veered away, not in the mood to dodge backpacks and rolling suitcases. That's when he spotted the gray Mazda unremarkable, except for the way it hesitated, then abruptly swerved toward the tennis courts. His instincts prickled. Maybe the driver had just avoided the band, but the timing felt off. He glanced back. The buses blocked the view. Shaking it off, he kept moving. By the time he reached Wisconsin Avenue, his lungs were done. A bakery beckoned, its windows fogged with steam. Inside, the line snaked past displays of flaky croissants. Dom joined the queue, eyeing the street through the glass. Just another morning in Georgetown, except for the nagging sense that something, or someone, had been watching. The street was quiet as Dom Caruso stepped out of the bakery, the morning sun casting long shadows across Thomas Jefferson Avenue. He paused mid-bite of his croissant, his instincts prickling when he caught sight of a gray Mazda parked near the towpath, the same one he'd noticed earlier near campus. Annoyed at his own distraction, he decided to test his suspicion. Taking a slow sip of his latte, he strolled casually down the sidewalk before ducking onto the shaded towpath, vanishing from view. For a moment, the tree-lined path shielded him. If someone was tailing him, they'd have to reposition fast. Tossing his coffee cup into a trash bin, he broke into a sprint, the last of his croissant clenched between his teeth. By the time he reached 29th Street, there was no sign of the car, just a few pedestrians who barely glanced his way. He exhaled, almost laughing at his own paranoia. Then he doubled back. Emerging from the towpath, he spotted the Mazda idling at the curb, its occupants staring in the wrong direction. Dom's temper flared. Before logic could stop him, he stormed across the street and rapped his knuckles against the driver's window. The glass rolled down to reveal a weary-faced man with salt and pepper hair and an accent Dom couldn't quite place. "Why are you following me?" The driver feigned ignorance, but Dom wasn't buying it. In one swift motion, he yanked the keys from the ignition, only for the man to twist his wrist in a grip that screamed professional training. Dom reacted on instinct, flicking out a compact car knife and pressing it to the driver's throat. "Try anything," he growled, "and this gets messy." The passenger froze, hands raised. "Easy, Mr. Caruso. We're not your enemies." Dom scoffed. "Then who sent you?" Before either could answer, a familiar voice cut in from behind. "I did." Dom spun to face the well-dressed man from the pig the night before, his polished shoes gleaming on the sidewalk. The pieces clicked. This wasn't just a tale. It was an invitation. Dominic adjusted his camel hair trench coat, pulling it tighter against the chilly breeze as he eyed the man in the driving cab. "You," he muttered, his hand lingering near the concealed bar under his sweatshirt. "Relax, Dominic. Stow the blade before someone dials 911, the stranger said with a calm that only deepened Dom's suspicion. With a reluctant sigh, Dom slid the knife back into its sheath. "Fine. Let's take a walk. Since you're so fond of this towpath, you can talk while we move." They headed west, the silence between them broken only by the rhythmic footfalls of a passing running club. Once the last jogger vanished around the bend, Dom cut to the chase. "We're walking. Next, start talking." The older man exhaled, his breath visible in the crisp air. "Call me David. I'm with the Israeli government." "Meaning Mossad," Dom countered. Dashana spake smirk. "If you insist. You've been tailing me since last night." "Indeed. You made quite an impression." Dom halted mid-step. "What exactly impressed you?" David chuckled. "The way you handled those 3 guys with Krav Maga. Textbook. Though we were less impressed when you escorted that woman Jennifer, was it? Back to the Lalos Madison, only to say goodnight in the lobby like some awkward teenager." Dom's jaw tightened. "Her name was Monica. Suffice this to keep in me. Jennifer Hartley. She fed you a fake name." Classic. David's laughter echoed between them. "Guess your charm needs work." "She was one of yours?" "Me's my detrand. But we ran a background check. Standard procedure when someone like you gets cozy with a stranger." Dom's mind raced. "So last night wasn't some staged test? A fight to gauge my skills, then a honey trap?" David rolled his eyes. "We're spies, not reality TV producers. We observed you, dug into her, tried piecing together who you really work for. We already knew about your training under Colonel Jacobi." He shrugged. "And frankly, your love life bores us." Dom exhaled sharply, still lost. "Then what's the point? Last night raised more questions than answers. Your tradecraft. Sloppy. No cover, no subtlety. Which tells me you're not here on assignment. You're benched probably after whatever went down in Paraver." Dom stayed silent, refusing to confirm, but the truth stung. David pressed on. "Here's what I see. You're furious. Consumed by what happened to Eric. And no amount of bar fights or bad dates will fix that. You knew him. An old colleague. Du Effolsive like me." Dom's eyes narrowed. "Shayatet 13? David's smile was infuriatingly vague. "I didn't say that. And I won't ask about your employer if you drop the interrogation." Then cut to the chase. "What do you want?" David's tone turned razor sharp. "The same thing you do. The name of the traitor who leaked intel about the SS Ardahan operation." Dom froze. A cyclist whizzed past before he hissed. "How the hell do you know about that?" "Your people told ours. We're in the loop, but the FBI's hit a wall. We're hoping you might change that." Dom's pulse pounded. "I don't have a name. Not yet, David said softly. But you will. David paused, his expression unreadable as they continued down the dimly lit street. We're counting on the culprit being exposed, he said finally. Dom matched his stride, hands shoved in his pockets. And then what? David gave a half-hearted shrug. Your government wants answers. Vetris becurvim. But we need something more vengeance. That's where you come in. We can't risk burning bridges here in D. By targeting a U. Tue cams, tapletus is frive. Call it diplomacy. We've got a good thing going with your uncle, the president, and we'd like to keep it that way. Dom let out a dry laugh. So I'm your loophole. Think of it as a partnership. We provide logistics, intel, whatever you need. You do what we can't. Silence stretched between them as Dom weighed the offer. Then, abruptly, he shifted gears. What really went down on the Ardahan? David didn't miss a beat. 4 ships headed for Gaza, supposedly humanitarian aid. 3 were clean food, medicine. The Ardahan. Rockets for Al-Qassam, hidden in baby formula. Jacoby's team fast roped in, but they were ambushed. Knives, pipes, those so-called peace activists nearly killed his men. One got tossed overboard. Our Navy fished him out, barely breathing. Dom had seen the shaky footage, commandos in black. Rifles flashing, civilians scattering. 9 dead, 22 wounded. And Jacoby just opened fire? Only after they stole a rifle. He held back until it was that or lose his whole team. David's tone turned defensive. It wasn't some bloodbath of innocence. The ship was smuggling weapons. We stand by the op. Dom exhaled. He knew Arik, loyal, calculated. He'd have done the same to protect his men. Look, I've got no love for traitors. But I'm not signing up to spy for you. David blinked. Spying? That's not what this is. Then spell it out. What do you actually want me to do? The traitors are you. Maid es passishol. We won't touch them here. But you've got a personal stake. Dom narrowed his eyes. So you've been watching me. You since India. We needed to see if you were still sharp. Turns out you are. David smirked. You're isolated. We get it. But you don't have to be alone. Dom scoffed. And you're offering friendship? David's grin widened. The kind with perks. No strings. Dom smirked at the mention of the Loews Hotel incident. That wasn't friendship. That's what people call a bad decision with expiration date. David just grinned and slid a plain business card into Dom's palm, nothing but a DC area code scribbled across it. No strings attached, David said. Just ring us if you change your mind about playing nice with strangers. Dom studied the blank card like it might reveal hidden messages under UV light. I'll think about it. After I run a background check on the mysterious guy handing out burner numbers. David's laugh carried down the empty towpath. Ask around. Your Mossad buddies won't know me personally, but they'll confirm I'm not some random creep lurking near jogging trails. As they hit Wisconsin Avenue, a white Taurus materialized like a bad punchline, followed by a gray Mazda that Dom vaguely remembered from his morning run. The Mazda's window rolled down just enough for the driver, a guy who looked like he'd lost a fight with a Monday to flip Dom off, before both cars vanished into traffic. Meanwhile, across town, Ethan Ross was busy pretending to work while his brain ran a covert op of its own. Holed up in his Eisenhower building office, he mentally rehearsed for his polygraph like an actor prepping for an Oscar-worthy lie. The clonazepam had kicked in, smoothing his nerves, and a dry mouth side effect from the glycopyrrolate reassured him he wouldn't sweat under pressure. For good measure, he called his mom the human lie detector who'd caught every childhood fib, and she hadn't noticed a thing. 2 successful polygraphs down during his whistleblowing streak. Today would just be another performance. Between fake reading policy drafts and sipping water to combat cottonmouth, he amused himself by imagining the machine short-circuiting from his flawless deception. Today was going to be a whole different beast compared to his usual routine, and Ethan knew he'd need to bring his A-game. The questions wouldn't be the standard fare. Today's polygraph was anything but ordinary. At 2:30 sharp, he swallowed his second round of meds, glycopyrrolate, clonazepam, and sertraline, a cocktail designed to keep him cool under pressure. He left his office 10 minutes early, opting to ditch the suit jacket and roll up his sleeves. Casual confidence, he figured, might just throw the examiner off. As he strode down the polished marble hallway, he caught his reflection in the glass, sharp, composed, ready. No nervous energy here. Some fresh-faced bureaucrat with a cheap tie wasn't about to trip him up. The exam suite on the 3rd floor of the Eisenhower building felt oddly familiar. Just 4 months ago, he'd slipped into the adjacent office to access classified files on the Gaza flotilla. A coincidence. The Q was a step too. Still, the irony wasn't lost on him. He settled onto a stiff leather sofa in the waiting area, making small talk with the secretary while another staffer finished his test. Then, in walked FBI Supervisory Special Agent Darren Albright, all business, no charm. Ethan tried to warm him up with some easy banter, but Albright wasn't biting. A curt nod, a perfunctory thanks for showing up, and the guy was out the door. When Walter Pack emerged from the exam room, sleeves rolled and looking relaxed, Ethan felt a flicker of relief. Pack even tossed him a knowing wink on his way out. Nice touch. Then came the call, his turn. The examiner, a weathered but fit FBI agent named Rigoberto Finn, had the kind of unreadable face that made small talk pointless. Finn led him to a cramped, windowless room and strapped him into the polygraph like a science experiment. Tubes around his chest, sensors on his fingers, a blood pressure cuff squeezing his arm. Ethan almost laughed. Thanks to the meds, he could have sat in a desert at high noon without breaking a sweat. The seat pad under him tracked every twitch, every shift in weight. Finn fussed with the equipment, double-checking connections while Ethan leaned back, flashing a grin. Ready when you are. Ethan noticed Finn glancing at the address sensors with a puzzled expression before the test even started. Everything all right? Ethan asked casually. Finn barely looked up from his screen as he muttered, Perfect. Let's begin. While Finn reviewed the questions on his laptop, Ethan attempted to break the ice by asking how long he'd been conducting these tests. The older man's reply was curt, long enough before he shut down any further conversation. So much for building rapport, Ethan thought. The guy was all business, no chit-chat. Nu was sikkert at Stetsachem. The meds were doing their job, keeping his nerves steady, and that confidence alone helped him stay calm. Agent Finn launched into the baseline interview, firing off mundane questions to establish Ethan's normal responses. Is your name Ethan Ross? Yes. Do you work for the National Security Council? Yes. The routine was predictable, truthful answers first, then the curveballs designed to spike anxiety. Ever told a lie? Wonderke Putsch. Though whatchatamen. Tefrisit. Cheated on a test, even as a kid? Another pause. Yeah. Ever watched porn? Ethan smirked. But who hasn't? Just yes or no. Sekatodorus Savin. Then came the absurd ones. Is your name Archie Bunker? No. meant to gauge honest denials. Ethan kept his face neutral, but beneath the table, his toes curled, his muscles tensed, anything to throw off the readings. At the same time, he dredged up old humiliations, letting the discomfort ripple through him. Finn's frown told him he'd overshot. The sensors were picking up too much stress where there should have been none. Time to dial it back. Sorry, Ethan chuckled, forcing ease into his voice. Test jitters. Bet you get that a lot. Finn's gaze flicked up, unimpressed. Mint pulk, I've seen it all. Ethan's smile faded as Finn refocused on the screen. The agent wrapped up the baseline and moved into the pre-test briefing, outlining the real questions to come. Ethan knew the drill innocent people relaxed knowing what to expect, while guilty ones only got more wound up. When the actual exam began, Finn's voice was steady, deliberate. Every word measured, every pause calculated. Are you prepared to answer honestly during this evaluation? Yes. Agent Finn repeated several standard questions before zeroing in on the real issue. Did you access the classified CIA files without authorization? Unlike his tense reactions to the previous 60 questions, Ethan didn't stiffen or hold his breath this time. He had trained for this moment, and instead he summoned a memory soothing waves lapping against the shore of a Thai beach, where he'd once practiced yoga with his mother and an ex-girlfriend. The scent of salt water, the distant hum of wind chimes, the warmth of the sun on his skin, he let the serenity wash over him. No. Finn didn't flinch, his focus locked on the computer screen. The silence stretched thick and heavy. Ethan resisted the urge to fidget, keeping his breathing steady. He fixed his gaze on a neutral spot on the wall, refusing to let Finn's scrutiny rattle him. The agent finally broke the quiet. Do you know who illegally accessed the CIA files regarding the Mossad operation against the SS Ardahan? Ethan dug deeper into his mental retreat waterfalls, the rhythmic crash of waves in Phuket, the faint melody of meditation music. No, the detrayed Incentive. Another excruciating pause. Then abruptly, is your name Ethan Ross? The calm shattered. His muscles tensed, his pulse spiked. Yes. Finn cycled back to the CIA files repeatedly, each round stretching longer than the last. Ethan knew the game. Finn was probing for inconsistencies, dragging out the tension to amplify stress responses. Twice the agent paused the test, shutting the laptop and stepping out once for 5 minutes, once for 15. Each return was met with the same question. Are you using techniques to manipulate the results? Ethan was, of course. But he wasn't sweating it. This was standard polygraph procedure. He focused on muddying the data, keeping his reactions controlled. After 90 grueling minutes, Finn finally unhooked the sensors, offering a bottle of water like some twisted olive branch. Now came the real test, the post-interview. Finn studied him, then dropped the casual bomb. We hit a few snags in your responses. The system flagged some deception. Ethan kept his face blank. I told the truth. These is bored. Truths got layers. Even the harmless ones leave shadows. The computer struggled to distinguish between subtle variations in color, and Finn couldn't help but smirk. It just senses problems, he said, his tone almost cheerful. But that's where we come in. Humans smooth things out so the system doesn't flag innocent mistakes. Ethan saw right through the act. Finn was playing both sides, apologizing for the machine's suspicion, while positioning himself as the reasonable one. Ethan kept his voice steady. I've been honest in every answer. There's nothing more I can say. Finn leaned in, his expression shifting to something almost sympathetic. Listen, I get it. Government work comes with red tape. Sometimes files get pulled for legitimate reasons. We're not accusing you of being some kind of... Well, let's just say we're not jumping to wild conclusions. This could be a simple mix-up. He paused, letting the implication linger. Unless we can't clear things up. Then it gets complicated. Ethan didn't flinch. Agent Finn, I have zero reason to access restricted material. My clearance means too much to me. Finn sighed, as if disappointed. Holding back only makes it worse. If you admit to a minor slip, like using someone else's login, you might lose clearance for a month. A slap on the wrist. But if the polygraph shows deception, that's when Sid starts digging. Suddenly, you're looking at espionage charges. Ancient laws, serious consequences. Nobody wants that. His smile was almost pitying. Ethan couldn't help but laugh. Oh, seriously. This is your strategy. You think throwing around 200-year-old laws scares people into confessing. Do nervous interns actually fall for this? Finn arched a brow. Would you confess if you weren't so clever? Like I said, nothing to confess. Finn leaned back, his voice dropping. I've been at this a long time. The silence stretched before he abruptly stood and offered his hand. Thanks for coming in. I think we're done here. Ethan shook it, surprised by the sudden shift. As he turned to leave, Finn called after him. One last thing, the test is over. You don't have to answer. Ethan smirked. Still nothing to hide. Finn's eyes flicked to Ethan's hands. Ever heard of palmar hyperhidrosis? Excuse me? Excessive sweating. Medical condition. Ethan glanced at his palms. No, and I'm not sweating. What's a dita? Finn's grin widened, his toupee shifting slightly. Bone-dry hands mean one of two things, nerve damage or medication. Prescription meds, to be specific. We can check your records, but I already know what we'll find. Ethan's smile faltered. You won't find anything. I know, Finn said smoothly. That's the problem. Ethan forced a laugh, but his gaze dropped as he walked out. This wasn't a game anymore. Instead of prowling bars or stumbling into brawls, he sat alone on his couch, mechanically reheating leftover fra diavolo in the microwave. The spicy pasta was just something to keep him going. His mind was elsewhere. Adara Sherman had called again after his morning run, offering to check his injuries or run errands. Her voice laced with forced cheer. Dom recognized the setup immediately. This had Jerry Henley's fingerprints all over it. The campus director was using Adara, their unassuming Gulfstream logistics coordinator, as a buffer to keep tabs on him. Dom brushed her off politely, knowing full well Gary had instructed her not to push too hard. The real focus of his day had been the Mossad officer from Georgetown. Dom wasn't about to take the man at his word, so he called an old Israeli contact in Maryland to verify David's credentials. The confirmation came an hour later, ex-IDF. Now, Mossad. That settled, Dom turned his attention to FBI Special Agent Darren Albright, leaving 2 messages that went unanswered. By evening, irritation gnawed at him, though he grudgingly admitted Albright was probably drowning in the Moose Leak investigation. Bandaging his arm in the bathroom, Dom admired his handiwork, smaller dressings now, a sign of progress. Then his phone rang. Albright's voice was clipped. Witshorshut P of Handere. Returning your calls. Dom didn't waste time. Anything from the polygraphs. A pause? Not much. One staffer female got flustered during questioning. Results were inconclusive. Dom pressed, that's it? Albright's sigh was audible. You know how this works. It's not TV. Dom smirked, tossing the gauze into the drawer. Some things never changed. Federal bureaucracy moved at its own glacial pace. Dom wasn't holding his breath on this one. Even the examiner admitted the woman might just be too tightly wound for the machine to get a solid read, but he figured dropping by her office unannounced could rattle her enough to reveal something useful. Dom agreed it was worth a shot, though he wasn't optimistic. You said there were two possibilities. Right. The other ones in Annie's staff are nothing concrete yet, but worth digging into. Polygraph came back inconclusive again, but the examiner smelled something off. This guy was gaming the system, clenching, biting his cheek, probably popping something to keep his sweat in check. You know the tricks. Dom raised an eyebrow. Does that actually work? Surprisingly, yeah. We've nailed guys at CIA, FBI, even DoD who've been passing their annual polys for years while selling secrets. The machine's not perfect. It measures averages, not individuals. If you're an outlier, you can slip through. This guy? What's his deal at NUS? Assistant Deputy for Middle East and North Africa. Clean record, no red flags, but he's not exactly Mr. Popular around the office. Still, one detail caught my attention. Which is, he's dating a woman who works for a defense tech contractor classified network security. She's clean, no access to the files in question, but it's interesting that her boyfriend might have picked up some tricks. Whoever moved those files knew how to cover their tracks. Dom moved to his couch, pulling up his laptop. What's his name? Ethan J. Ross. His mom's Emily Ross, some big-shot biographer who writes about first ladies. Never read her stuff, but she's got connections. Kid might have had a leg up, but his background checks are spotless. Dom typed the name into a search bar. You meet him? Briefly. Just a handshake. First impression. Albright scoffed. If I could ID a spy by a handshake, I'd be rolling in promotions. No clue. Dom clicked on a photo, Ethan Ross, blonde, sharp suit, seated in front of an American flag with a smirk that rubbed him the wrong way. So, he's getting surveillance. Slow down, cowboy. No wiretaps yet. Just because the examiner thinks he's shady doesn't mean we've got cause. I'll poke around his work history, chat with his coworkers, maybe drop by his office tomorrow and see if he squirms. That's all? If he's dirty, he'll slip up. And trust me, my glare's got a track record. Dom zoomed in on the photo, studying Ross's expression. Something about that smug little smile didn't sit right. One more thing, the examiner. You claimed he was the top guy at the bureau, Dom pressed. Absolutely, Albright confirmed. Then it's got to be Jim Barker. Albright let out a low whistle. Jesus, Caruso. Time to refresh your contacts. Barker relocated to Los Angeles years ago. I'm talking about Rigoberto Finn Baltimore field office, sharp as they come. Counterintelligence drags him down to D. So often, he might as well have a parking spot at headquarters. 2H Etadio. Finn. Right, Dom echoed, jotting the name in Baltimore on a notepad despite never having heard of him. And Finn thinks Ross is worth digging into? He does, and I will. But like I said, this isn't a quick fix. Then I'll let you go. Darren, seriously, thanks for the heads up. If anything else comes up, if anything pops, you'll hear from me. Wouldn't leave you stranded in Spookville. Not Spookville. Just my place. Davdusticamai. Sure. The line went dead. Dom studied the photo again, lingering on Ethan Ross's face. The guy was undeniably handsome, with a polished Wikipedia presence. But Dom trusted a Washington Post profile more 32, Mensa member, standing beside his mother, Emily Ross, former ambassador and Georgetown professor. Dom's gaze locked onto Ross's eyes. "You, the one," he muttered. "You the reason the Jacobis are dead?" No proof, but no other leads either. On impulse, Dom pulled up Finn's cell from an FBI directory. Nearly midnight, but he dialed anyway. Just as he expected voicemail, a gravelly voice answered. "Finn. Special Agent Finn. Apologies for the late call. Dominic Caruso, D. Field Office." A cough, then a chuckle. "The president's nephew? Guilty as charged. Damn. I remember you that child killer case down in Alabama. Wall clean shoot. Wish I could forget it. Every agent dreams of a moment like that. What do you need?" "Ethan Ross. Heard you grilled him today." "Yep. Albright loop you in." Dom hesitated. "You know Darren. Midnight and he's still working me. Just following up. That guy is a pit bull. I'm stuck at Hoover filing reports, prepping for another round of interrogations tomorrow." "About Ross, Darren said you flagged him?" "Not a suspect yet, but definitely hiding something. Brilliant, but playing games. Polygraph came back inconclusive because he manipulated every response. Nobody does that for fun. Bet my pension he's dirty." Dom thanked him, praying Finn wouldn't mention this chat to Albright, then hung up. The sleet outside hissed against the pavement as Dom mapped out his next move. A solo deep dive into Ethan Ross's world. Meanwhile, Ross himself was out there, jogging through the icy Georgetown rain like he didn't have a care in the world. To any early riser peering through their window or passing by in a car, the figure in the bright orange jacket might have appeared to be just another fitness enthusiast, braving the miserable weather. But Ethan Ross wasn't out for exercise. This was a carefully calculated routine. Dragging himself out of bed an hour early had been torture, and now the freezing sleet stung his face as he forced himself to jog toward the green fire hydrant on Wisconsin Avenue. Driving would have been easier, but that wasn't his style, and even with minimal training, Ethan understood that sudden changes in behavior could draw unwanted attention. The hydrant showed no sign of Banfield's mark, though the dry metal surface suggested the weather hadn't erased anything. Ethan kept moving, turning up 29th Street without leaving any trace of his own. He wanted to discuss yesterday's polygraph with Banfield and Bertoli, but he figured it was smarter to wait a day, let tension settle before signaling them and making the trip back to Fort Marcy. As he ran, his mind churned, despite telling himself the polygraph nerves were just paranoia. The unease lingered. Agent Finn might have doubts, but Ethan knew his best move was to stay composed, keep up appearances at home and work. Finn had nothing concrete, Albright had nothing, and if he just played it cool, everything would be fine. To sell the act, he'd invited Eve over the night before dinner at a Korean BBQ spot in Adams Morgan, then a movie at his place. Halfway through the film, she'd made her intentions clear, but Ethan brushed her off, too preoccupied to play along. She'd stayed the night but left early, brewing coffee before she went and leaving a Sharpie drawn heart on a post-it by his mug. When Ethan returned, he crumpled the note without a second thought, poured his coffee, and headed upstairs to shower. By 8:40 a, the sleet had cleared, replaced by a crisp blue sky. Buttoning his wool coat against the wind, Ethan stepped out of his Georgetown row house and into his Mercedes. He cranked the engine and the stereo, blasting rage against the machine as he pulled onto 34th Street. Across the road in Volta Park, Dominic Caruso watched from the trees, disguised as a laborer in gray coveralls and a wool hat. The hard hat under his arm and the black backpack slung over his shoulder completed the look, just another worker from a rougher part of town, here for a job. As Ethan's car vanished down the street, Dominic studied the narrow white brick house, 1598 34th Street, with its driveway, front steps, and basement entrance. A quiet, unremarkable place for now. The modest townhouse barely stretched 1,500 square feet, but in this upscale Georgetown enclave, Dom estimated its worth at over $2 million, far beyond what a typical National Security Council staffer could afford. That hefty price tag screamed trust fund, confirming Dom's suspicion that Ross's mother's money paved the way for this address. Whether Ross was the mole or not, Dom already disliked him on principle. From his bench in the pocket park, he scanned the row of elegant facades lining 34th Street, eyes sharp for security cameras angled toward Ross's stoop. None. The zoos to Tapaskinen. No prying lenses to capture his approach to 1598. Satisfied, he studied the block's rhythm delivery schedules, joggers, the ebb and flow of commuters, before retreating toward Wisconsin Avenue. Coffee first. By 10, the neighborhood would be quiet, the school runs and briefcase brigades long gone. Perfect timing for what came next. The night before, Dom had buried himself in Ross's life foreign affairs essays, a dry CV, real estate records that led him straight to this cobblestoned corner of D. Google Street View became his reconnaissance tool, letting him prowl the block virtually, even peeking over a digital fence to scope the backyard. Sure, it wasn't the same as boots on the ground, but it beat getting tackled by some nosy neighbor's German shepherd. He'd chuckled at the thought of his uncle, a Cold War-era operative who'd navigated Moscow's shadows without so much as a flip phone. Modern tech was a gift. Eagleview's satellite imagery might have offered sharper details, but for this mission, Google's grainy snapshots sufficed. Now, sipping his black coffee in a corner cafe, Dom weighed the risks. Breaking into a home, even for justice, was still a felony. His FBI badge wouldn't shield him if things went sideways. But the pieces didn't add up. Ross's writings dripped with anti-Israel sentiment, common enough in diplomatic circles, yet something felt off. Dom's gut insisted there was more beneath the surface. He crumpled his napkin, tossed it on the table. "Yon to move." The quiet street awaited, and so did the truth, no matter the cost. Dom was fueled by the Jacobi's deaths, and the nagging suspicion that he was closing in on someone connected to their murder. If the Bureau's top polygraph expert thought Ross was lying, that was all the justification Dom needed to start digging into the man's life. Albright, bound by protocol, would be stuck navigating endless red tape, but Dom had no such constraints. He told himself he'd take a quick look, just a harmless peek. If Ross turned out to be innocent, Dom would back off, chastened but without causing any real damage. But if this golden boy, with his perfect smile and sprawling mansion, had even a hint of involvement in the India killings, Dom already knew his next move. He'd request a kill order from Jerry. Ethan Ross caught a lucky break with traffic, arriving at work unusually early. So early that the security guard at the Eisenhower building joked about him angling for a promotion. Settling into his office, he shrugged off his coat, grabbed his waiting mocha, and stepped out to chat with his secretary, Angie. He kept the conversation light, careful to project calm, even when she asked about the polygraph. "Just bureaucratic nonsense," he said with an easy smile, brushing it off like an inconvenience. For once, his act felt convincing. The morning passed smoothly. He tackled a research request from his boss about a potential Knesset dispute, pulling files and making a quick call to a CIA contact. By 9:30, he'd sent his analysis and allowed himself a rare moment of satisfaction. The FBI's investigation would fizzle out soon. He could almost see the finish line. After a coffee break with colleagues, he returned to his desk, only to freeze when he heard Angie's voice followed by a deep, unfamiliar one. FBI Special Agent Darren Albright filled the doorway, his imposing frame blocking the light. Ethan's grip tightened on the edge of his desk as his mind raced. Was this an arrest? But Albright's tone was deceptively casual. Don't get up, he said, though Ethan stood anyway, legs unsteady. Just checking your schedule. Got time for a quick chat? An interview. Ethan kept his voice neutral, but the agent's stone-faced expression screamed. Trouble. Routine, Albright said, though nothing about his stance suggested routine. Ethan pretended to check his calendar, buying time to steady his hands. Actually, I'm leaving soon. Dentist appointment. Albright didn't blink. This'll only take a minute. Ethan forced a shrug, wondering if it looked as stiff as it felt. I'm kinda in the middle of 5 minutes. Couple questions. Dear Tamit. Ethan regretted skipping Harlan's medication earlier, especially the mood stabilizers. While the glycopyrrolate would keep his sweating in check, he wasn't prepared for this sudden interrogation. He gestured for Albright to sit, then leaned forward, pressing his elbows into the desk blotter with deliberate force, determined not to let his nerves show through shaky hands. The FBI agent flipped through his notebook with practiced ease before landing on a page. Your girlfriend, he said casually, as if discussing the weather. Evie Peng. Ethan stiffened. What about her? Security manager at Booz Allen, right? Firewalls, VPNs, that kind of thing. Probably. Ethan kept his voice neutral, gaze drifting past Albright to a spot on the wall. We don't really talk shop. Albright tilted his head, a smirk playing at his lips. You don't. Even with your computer science degree. Ethan forced a shrug. Her work's way over my head. Then how do you know what she does? The trap was obvious, Albright's questions sharp, rapid, designed to trip him up. Ethan's pulse hammered. Was this about Finn's suspicions yesterday? Or was the entire third floor under scrutiny? He hadn't prepped for this. No script, no controlled environment. Just a man with a notebook and a talent for turning casual conversation into an inquisition. Ethan exhaled sharply. Look, dragging Eve into this is pointless. She doesn't work here. Albright leaned back, feigning innocence. People talk about work. My wife hears the vague stuff, no clearance, of course. But Eve, she must have mentioned the Ardahan breach 4 months ago. You've got top secret clearance, no harm in that, right? Silence stretched between them. Ethan clenched his teeth. Another fed fishing for a confession. Menda Craver too. Finally, he broke. She didn't say a word. And she wouldn't. Albright's eyebrows lifted. Wouldn't she? Ethan held his stare. Deleftio confirmed the breach wasn't flagged until after the India attack. Last weekend. A beat. Albright coughed, glancing at his notes like a bad actor. Right. My mistake. Got you. Ethan almost smiled. This wasn't some rookie mistake. Albright had slipped, and now he knew it. You're scrambling, Agent. Vu, I get it. But you're wasting time with me. Albright's shoulders rose in a lazy shrug. Maybe. The tension in the room didn't ease, but for the first time, Ethan felt the upper hand. Ethan hesitated before responding. Maybe not. Albright's expression shifted to one of genuine confusion when Ross mentioned bringing in his lawyer. Your attorney. Honestly, mister. Ross, unless you're already in legal trouble, I don't see why you'd need one. The silence between them stretched uncomfortably before Albright finally broke it. I'll be speaking with Miss Peng soon. You might want to consider getting ahead of whatever she tells me. Ethan scoffed. Interview her. She's not even connected to the network. Albright smirked. No, but she's connected to you. We won't corner her, but we will ask about your private conversations. If she accidentally revealed anything at all that helped you access the Ardahan files, she'll be in just as much trouble as you. That's ridiculous. What's ridiculous? Albright shot back. Is a trusted official leaking classified intel. Even worse if his girlfriend helped, knowingly or not. She'd lose her clearance, her reputation, hell. If I could slap charges on her, I would. I'd ruin her just to make the traitor squirm. Ethan kept his face blank. Anything else, Special Agent? Albright smirked again. Nope. You should probably go. Wouldn't want to miss your dental appointment. Ethan matched his tone. And I suppose you've got more people to intimidate Walter next then, Beth? Must be thrilling work. The agent turned to leave but paused at the door. Honestly, this part of the job sucks. But nothing beats slapping cuffs on some smug bastard who thought he was untouchable. Good luck with that, Ethan replied dryly. Albright gave a mocking wave. See you around. Once alone, Ethan sat motionless for several minutes, replaying the conversation. Finally, he grabbed his coat and briefcase and headed out. Meanwhile, Dominic Caruso blended seamlessly into the quiet Georgetown neighborhood, dressed in construction gear, his hard hat and sunglasses completing the disguise. Bis zur Tentenem. The street was nearly empty, just a few dog walkers and passing cars, none paying him any attention. Break-ins often happened in broad daylight for a reason. People were less suspicious when everything seemed normal. Confident, Dom crossed the street and approached the townhouse like he belonged there. He checked the basement entrance first, knocking and ringing the bell before repeating the process upstairs. When no one answered, he slipped around to the narrow driveway. Near the electric meter, he found the phone junction box. A quick twist of his screwdriver and the landline was disabled. The security system was old school, confirmed by the alarm company's sign planted near the front steps. Wireless would have been trickier, but luck was on his side today. Dom knew this security company didn't provide wireless monitoring in the neighborhood, which meant bypassing the system would be a breeze. Returning to the basement entrance still shielded from prying eyes, he didn't hesitate. With practiced ease, he pulled his lock-picking kit from his backpack and got to work. The outdated deadbolt and knob lock gave way in under a minute and a half. Easing the door open, he heard the alarm's warning chirp, signaling the homeowner had 60 seconds to disarm it before full sirens blared and the monitoring center was alerted. But Dom had already blocked the outgoing signal, rendering the alarm useless. Keeping his sunglasses on, helmet low, he crept inside, moving slower than molasses in January. Every step was deliberate, his body barely shifting 3 inches per second, a technique drilled into him during endless, ridiculous training sessions at the campus. Motion detectors typically ignored anything slower, so Dom had mastered the art of glacial movement, like a wind-up toy running out of steam. One wrong move, a bumped table, a dropped item, even a slight increase in speed, and Ross would get an instant alert with a snapshot of Dom in his construction worker disguise. The alarms blaring filled the house after a minute, but Dom shrugged it off. The odds of a neighbor noticing, caring, or calling the cops in time were laughably slim. 3 minutes in, he spotted his target. A tiny camera perched on the kitchen peninsula, aimed at the living room. Approaching from behind, he flicked the power switch and silenced it. Now free to move, he located the security panel in the hallway, popped it open, and yanked the plug, killing the siren. The dangling wires didn't concern him. He had one more camera to find. Sure enough, Ross had tucked a second one inside a pantry closet, its lens peeking through a drilled hole near the top. Clever, but not clever enough. Dom smirked. Ross might have been tech-savvy, but Dom was better. Dom debated cutting power to the whole house's Wi-Fi network, but he knew the router would log that activity. After a moment weighing his options, none of which involved opening the back door and setting off the motion sensor, he abandoned the idea entirely. The porch camera's view showed a wicker couch and a cluttered coffee table strewn with handwritten notes. But he wasn't about to risk it. Instead, he headed upstairs, where he spotted another motion detector, this one tied to the home security system, already deactivated. A quick glance at his watch told him 7 minutes and 12 seconds had passed since he had slipped in through the basement. For the security sweep, he moved swiftly through the house, scanning for signs of anyone else who might walk in unexpectedly, a roommate, a dog with a sitter, a girlfriend on her lunch break, or kids due home early. The closets confirmed Ethan lived alone, though the rumpled sheets suggested company the night before. Albright had mentioned a girlfriend, but the only photos Dom found were of Ethan and his mother. No trace of anyone else. In the cramped home office, Dom rifled through a neatly organized file cabinet until he landed on a folder labeled Home Security. Inside, tucked between papers, was an index card with the alarm system's password. He memorized it, replaced everything exactly as he'd found it, then hurried downstairs to reconnect the wall box and disarm the panel by the front door. 12 minutes and 20 seconds in, Phase 2 was done. He checked his watch again. Ethan wouldn't be back for hours, but with no intel on a possible housekeeper, Dom gave himself a tight 30-minute window. Now came the real work-sensitive site exploitation. Starting in the bedroom, he froze when he spotted a second phone beside the bed. Most people carried just one. A cold jolt of panic hit him. Was Ross still here? But he shook it off. He'd cleared every room. This guy just had an extra phone. The device was locked, of course. No quick access without gear he didn't have. Still, it wasn't a total loss. The phone looked brand new, stiff buttons, unscuffed case. Using a screwdriver, he popped off the back and snapped a photo of the SIM card serial number. With the right tools, that number could lead somewhere. Downstairs, the living room was surprisingly elegant for its size-tall ceilings, antique bookshelves. No time to flip through every volume for hidden clues, so he hit record on his phone, scanning for anything useful. Scribbled numbers, receipts, parking slips, anything tying Ethan to people or places. The clock was ticking. Dom spent the next quarter hour meticulously combing through the apartment, his camera rolling as he rifled through trash bins, sorted through stacks of mail, and snapped photos of every receipt in sight. This wasn't about careful examination. It was about gathering intel fast. Later, he'd run the footage through specialized software designed to scan for keywords, numbers, and patterns. His lens paused on 2 piles of books, one on a shelf, another on the coffee table, all of them dense manuals on cybersecurity. Sure, Ross's girlfriend was an expert in the field, but these looked like study materials, the kind you'd find in a grad student's apartment. So was Ross secretly a tech geek or just paranoid? Dom caught himself searching for red flags, even though this alone didn't prove anything. Still, it was odd enough to file away for later. A sleek MacBook sat abandoned on the couch. Dom gave it a quick once-over, checking for any amateur spy tricks, like a strand of hair taped between the screen and keyboard, but found nothing. Ross clearly wasn't the type to rig his own laptop. Instead, he trusted some flimsy home security system that any kid with a YouTube tutorial could bypass. When Dom popped it open, he was met with a password prompt. The answers were probably buried in that hard drive, but cracking it wasn't an option, not without tipping Ross off. He briefly considered calling in that favor from David and his Mossad connections, but no, too risky. He'd have to find his leads elsewhere. Back in the office, Dom flipped through papers, rummaged through drawers, and hit pay dirt a car title for a cherry red, 2013 Mercedes E-Class. He snapped a shot of the VIN. If he could track the car down later, slapping a GPS tracker on it would be child's play. Nearby, a whiteboard held scribbled reminders, which Dom dutifully recorded. Then his watch beeped 10 minutes left. The kitchen yielded more clues. unmarked pill bottles, each holding differently shaped tablets. No labels, no prescriptions. Weird. Weird. He documented them carefully before moving on. Just as he was checking a notepad on the fridge, a noise from the front porch froze him mid-motion. Probably the mailman, he reasoned, eyes locked on the mail slot. He reached over to reactivate the security camera, only to hear the gut-churning scrape of a key turning in the front door lock. The moment the lock clicked, a sliver of daylight sliced across the hardwood floor toward Dominic. He hit the deck behind the kitchen island, pressing himself flat against the cool tile. Rolling onto his side, he faced the rear kitchen doorway leading to the narrow hall along the north side of the house. Using his thick coveralls to muffle the sound, he army crawled forward, palms digging into the floor, while his sneakers hovered just above the polished boards. The front door thudded shut behind him, followed by muffled footsteps crossing the living room. A man's irritated voice cut through the silence. "You've got to be kidding me," as fingers jabbed at the security keypad. Dom didn't need to see the guy to know it was Ross. The idiot had just realized his alarm system was off, probably debating whether he'd forgotten to set it or if someone had tampered with it. As Dom inched forward, he almost laughed only a paranoid control freak would be this rattled over a simple mistake. The hallway loomed ahead, but Ross's footsteps creaked closer, his path veering toward the kitchen instead of the living room entrance. Dom accelerated his crawl, muscles burning as he dragged himself silently on his forearms, sweat beading under his hard hat. Just as he cleared the kitchen threshold, fluorescent light flooded the space behind him. Ross stood frozen at the switch, barely 15 feet away. Dom sprang up, matching his steps to Ross's heavier footfalls as he retreated down the hall. He slipped past the staircase, diving into a cramped laundry room where the stacked washer and dryer left barely enough space to breathe. Pressing against the humming appliances, he heard keys clatter onto a countertop. The footsteps paused, then resumed. Through the doorway, the stares taunted him. One glance from Ross on his way up, and this would all be over. Ethan Ross moved like a man underwater, his usual sharpness dulled by distraction. He'd practically sprinted home from the office, desperate to make calls, but the disarmed security system had thrown him off balance. Rubbing his temple, he trudged upstairs, replaying his morning routine. No way he'd forgotten to set the alarm. No way. Back in the laundry room, Dom's fingers twitched toward his concealed pistol. But drawing on some spoiled trust fund kid? Not worth it. If spotted, his only play was a mad dash for the exit, and the thought of fleeing like some amateur made his jaw clench. Ross's shadow passed the doorway, his sluggish ascent giving Dom one merciless second to wonder how the hell he'd let it come to this. Ethan racked his brain, almost positive he'd set the alarm, but he couldn't deny that even with his quick mind, routine tasks sometimes blurred together. Shaking off thoughts of the security system, he stepped into his bedroom, his focus snapping back to the real problem, Special Agent Darren Albright. After Albright's visit, Ethan had left the office early, casually telling Angie he was grabbing lunch before his dental appointment. Though he suspected she'd overheard part of his tense exchange with the agent, he knew she'd never peg him as someone leaking classified intel. Shedding his suit, he rummaged through his closet for jeans and a soft cashmere sweater, his mind racing about how to reach Banfield. He needed to be sharper now, more careful than before. Skipping their usual fire hydrant signal was risky, but the stakes were high enough that even a phone call might be worth it if he could disguise it. As he wrestled with the sweater, his eyes landed on the burner phone. Banfield had insisted he buy. Using his landline would be stupid. He tossed the house phone aside and grabbed the mobile, dialing one-handed while still struggling with his sweater. Downstairs, Dominic moved like a shadow, slipping off his sneakers and looping them around his neck. Padding silently in socks, he crept toward the back of the house. slipping into the screened porch. The security camera in the pantry wouldn't trigger an alert Ross was home, and the system knew better than to ping its own network. Dom had planned to bolt. But with Ross upstairs, he saw an opening too good to ignore. Kneeling by the cluttered coffee table, he filmed every document in sight, then rifled through a magazine rack, capturing each page. Above him, footsteps shifted Ross pacing, then the muffled cadence of a phone call. Dom had cut the landline outside, so it had to be immobile. He couldn't catch the words until Ross suddenly barked, loud and frantic. "I mean today. Right the fuck now." That set off alarms in Dom's head. He finished documenting the papers and moved to the back door, undoing the deadbolt. But as his fingers brushed the slide lock, the groan of the staircase froze him in place. Ross was coming down. What's the critique saying? The screen door would screech like a banshee if he tried to slip out now. Dom darted back, slipping into a hallway closet just as footsteps hit the bottom step. Dom slipped into the closet, pressing himself between the heavy winter coats as the faint scent of cedar filled his nostrils. This had to work. He'd scoped it out earlier. And now it was his only shot at staying hidden until Ross cleared out. But of course, luck wasn't on his side. The sharp squeak of dress shoes on hardwood echoed down the hall. As Ross turned from the stairs, his footsteps growing louder with each second. Dom clenched his jaw, shoving his backpack deeper into the corner, while resisting the impulse to reach for his concealed weapon. The closet door swung open and Dom froze, barely daring to breathe as Ross rummaged through the coats like a man on a mission. First, a suede jacket got yanked out, then tossed back in favor of a camel hair coat, before Ross finally settled on a bright red ski jacket, because nothing says subtle like looking like a walking traffic cone. The second Ross turned away, Dom exhaled silently, relief flooding through him as the door clicked shut. Ross's phone rang the moment he hit the living room, his voice carrying with the volume of someone who'd never heard of indoor voices. "Mom, I told you dentist appointment. Taking the day off." A pause, then an exasperated groan. "Fine, I'll grab it. Just hold on." Footsteps pounded back upstairs, irritation in every step. Seizing the moment, Dom slipped out, easing the screen door open with a cringe-worthy squeak. Ross was still ranting upstairs about email addresses, so Dom darted across the yard, hugging the house like his life depended on it. Shoes back on, he circled to the driveway, spotting the cherry-red Mercedes waiting like a beacon. With practiced ease, he palmed the GPS tracker from his bag and slapped it beneath the rear bumper, reconnecting the phone line at the junction box like he'd done it 100 times before. A quick check confirmed the coast was clear. Ross's front door stayed shut. Dom hit the sidewalk just as the Mercedes roared to life, bass-heavy music shaking the pavement as Ross peeled away. For the first time in an hour, Dom let his shoulders relax. Mission accomplished, sort of. Ross was definitely not headed to a dental cleaning, and Dom had just bought himself a front-row seat to whatever shady errand came next. But tailing him now? Too risky. Better to let the tracker do the work while he cracked open his laptop at home, ready to dissect every move. Meanwhile, Ethan was back at Fort Marcy Park for the third time that week, as if the place had some kind of magnetic pull. Ethan hadn't driven directly to the meeting spot. Harlan Banfield's paranoid instructions had seen to that. After parking his car near Washington Circle, he'd taken a cab to Shirlington, wandered through the boutique shops of the village shopping center like some aimless tourist, then hopped on a bus that dropped him a short walk from the park. The whole cloak and dagger routine felt ridiculous. He'd checked his surroundings constantly during the 45-minute journey and spotted no tails, but Banfield had insisted on what he called a dry cleaning run, complete with leaving his everyday phone at home. By the time Ethan reached the park at noon, the secluded meeting spot from their previous encounter had transformed into a bustling public space. Banfield's beat-up Volkswagen shared the small parking lot with several other vehicles, their occupants eating sandwiches in their cars. A chaotic swarm of fourth graders buzzed around the historic cannon under the half-hearted supervision of a teacher and park ranger, while a young military couple, their branch insignias indistinguishable to Ethan, despite his experience, strolled hand in hand along the walking trail. For a fleeting moment, Ethan wondered if every adult in the park was an undercover FBI agent waiting to pounce. He shook off the thought. Banfield and Bertoli stood by the cannon, just as before. The newspaper under Banfield's arm remained tucked in place, the all-clear signal. "Tell me you're certain you weren't followed," Banfield demanded, the second Ethan got within earshot. Ethan scoffed. "How could I be sure? I'm a policy analyst, not some dime store PI." Bertoli brushed aside the paranoia. "What's really got you spooked?" "That polygraph yesterday." "The test itself went fine," Ethan admitted, running a hand through his hair, but the examiner asked if I was on anti-sweat medication. Like he knew. Banfield's face darkened. "You denied it, obviously." "Of course I did." He didn't believe me. "Could just be routine phishing," Banfield offered, though his tone lacked conviction. Ethan's voice dropped. "Then today, Special Agent Albright ambushed me with questions. I threatened to call a lawyer and he backed off, but..." He exhaled sharply. "Christ, maybe I'm imagining things." Banfield studied him. "They might be grilling everyone with access to those files." "Maybe." But Albright mentioned interviewing Eve, seeing if she'd accidentally revealed operational details about the Peace Flotilla leak. Ethan's stomach twisted. She'd never betray me, but Albright's good at twisting words. The three men fell silent, the cheerful shouts of school children underscoring their tension. Finally, Banfield leaned in. "There's a way to confirm if you're really their target." "How?" "If they've flagged you," Banfield said quietly, "you'll have company soon. Surveillance teams don't stay hidden forever." A new detail surfaced in Ethan's mind, the way Albright's eyes had lingered on his briefcase during the interrogation, as if imagining its contents. The memory sent fresh unease crawling up his spine. Ethan let out a slow breath. "Let's hope they haven't started yet. But that detour I had you take to the dry cleaner should have thrown off anyone tailing you." Ross shook his head. "I didn't notice anything suspicious." "It wouldn't be obvious, kid. If they're on you, they'd cycle through different cars while you're driving." On foot? Expect a small army blending into the crowd. They'd wiretap your home, office, and get a judge to sign off on your cell records before you could blink. "Damn." Ross rubbed his temples. Gianna cut in, her voice steady. "Harlan, let's not jump to worst-case scenarios." "Ross, we don't even know if they're watching you yet." Banfield leaned forward. "Here's the plan. I'll have you drive around like you're running errands, no rush, no stress. Meanwhile, I'll be your shadow, spotting anyone tailing you." Ross frowned. "You think you can actually... Please. I wasn't born yesterday. We've handled messier situations than this." Banfield checked his watch. "When can we start?" Ross hesitated. "I've got a dentist appointment at 1. Free after that." "Perfect. Grab a headset, head to your car, and stick to your routine. If they lost you earlier, they'll regroup at the dentist's office. Once you're done, I'll guide you to a meetup spot where I can ID any feds on your tail." Ethan barely nodded, lost in thought, until Gianna stepped in and pulled him into a quick hug. "Odds are, this is all just nerves," she said, though the words felt hollow to him. "But if there's real danger, we'll handle it. Just breathe and trust us." For a second, Ethan saw his mother's face in hers, even though Gianna was decades younger. "I do," he muttered. Bamfield clapped his hands. "Better move fast if you want to make that appointment." Meanwhile, Dominic sat at his kitchen table, transferring data from his phone to his laptop. The software churned through the intel, leaving him free to pull up the GPS tracker on Ross's Mercedes. The car hadn't moved from a Washington Circle parking lot in nearly an hour. Not good. If Ross was dirty, this was the worst possible spot. Embassy Row just a short walk north, foreign consulates peppering the area. Half of America's adversaries probably had offices within a 10-block radius. Dom caught himself spiraling. Too many assumptions. He forced himself to consider alternatives. A quick search revealed multiple dental clinics nearby. Maybe Ross just needed a filling. No way. He scoffed aloud. That frantic phone call he'd overheard wasn't about a teeth cleaning. Something big was happening, something tied to the SS Ardahan leak. And Dom needed to figure it out before it was too late. Dom understood this. Flimsy lead wouldn't satisfy Albright hell. He wouldn't even share it without risking the FBI catching wind of his meddling. He considered reaching out to David, but what could Mossad do with a sketchy guy whispering about a secret rendezvous? It wasn't much, but for now, it was all Dom had. Alone and under-resourced, tailing Ethan Ross properly was out of the question. Still, he figured a loose mobile watch was better than nothing. He strapped on his shoulder holster, adjusting the weight of his Smith & Wesson, before shrugging into a heavy black leather jacket. Grabbing his helmet and keys, he activated the tracking app on his phone just in case Ross bolted while he was en route. The Suzuki 225's engine growled to life beneath him as he sped toward Washington Circle. The timing was almost too perfect. As Dom rolled into the lot, Ross was stepping out of a cab just yards from his own parked car. That set off alarm bells. Why ditch your own wheels for a taxi unless you were up to something shady? Dom circled the block, giving Ross time to slip back into his vehicle. When he looped around, Ross was already merging onto K Street, not toward Georgetown as expected, but eastbound. Dom fell in a few cars behind, keeping his distance behind a delivery truck. Even if Ross had been scanning for tails, the smoked visor and sheer space between them would have made spotting Dom impossible. The bright red car led him straight to Chinatown, where Ross parked in a covered lot near the Verizon Center. Dom looked out with street parking a block south, eyes locked on the lot's exit. Ross emerged moments later, but instead of heading into the bustling district, he turned east on H Street, passing office buildings without a second glance. Dom hung back, watching for any signs of counter-surveillance. This could have been a dry cleaning run or a spy's careful route check, but Dom's soft approach kept him invisible. 15 frigid minutes later, it was clear. Ross was making a beeline for Union Station. No luggage, just that messenger bag, so probably not a quick escape. More likely a meet, either a casual lunch or something far less innocent. If it was the former, Dom could settle in for a quiet stakeout. If the latter, well, Union Station was a labyrinth of shops, corridors, and crowds. No lone watcher could cover every angle, no matter what Hollywood said. As Ross slipped inside near the metro entrance, Dom veered toward Massachusetts Avenue, stepping into the station's vast main hall. The game was on, but in a place this size, luck would matter as much as skill. The clock had just passed 2 in the afternoon, leaving Washington, D.C. Union Station quieter than usual. Most office workers had already finished their lunches and returned to work. Dominic observed from a distance as Ethan Ross strolled through the grand main hall, completely unaware of his presence. Ross moved casually past the center cafe, its circular shape standing out against the polished marble floor, before disappearing through a set of double doors leading to the main concourse. Dom kept his distance, close enough to track his target, but far enough to avoid detection if Ross decided to shake any potential tails. Ross wandered into a bookstore, flipping through a few titles without urgency. Across the hall, Dom positioned himself behind a rack of designer suits in a clothing boutique, using a strategically placed mirror to keep an eye on Ross's bright ski jacket. The man lingered briefly before heading upstairs to the mezzanine level. Instead of following, Dom stayed put, positioning himself between the two stairwells where he could monitor both exits. He pretended to scroll through his phone, blending in with the crowd business, travelers killing time before their trains to New York or Philadelphia, a young mother wrestling with a stroller, an elderly couple taking their time while two college athletes in tracksuits bounded past them. Minutes later, Ross reappeared at the opposite end of the concourse, descending the stairs with the same unhurried pace. Dom fell into step behind him, careful not to draw attention. As Ross ducked into another clothing store, Dom caught a glimpse of something he hadn't noticed before a Bluetooth earpiece tucked discreetly in Ross's right ear. The realization hit him like a jolt of electricity. Ross wasn't just wandering aimlessly. He was part of a surveillance detection routine, but not as the one doing the detecting. Someone else was watching him, scanning for anyone who might be following. A chill ran down Dom's spine as he considered the possibility of unseen eyes tracking his every move. He mentally reviewed his actions over the past half hour, staying back, avoiding obvious choke points, never crowding his target. If there was a second set of watchers, they might have noticed him, but he hadn't given them enough to confirm suspicion. Ross emerged from the store, empty-handed yet again, this time heading downstairs toward the food court. Dom exhaled slowly, adjusting his stance. The game was far from over. Caruso's gut told him to bail to vanish from Union Station before Ross's unseen protector, lurking somewhere nearby, could alert him about the guy in the black leather jacket shadowing his every move. But instead of retreating, Dom flipped the script. He strode straight toward the staircase, closing the gap with Ross before overtaking him on the steps, their shoulders almost touching as he breezed past. The move was so blatant, so careless, that anyone watching would dismiss him as just another commuter in a hurry. Down in the food court, Dom queued up at a Mediterranean stand, forcing himself to stare blankly ahead like a man with nothing but lunch on his mind. He ordered a lamb skewer and a soda, tapping his foot impatiently as if annoyed by the wait. When his food finally arrived, he snagged a seat near the central staircase, keeping his gaze low until the split second he flicked his eyes up, scanning the room like a camera snapping a single high-def frame. The image burned into his brain. Rows of tables, food vendors lining the right wall, restrooms to the left, and Ross slipping into the men's room hallway. Dom took a casual sip of his Coke, watching without watching. Following him in? Not a chance. That hallway was a trap, a perfect spot for a lookout to anyone dumb enough to tail too close. Then he spotted it, a guy in a charcoal suit cutting through the crowd toward the restrooms. Nothing unusual, except for the split-second glance he exchanged with two college kids in tracksuits, the same pair Dom had noticed trailing Ross earlier. The look wasn't casual. It was tense, almost nervous, like someone asking, "Do I go in now?" Suit guy took the bait, disappearing down the hall. Dom's stomach dropped. These weren't Ross's protectors, they were FBI surveillance, and they were blowing it. His grip tightened around his phone. One call later, Darren Albright's voice crackled through. "Albright." Dom kept his voice low, but sharp. "Your guys are stepping on their own dicks, Darren. Ross has a spotter, and your team just walked right into a choke point. Game over." "Wait. Who's Union Station?" Dom cut in, exhaling hard. "And your boys just scared the rabbit back into its hole." Dom stood in the crowded food court, his eyes locked on the two men tailing Ethan Ross. "You're seriously telling me you're not running surveillance on him?" Dom snapped into his phone, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Albright's denial crackled through the receiver, but Dom wasn't buying it. As the two dark-haired operatives slipped upstairs, probably to stake out, Rostom clenched his jaw. "If they're not yours, then who the hell are they?" Albright's response was infuriatingly calm. "Go home, Dom. We'll talk later." The line went dead before Dom could argue further. He scoffed, rolling his eyes. Typical. Albright always played things close to the vest, even when it was obvious something was off. Dom scanned the room again, noting the two men's olive skin and nondescript features. Nothing that screamed FBI, but nothing that ruled it out either. Then Ross emerged from the restroom hallway, and Dom ducked his head, pretending to focus on his half-eaten gyro. When he looked up, Ross had vanished, probably taking the far staircase. Dom exhaled sharply. This whole situation was spiraling. He pushed his plate away, appetite gone. Ross knew he was being watched now, which meant he'd be even harder to pin down. As Dom stood to leave, an older man in a camel coat blocked his path. Dom barely had time to step aside before two Metro PD officers descended the stairs ahead, radios crackling. His gut tightened. Albright had called them not for Ross, not for the mystery tale, but for him. Dom muttered a curse under his breath and veered away, pretending to use an ATM as two more cops swept past. The second, they were out of sight. He bolted up the west staircase and into the open air of Union Station. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Dom, Harlan Banfield had been watching everything from behind a support column near a creperie. The moment he spotted the men trailing Ross, Banfield smirked. "We've the Kamenaf. And the Dakaris tree." He didn't need a badge to recognize FBI surveillance, just years of experience. Ross had protection, but Dom? Dom was on his own. Ross was trapped in a classic case of confirmation bias. He suspected the feds were watching him, and when someone actually started tailing him, Banfield immediately assumed it must be them. Though he kept in close contact with Ethan, he deliberately left out the detail about being followed. Instead, he instructed Ethan to make his way back to his car in Chinatown, promising further directions once he was on the move. As Ethan exited the basement bathroom and started up the stairs, Harlan darted toward the nearest stairwell, brushing past a guy in a motorcycle jacket as he climbed. "Now a couple of D." Cops passed him on their way down, but Banfield barely noticed his mind was already racing ahead, strategizing his next move with Ross. Meanwhile, Dominic Caruso fumbled in his pocket while walking back to his bike in Chinatown, pulling out the business card the Mossad officer had slipped him the day before. David picked up on the first ring, his voice smooth and amused. "Mr. Caruso, what a pleasant surprise. How can I assist you? You got any eyes on someone here in D?" Dom cut straight to the point. David let out a dry laugh. "That's a broad question. We're always watching someone: Syrian diplomats, Palestinian activists, Egyptian military liaisons. Your capital is quite the hotspot. But I assume you mean someone specific? Someone tied to the NSA breach?" "Not a chance," David replied without hesitation. "Like I said, we were hoping you might help us with that. We've got leads, but nothing concrete. If you're telling me you've already got a suspect, I'm impressed." "Yeah, well, I do. And someone's tailing him. FBI. They say no. May it's trashting. So who else would be tracking him?" "Good question." David's tone sharpened. "Give me a name. I'll check our intel." Dom hesitated. Bringing Mossad into this would only complicate things further. Better to keep them at a distance for now. It's just a gut feeling. I'll reach out if I get anything solid. If he's under surveillance, it's more than a hunch. Let us help, Dominic. We have resources. I'll call you back. Dom hung up, frustration simmering. David wasn't wrong. Ethan Ross was more than a hunch. But convincing Special Agent Albright of that was another challenge entirely. Later, after an hour of watching Ross casually weave through malls and dry cleaners, no sign of surveillance, Banfield still felt certain the FBI was trying to track him. At 3:30 p.m., he directed Ethan to an underground garage in Columbia Heights, where he slipped into Banfield's car. They navigated rush-hour traffic to the Ritz-Carlton on 22nd Street, parking beneath the hotel. While Ethan waited, Banfield scouted Gianna Bertoli's suite, checking exits and stairwells before guiding Ross upstairs. Inside, they cranked up the TV, ran water in the bathroom to mask conversation, and huddled close with glasses of minibar wine. Bertoli, though unaware of any surveillance, had long practiced caution as head of the International Transparency Project. Only then did Banfield drop the bomb. Ross was definitely being watched by the FBI. Ethan's expression went blank. "You're sure, Harlan?" Bertoli pressed. "Positive. Spotted at least 3 tails in Union Station. We shook them, but they were there." Ethan let out a low curse under his breath as the reality sank in. Banfield offered a faint, forced smile, trying to soften the blow. "Look, the tail confirms they're watching you, but here's the upside. I reached out to another source with clearance to check federal personnel records. According to them, no new security flags have been raised on your NUS badge or system access. That means they're still in the early stages." "Then suspicious." "Absolutely. But they don't have enough to move beyond surveillance yet." Ethan wasn't buying the optimism. His chest tightened as he imagined his life unraveling, his family's disappointment, the public scorn. His parents might grasp his motives, but as former government employees, they'd still see him as a traitor. Slumping back in his chair, he stared blankly at the ceiling. Bertoli surprised him by dropping to her knees beside him, wrapping him in a hug like they were old friends. He buried his face in her curls, voice barely above a whisper. "What the hell am I supposed to do now?" Her grip on his shoulder was steady. "First, don't panic. It's normal. But listen, Albright's going to pressure Eve, and once she cracks, they'll have enough to arrest you." Bertoli's tone shifted, sharpening. "I won't sugarcoat this, you're in deep. But it's not over yet. The real danger? By the time you realize how bad it is, you'll already be trapped." Ethan scoffed. "Let me guess you're back on the damn data scrape." "Damn right," she fired back. "Harlan confirmed your access still works. Walk into that office tomorrow, pull the files, and stash them somewhere safe. Call it insurance." He shook his head. "Or I could take my chances now. Get a high-profile lawyer. Turn this into a spectacle." Bertoli cut him off, her hand cupping his face. "Wake up, Ethan. They won't let you play the martyr. You'll vanish into some psych ward pumped full of drugs until you can't even remember your own name." The idea hit him like a punch. He'd heard whispers about this kind of thing, but never believed it until now. Bertoli's certainty left no room for doubt. "So what's the play?" he asked hoarsely. Banfield leaned in. "Grab the data, then disappear. Somewhere they can't touch you." "San Francisco," Ethan muttered. "My mom's place." Bertoli's laugh was bitter. Think bigger. I'm talking asylum. Another country." The word hit him like a gut shot. "No. Hell no." His voice cracked as the full weight of it crashed down. A numbness spread through him, his fingers twitching as Bertoli pressed the NASCAR drive into his palm. Banfield added quietly, "My contact will tip us off if your access gets revoked. That's their move before an arrest. But by then, it's game over." Ethan shoved the drive into his jacket pocket and stood abruptly. "I need time." Bertoli's worry flashed across her face, but she nodded. "Fine. Just don't wait too long." Minutes later, Ethan and Harlan slipped out the back exit, the cold night air doing nothing to clear the fog in Ethan's mind. As Ethan rode through the quiet streets of Petworth in the passenger seat, his mind raced with contingency plans. He needed to gauge Eve's reaction after her encounter with Albright. If she seemed completely defeated, he'd have no choice but to hit the office early tomorrow and grab whatever leverage he could find. Not that he wanted to, but desperate times called for desperate measures. The comforting lie he told himself was that he still held the reins, not Banfield or Bertoli or even that bulldog Albright. His sharp mind had always been his greatest weapon. And even now, facing impossible odds, Ethan clung to the belief that he could turn this disaster into a stalemate at least. Not triumph that ship had sailed, but maybe a tense ceasefire where nobody won outright. Somewhere between the passing streetlights and the hum of the engine, his arrogance whispered that brilliance alone would carry him through unscathed. Meanwhile, Dom Caruso lounged on his couch, nursing a half-finished harp as shadows stretched across his tidied apartment. For once, the TV stayed dark, his laptop stashed away unusual for a man who lived in chaos. He cataloged his injuries absently. Ribs still tight, but no longer screaming, cuts scabbing over beneath bandages he'd soon discard. Pain was an old friend. He'd learned to outlast it long before wounds faded. Then came the expected pounding at his door, 4 furious thuds that might as well have been Albright's signature. Dom took another swig, settling deeper into the cushions. No point rushing toward a fight. Caruso. "Doors open," Dom called, not moving. Albright barged in, suit rumpled, hands empty, fury radiating off him like heat. He ignored the offered chair. "We had a deal." Dom smirked. "More like a handshake agreement between adults." "Funny. Didn't peg you for the type to backtrack. Only when it matters." Albright exhaled like a man praying for patience before dropping into the chair. "You're blowing my investigation to hell. Ross is one thread in a whole damn tapestry. Screw this up, and he's your guy. Got proof? Or just your usual cowboy intuition?" Albright's hand shot up. "Wait, let me guess. You and your shadow pals already trampled his rights. Can't use any of it in court, so spare me the details." Dom shut his mouth. Albright's grin was razor thin. "Be beastastic. Now I get to pretend I don't know you conducted an illegal fishing expedition." "Quoting the Fourth Amendment won't nail Ross," Dom countered. "But it'll put him away." Albright vaulted to his feet. "That's the end game, Caruso. And you—" He jabbed a finger at Dom's chest. "You're in my way." The air between them crackled, 2 predators circling before the strike. This isn't just business, it's personal. And when a rogue operative takes things personally, rules and regulations tend to vanish faster than a suspect in a dark alley. You really think I'm some off-the-grid ghost? I checked the records. You're not in them. FBI training teaches me to connect dots. We both took the same oath, defend the Constitution, all enemies included. Pretty sure illegal surveillance still violates the Fourth Amendment." Dom shrugged. "Different methods, same target." Albright wasn't buying it. "Your target is Ross. That doesn't make him the enemy. You still don't know who was tracking him at Union Station?" "Actually, I do." Dom leaned forward. "Who?" "Dat bitch star." "You." With an exasperated sigh, Dom slumped back on the couch. Are we stuck on this? Someone else has eyes on Ross. For the first time, Albright considered it. If he was being followed, maybe it's the Israelis. They've been sniffing around Hoover, demanding answers. If they pegged him as a person of interest, they might have started their own watch. Dom shook his head. Not them. You sure? Trust me. Right now, I don't trust you at all. Dom weighed his words carefully. The Israelis came to me. They lost an operative and they're furious. Wanted intel I didn't have. But it's clear they're in the dark, too. Albright narrowed his eyes. How do you know they didn't find Ross another way? Because they're scrambling. They have no clue about Ethan Ross. Whoever's tailing him. Different player. And unless one of the other news leakers beat a polygraph and has a shadow team on them, Ross is your best lead. Albright gave a reluctant nod. They're too despisted of a tea. Here's the deal, you back off completely, and I'll set up surveillance on Ross. Dom pressed. When? You don't quit, do you? I can have it live by tomorrow morning. Why not tonight? Because it takes time. You know how this works. If I had proof Ross was active with fresh intel, I'd scramble every team in the city. But I don't. I'll talk to SA and Tech, get everything wired by dawn. Better move fast. He's already jumpy. Sipskitch do knows their job. Dom bit back a smirk. They were good, sure, but he'd seen better. Albright jabbed a finger at him. One condition, you stay gone. Not your word as some honorable guy that ship sailed. Your word as a man who knows I'll haul you in if I catch you near Ross. I don't care who your family is. Try anything, and you'll be cuffed before you blink. Dom stood, offering a hand. Deal, Niziawat. Date Shuratav. It's your show now. Albright shook it grudgingly, still fuming, then stormed out toward the Hoover building. The look on his face said it all this was going to be a long night. Meanwhile, Ethan Ross slipped into a cab, heading to a bar on M Street. After a quick drink, he walked the last few blocks home, unaware of the storm brewing behind the scenes. Ethan reached his house just before midnight, lingering in the shadows of Volta Park to scan the quiet street for anything out of place. His eyes locked onto a satellite TV van parked near his home, an unsettling sight that sent his pulse racing. Hollywood had taught him too well. He could practically picture federal agents huddled inside, monitoring his every move. But after 10 tense minutes of watching, a technician in a company uniform emerged from a neighbor's house, exchanged pleasantries, and drove off. Relief washed over him, though it carried a bitter aftertaste of paranoia. The moment he stepped inside, something felt wrong. The security system was disarmed again. Streetlight glow sliced through the blinds, painting faint stripes across the floor as he hesitated near the sofa. Then the air shifted. Someone was there. His throat tightened as he whispered into the darkness. Who's there? Eve's voice cut through the silence like a blade. What have you done? She sat rigid on the couch, still in her work attire, black skirt, crisp white blouse, hair pinned back. The sharp angles of her glasses magnified the accusation in her eyes. This wasn't the relaxed woman he knew. This was someone else entirely. The scent of vodka clung to her, sharp and unmistakable, though no bottle was in sight. You parked out back, he observed, stalling. Where's your car? Bull C countered. A cab, he lied. Her laugh was brittle. I watched you walk up alone. When she mentioned the FBI's visit, his stomach dropped. Agent Albright had made good on his threat. Eva's tears came then, smudging the lenses of her glasses as her composure shattered. You used me, she choked out. All those nights getting me drunk, asking about work. I thought it was love. But you were just stealing secrets. The weight of her words settled over him. For a fleeting second, he considered denial. Then the cold truth took hold. The game was up. His fingers twitched around his keys as he met her gaze, the silence between them louder than any accusation. Ethan tried to convince himself he could talk his way out of this mess. None of that is real. It's the FBI messing with your head. Don't let them twist you against me. What exactly did you say to them? His voice was tight, his gaze sharp as he studied her face. Evie's tears streamed freely now, her voice trembling. I defended you, Ethan. I had to. If they arrest you, everything I've built falls apart. You've already shattered my heart. I won't let you take my future, too. He scoffed, shaking his head. Dramatic much? I had nothing to do with that security breach. She let out a bitter laugh, wiping her smeared mascara with a crumpled tissue. When I gave you the domain admin login, I forgot to mention the audit logs. A real tech expert would have known. But whoever leaked the data, they had the access, just not the brains. Ethan's grip on his keys tightened until his knuckles went pale. You're clueless. She pulled off her glasses, her movements sluggish from the wine. I thought you were smarter than this. Traitors are usually desperate fools, men who walk right into their own traps. His temper flared as he stood. I don't have to listen to this. You're wasted. Stay here, I'll get a hotel. Eve lunged after him as he stormed out. No, we're not done. She grabbed his jacket, but he shoved her back inside just as a black sedan rolled up the deserted street. Ethan barely registered the car until the window rolled down. Some nosy neighbor, he figured, until a voice called, Ross. Eve rushed out again, screaming, Tell me why. But Ethan wasn't listening. His focus locked onto the gun now visible in the driver's hand, glinting under the streetlight. A shot cracked quieter than expected, and Eve gasped behind him. He spun to see her collapse inside, blood blooming across her blouse. The sedan sped off as Ethan dropped to her side, her body limp, her breathing shallow. He dragged her further in, slamming the door, his hand shaking as he checked her pulse. Krieg's Tedbeed. The room was silent, except for the distant hum of the city outside. Ethan crept toward the window, parting the blinds just enough to scan the quiet street below. The neighborhood carried on as if nothing had happened. No sirens, no frantic whispers, just the ordinary hum of suburban life, completely unaware that a White House official had been gunned down moments ago. Two truths burned in his mind. That bullet was meant for him, not Eve, and now he had no choice but to disappear. He hauled her body across the hardwood, concealing it behind the sofa before snatching her purse from the kitchen counter. Amid the half-empty bottle of vodka and a forgotten glass of watered-down ice, he fished out her keys and the sleek two-factor authentication fob labeled Pang Dada. Pocketing it, he locked up and slipped out the back to her car, parking 6 blocks away at a dimly lit Italian bistro. Ethan made the rest of the journey on foot, scanning every shadow for movement. He lingered across from Eve's Bethesda home, watching for signs of surveillance until a drizzle forced him inside. The back door yielded easily, and he groped through the dark until his fingers closed around the ridiculous pink Hello Kitty flashlight she kept on the fridge. Its glow led him to her makeshift office, where her laptop sat untouched, beside a cold cup of chamomile and a crumpled bag of shortbread cookies. The sight of it, her late-night ritual when she wasn't curled up next to him, tightened his throat for half a second before logic kicked in. Someone had tried to erase him today, and Eve had been collateral damage. The CIA. Les in Fort Go Borisad. Either would happily put a bullet in him if they'd uncovered what he'd done, Maybe Eve had slipped up during her FBI debrief, let something slip that traced back to him. The irony almost amused him, her carelessness sealing her fate. But self-pity was a luxury he couldn't afford. The walls were closing in, and if he hesitated, the next bullet wouldn't miss. He powered up her laptop, bypassing the lock screen with the password he'd stolen months ago during one of their cozy dinner disasters. Lobster Newburg, puff pastry everywhere. Eve elbow deep in oven mitts while he'd staged a culinary emergency. Unlock it now. Do I whisk the eggs before or after the brandy? She'd rattled off the code without a second thought, and he'd memorized it between fake sips of wine. Now, as the screen flickered to life, Ethan allowed himself a grim smile. Sentiment got people killed. Action kept them alive. A few days after receiving the password, he'd waited until she was in the shower to test it, wondering if she'd been clever enough to change it afterward. To his satisfaction, the old credentials still worked, locking that knowledge away in his mind for future use. Now, sitting at her laptop with her security fob in hand, he felt a strange calm. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. The screen flickered to life as he entered the password. Then he quickly activated the VPN. After inputting Eve's direct domain credentials and the rotating code from her fob, the system granted him access. With a quiet exhale, he inserted the crawler drive into the USB port. The program launched instantly, bypassing layers of security like it had been built for this exact purpose. Unlike typical hackers who spent weeks probing for vulnerabilities, Ethan had no such luxury. He was racing against the clock. By morning, Eve's absence would raise alarms. Colleagues would check her login history, and eventually, someone would find her body in his house. He checked his watch, 1:30 a.m. The VPN's sluggish transfer speed meant he couldn't download everything, so he settled for a fraction 150 gigabytes of classified intel in 4 hours. That would have to be enough. Downstairs, he moved through the dark kitchen, brewing a pot of strong coffee. The bitter aroma filled the air as he leaned against the counter, his mind replaying the gunshot, the way Eve had collapsed. He shook his head, forcing the memory away. There was no time for guilt. By 8 a.m., Ethan was waiting on a bench near the cannon in Fort Marcy Park, his clothes rumpled, his face hollow with exhaustion. His usually styled hair hung limp over his eyes, and the cheap sunglasses from a Bethesda CVs did little to hide the shadows beneath them. When Harlan Banfield and Gianna Bertoli approached, Harlan took one look at him and muttered, "Christ, you look like hell." Ethan didn't smile. "They tried to kill me last night." Banfield's expression twisted in disbelief. "Who?" "A shooter in a car. Missed me. Hit Eve instead." Gianna's hand flew to her mouth. "Mossad," she whispered. "It has to be." Harlan grabbed Ethan's arms, his grip tight. "Where is she now?" "My living room floor." "You left her there?" Ethan's voice turned sharp. "What was I supposed to do, Harlan? Dig a grave in the yard? Call 911 and explain why a federal analyst was shot in my house." Banfield released him, running a hand through his hair. "Jesus." Ethan adjusted the black backpack on his shoulders, the weight of stolen secrets pressing against him. "We don't have time for this. They're coming for us next." Ethan appeared to Ross like a man who'd suddenly realized the weight of his situation, older, uncertain, and out of his depth. Breaking free from Banfield's grip, he demanded, "What's my next move?" Banfield stayed silent, his expression blank. But Gianna radiated composure. She cupped Ethan's face gently. "You run," she said firmly. "You had Zeppin habstets descht." "Where? Tsbuerber." Ethan shot back. Bertoli stepped in, her tone measured. "You might not believe it, But the Venezuelans run a surprisingly efficient network right here in Washington. Their embassy has assisted us before, quietly, effectively. They've moved people under the radar more than once. Ethan scoffed. Venezuela helping American whistleblowers. That's a new one. Bertoli smirked. That's the point. They're good. No one ever found out. Not even the feds. Oh, they knew, she admitted. But they had their reasons to keep it buried. Your situation isn't much different. Stay silent, and they'll do the same. But you have to move fast once they're coming for you. You'd better be gone. Otherwise, you disappear for good. Ethan glanced at Banfield, who gave a grim nod. The others who went to Venezuela, Ethan pressed. Are they still there? Bertoli shrugged. He's in Paris now, living well, working as a journalist. I had dinner with him last year. Another settled in Buenos Aires, married a local. A third came back to the States. Under immunity, teaches at a university in Miami. The government dropped the charges in exchange for their silence and the return of classified data. No fuss, no headlines. Ross exhaled like a drowning man finding air. That's what I need. No scandals, no hitmen hunting me down just a clean exit. Gianna nodded. Venezuela will help, but not for free. If you've got something to offer, I can reach out. For the first time that day, Ethan cracked a smile. I've got it. The whole scrape, 150 gigs, organized and ready. Bertoli's eyes lit up. Perfect. Ross's mind raced. I can hand over a list of CIA contractors in Venezuela. That should cover my ticket out, right? Oh, absolutely, Bertoli agreed. I'll give them a taste, Ethan decided. The rest stays encrypted until I'm clear of the U. They'll accept those terms, Gianna said. But we need a few hours to arrange it. Stay hidden until then. Ethan shook his head. Not yet. There's something I have to do first. I'll meet you later. It's not safe, she warned. I'll risk it. Give me 5 hours. Bertoli handed him a burner phone number, instructing him to call when ready. Ethan saved it, then turned to Banfield. What about you, Harlan? Banfield. Pale and shaken since the mention of the assassin, finally spoke. This is where we part ways. I'm EAT's local director. I can't be involved once you're overseas. He clasped Ethan's hand, his grip weak. Good luck, kid. Without another word, Ethan turned and walked up the trail alone, leaving the others to watch him go. Darren Albright shifted impatiently in the driver's seat of his black Amsay Yukon, the tension in his jaw tightening with each passing minute. He glanced at his phone again, third time in 10 minutes before rapping his knuckles against the steering wheel. Outside, the whitewashed row house at 1598 34th Street stood silent, its blinds drawn like a poker player hiding his hand. Ethan Ross, the National Security Council's assistant deputy director, was supposed to be inside, sick in bed. But Albright's gut told him otherwise. The day had started with red flags piling up faster than rush hour traffic. First, Ross called out sick, not unusual, except when you're the subject of a federal leak investigation. Then, the surveillance team reported no movement from his house by mid-morning. By 11, the real alarm bells went off when Ross's girlfriend, Eve Pang, a sharp IT specialist at Booz Allen Hamilton, ghosted a high-priority meeting at Joint Base Anacostia Bowling. No show, no call, just radio silence. Albright had dialed her number himself, got nothing, and sent a team to her Bethesda apartment. When they kicked in the door, the place was eerily tidy, like a staged home listing. No struggle, no note, just gone. That's when Albright went all in. He diverted every resource to track Ross and Pang, slapped a bolo out to D. police, and camped outside Ross's house, waiting for a warrant to breach. The surveillance guys, disguised as landscapers across the street, hadn't seen so much as a curtain twitch. Albright pounded on every door, front, back, basement, like a frustrated pizza delivery guy. Nothing. Then at 3 p. A break. A Metro cop spotted a guy in sunglasses and a ball cap hopping out of a cab near Pennsylvania Avenue, backpack slung over one shoulder. He looked sketchy enough for her to call it in. Within minutes, SEG's teams swarmed the area, confirming it was Ross through their long lenses. As he ducked into another taxi, a small army of plainclothes watchers tailed him, 16 pairs of eyes, blending into the crowd like commuters, tourists, and bored office workers. Here's the kicker: the Seshi isn't your typical FBI squad. These are the ghosts of the Bureau, no badges, no guns, just a talent for vanishing into the background. They're teachers, baristas, gym rats, whatever the job needs. Because when you're hunting someone who knows how feds operate, the last thing you want is to look like one. The surveillance experts working in the follow teams are skilled at staying invisible while tracking targets both on foot and in vehicles. This afternoon, FBI investigators Beale and Nolan were paired up, blending into the streets of Washington, D. as part of a 6-car detail. Though 2 white guys in a car together might raise suspicions, their cover was solid. Beale drove a nondescript maroon taxi, while Nolan played the role of a backseat passenger. Beale, a former package courier, was the rookie at just 21, while Nolan, a seasoned 46-year-old, had left behind small-town policing in Des Moines for the adrenaline rush of counterintelligence work. Their current mark, Ethan J. Ross, wasn't the usual foreign operative. As a high-ranking NSA employee flagged as a potential insider threat, he demanded extra caution. Their backpacks held disguises, hats, glasses, spare jackets, but for now, the taxi provided perfect camouflage. The team had picked Ross up earlier, maintaining a tight box formation as his cab wove through traffic. When he stepped out near the Nike store on M Street in Georgetown, luck was on their side. Another surveillance vehicle happened to roll by, just as their primary tracker lost visual. Earpieces linked them to the command hub, coordinating every move. After Ross exited, Beale and Nolan repositioned east, parking on Thomas Jefferson Street before picking up the tail again. From a safe distance, they snapped photos of the man in the Nationals cap and backpack. "Where do you think he's headed?" Nolan muttered, tucking the camera away. Beale shrugged. "If he's working with a foreign agency, half the embassies in this neighborhood are fair game." Nolan's tone sharpened. "Close the gap. If we lose him, they might greenlight an emergency takedown. And if it comes to that, I'd rather not sprint after this guy. He looks like he's got wheels." Beale grinned. "Speak for yourself. I've never chased anyone down." Sounds fun." Nolan smirked. "Kid, be my guest. I've wrangled enough idiots back in Iowa. I'll happily let you take the lead. Wave a night. Like you wouldn't bolt after him the second he runs." Nolan's smile faded. "Fair point. Old habits die hard." He gestured ahead. "But seriously, tighten up. He's moving quick." Beale eased the taxi closer, updating command over the radio as they kept their eyes locked on Ross. The tension was familiar, the quiet before the storm, where anything could happen. Darren Albright sat behind the wheel of his Yukon, eyes locked on Ethan Ross's modest home just yards away. The warrant was dragging its feet, so he passed the time by monitoring the SED team's radio chatter as they tailed one of his targets. From the scattered updates, Ross appeared to be running mundane errands, dry cleaning, of all things, which only made the situation feel more off. One of the agents in the back seat muttered about upgrading Ross from person of interest to full-blown suspect, but before Albright could respond, his phone buzzed. He clipped the walkie-talkie to his belt and answered. A few clipped words later, he turned to his team. Warrants cleared. Let's see what this bastard's hiding. They moved fast. One agent circled the back of the house, while the other two took the front steps. Albright hammered on the door, announcing their presence with a sharp FBI search warrant. Guns drawn, Sig Sauers gripped tight. He delivered a solid kick to the door. The wood splintered, the alarm screamed, but none of that mattered the second. The scent hit him. That's a body, he called over the blaring siren, pushing forward. Behind the couch lay Eve Pang, lifeless. He checked her pulse anyway, a formality. As his men cleared the rest of the house, Albright grabbed his radio, barking orders to the SAS team. Pick Ross up now. Assume he's armed. The reply was instant. Sadu, 40-eyed. Albright stood, shaking his head. Unbelievable. Meanwhile, Nolan and Beale had just relieved another surveillance officer this time, a middle-aged woman on a Vespa, and were tracking Ross through Washington Harbor's bustling promenade. The area was a maze of shops and offices, but from their cab on Thomas Jefferson, they had a clear line of sight. They coordinated backup, blocking exits and stationing officers near the ferry docks in case Ross tried to bolt by water. Beale angled the taxi for a quick intercept if Ross doubled back toward Georgetown, where embassies offered too many escape routes. Just as Ross vanished into the crowd, their earpieces crackled to life. Uniform Victor, hold position. SWAT's en route. Subject is now considered armed. Engage with extreme caution. Beale exchanged a glance with Nolan. Copy that. We'll reacquire visual in 20. His grip tightened on the wheel. This was about to get messy. Nolan scoffed as he eyed the unassuming figure ahead. You think clowns can't be dangerous? In our line of work, everyone's a threat, otherwise we'd be out of a job. Beale nodded, keeping his focus on Ethan Ross as the man trudged uphill through Georgetown on the 31st Street. He hung back in the cab, letting traffic shield them, while Nolan radioed for backup near M Street, the next logical checkpoint. Then Ross took an unexpected turn, slipping into a tight alley that led toward Thomas Jefferson. Beale cursed under his breath. They just rotated off that street, leaving a blind spot. Control warned it'd take over a minute to reposition. Do we risk tailing him through there? Beale asked, gripping the wheel. Nolan hesitated. Just peek in from the street. No way we're getting boxed in a one-lane death trap. But Ross was already halfway down the alley, moving fast. Beale's pulse spiked. He's gonna vanish towpath, K Street, who knows? Go. Nolan barked. The cab lurched forward just as Ross turned left ahead. Beale radioed their position, creeping forward while scanning for lookouts. Then the alley narrowed, dumpsters eating up space, forcing him to slow just as a beat-up blue van suddenly reversed into their path. Beale slammed the brakes, shouting, "Get out of the way, moron!" Behind them, a dark sedan slid in, blocking their exit. Nolan's warning came too late. Two masked figures emerged from the dumpsters, silenced pistols already raised. The sedan's horn blared, drowning out the muffled gunfire as bullets shattered the windows. The cab rolled back limply, bumping the sedan as the shooters' Quds Force operatives Ormond and Kashan coolly holstered their weapons and vanished into the chaos. The two gunmen moved in silence, reaching through the shattered windows to unlock the car doors. They shoved the lifeless American bodies deeper into the vehicle, clearing their path. Ormond slid into the driver's seat, while Kashan settled in the back. With the broken windows rolled down, they brushed away jagged glass fragments, their eyes fixed on Shiraz as he maneuvered the van aside before turning onto Thomas Jefferson Street. The cab followed closely, swinging right at the alley's entrance. Meanwhile, Isfahan emerged from the sedan, clutching a peculiar tool resembling a metal broom, a nail-hog magnetic sweeper, typically used by roofers to collect stray nails. Methodically, he rolled it over the alley floor where his comrades had stood, retrieving 11 spent shell casings before slipping back into his car and disappearing down 31st Street. Unaware of the chaos unfolding just blocks away, Ethan Ross slipped through a side entrance of the Venezuelan embassy on 30th Street, unnoticed by you. Severman the Tavanen. For hours he waited in a dim, windowless office, sipping coffee and picking at Vietnamese takeout from M Street. No one questioned him, just occasional check-ins to see if he needed anything. He clung to his backpack like a shield, its contents too valuable to let out of his sight. Around 9 p. A young woman who Ethan had pegged as intelligence ushered in Gianna Bertoli. He rose to hug her, not for comfort, but because he knew she'd expect it. "Where have you been?" he demanded. "How much longer am I stuck here?" Gianna sighed, settling across from him. "I've been upstairs all day, juggling calls between embassy agents and Caracas counterintelligence." Ethan frowned. "What's the holdup?" Everything was smooth until the streets outside turned into a police circus. The Venezuelans panicked, thought the Americans were onto you. They nearly handed you over to state. "Typical," Ethan muttered. "Lady, relax." Turns out the cops are hunting a taxi with 2 passengers, nothing to do with you. The Venezuelans calmed down and were back on schedule. The door swung open again, revealing a distinguished Latin American man with salt and pepper hair, Arturo, from Venezuela's General Intelligence Office. A striking woman followed with coffee, and the room filled with polite, tension-laced small talk. Ethan tried pressing Arturo for details about the increased police activity outside, but the man had nothing new to add beyond what Gianna had shared earlier. After some awkward small talk, Arturo cut to the chase. "All right, Mr. Ross. We accept your conditions. We'll get you out of the U safely and relocate you to Caracas, where you'll have full protection and freedom of movement." He raised a finger in warning. "Provided you hand over documented proof of every CIA operative currently active in Venezuela." Ethan gave a slow shake of his head. "Not everything. Not yet." Arturo frowned. "Frio, explain." "I'll give you enough to keep your people occupied," Ethan said with a smirk. "The rest comes after I'm settled in Venezuela." Truthfully, Ethan had zero knowledge of CIA assets in Venezuela. He'd never bothered to look into it. But he was banking on the fact that there had to be something, and even if he had to bluff his way through, he was getting out of the country tonight no matter what. "Fine," Arturo conceded. "What do you need?" "An office with a printer. I'll pull the files from my computer." Arturo led him down a dimly lit staircase to a basement door, swiping a keycard to unlock it. With an exaggerated bow, he gestured for Ethan to enter alone. The room was sparse, a single bed, a basic desk with a computer and printer. The moment the door clicked shut, Ethan yanked the comforter off the bed and draped it over himself and the laptop, shielding his movements from any hidden cameras. His backpack held the NASCAR drive, but he ignored it. Instead, he slid a hand beneath his waistband, fingers brushing against a small, flesh-toned bandage above his left hip. Peeling it back, he revealed a micro SD card no bigger than a fingernail clipping. He'd come up with this hiding spot himself, transferring the files from the NASCAR drive during the tense hours after fleeing Fort Marcy Park. Now both the drive and his laptop were wiped clean, encrypted beyond recovery. Anyone digging would find nothing. Unaware the real intel was tucked against his skin. Inserting the card into an adapter, he booted up the computer, typing in a string of passwords. 3 minutes later, he was staring at a goldmine classified U. Intelligence from Intelink TS. A quick search pulled up a trove of documents on CIA operations in Venezuela. No full names were listed, but the details were damning enough. One report detailed a covert relationship with an assistant manager at Conviasa, Venezuela's national airline. Another exposed 2 concierges at the Gran Meliá Caracas Hotel as longtime informants. There were even files implicating the chief of police in Maracaibo, and, most shockingly, the Assistant Deputy Minister of Interior and Justice, who'd been secretly on Langley's payroll for years. Ethan exhaled, his fingers hovering over the keyboard. This was more than enough to buy his freedom, and then some. The documents kept pouring in, a relentless stream of classified information that took Ethan over an hour to sift through. By the time he finished, he'd uncovered hundreds of files detailing the shadowy profiles of 33 CIA operatives embedded in Venezuela. He printed them all, resisting the urge to dig deeper. There would be time for that once he reached Caracas. With meticulous care, he wiped his digital trail, powered down the computer, and tucked the flash drive back into the moleskin pouch secured at his hip. Slinging his backpack over his shoulder, he left the room and made his way upstairs. The office was quiet when he entered. Gianna Bertoli, the man who'd introduced himself as Arturo, and 2 young Venezuelan women glanced up from the couches where they'd been waiting. Ethan's eyes flicked toward the lobby, where 2 suited men lingered near the elevators. Security, probably, though he couldn't shake the suspicion they might be there to keep him from leaving. Arturo rose from the conference table. "Well?" "Sir," he prompted. Ethan handed over the stack of papers. 23 Venezuelans and 10 foreign nationals, all on the CIA payroll. 33 spies, most operating in Caracas, feeding intel back to Langley. One of the women murmured something under her breath, her expression unreadable. Arturo flipped through the pages in silence while Ethan turned to Bertoli. "This is just the beginning," he said, addressing the group. "Give me a secure location, and I can expose front companies, informants in your consulates, even CIA infiltration into your oil and banking sectors. Trust me, you'll want to see what else I've got." Arturo's expression darkened before he finally nodded. "I do want to see it." Then, with a faint smile, he added, "We leave for Caracas immediately." Bertoli grinned. "Perfect." Meanwhile, Dom Caruso sat alone in his condo, debating whether to force himself out for the night. He'd spent the afternoon doing nothing, and the walls were starting to close in. An hour earlier, Adara Sherman had knocked. He'd ignored her, watching through the blinds as she lingered outside before finally driving off. His place was a disaster, and the last thing he wanted was a wellness check from Henley's people. Just as he stood to change clothes, another knock came. Assuming it was Sherman back for round 2, he sighed and trudged to the door, only to find Special Agent Albright waiting on the other side. "Albright," Dom said, stepping aside to let him in. The agent didn't sit. Instead, he stood rigidly in the living room, hands on his hips, his posture telegraphing bad news before he even spoke. "You were right about Ross," Albright said bluntly. Dom's stomach tightened. "What happened?" "His girlfriend." "She was involved?" "Doesn't look like it." "Then why?" "Because she's dead. Single gunshot to the chest. Dart." Don exhaled sharply. "Ross did it." Albright shook his head. "No record of him owning a gun. But you know how that goes." Dom let out a slow breath, rubbing his temples. If someone's hell-bent on murder, getting their hands on a gun isn't exactly rocket science. Albright gave a tight nod. "Their point." "We're covering every angle," the agent replied, though Dom barely registered the words. His mind was stuck on one question. "Where's Ross now?" "Gone. Vanished." Caruso's jaw clenched as he stared at the ceiling. "And we've got 2 SS operatives missing in action during the manhunt." "Missing?" Dom snapped. "What kind of amateur hour is this?" Albright's voice stayed steady. They disappeared with their taxi right before SWAT moved in. If Ross was willing to kill Pang to keep her quiet, you think he'd hesitate to take out anyone standing between him and freedom. Dom didn't answer right away, but his silence spoke volumes. I know what's running through your head, Albright pressed. Nenter. Enlighten me. You're blaming me. Thinking if we'd hauled Ross in the second you flagged him, Pang would still be breathing, and my guys wouldn't be ghosts right now. Dom exhaled sharply. The Bureau doesn't play by Black Ops rules. Like it or not, that's the line we walk. Funny, Dom muttered. I used to believe in playing by the book, too. Turns out, the book doesn't always get the job done. Albright's eyes narrowed. Careful, Caruso. That's a slippery slope. Dom shrugged, though the tension in his shoulders betrayed him. Maybe. But sometimes you've got to rattle the cage harder, Albright. Shake loose the truth. For a moment, the two men locked eyes, one simmering with frustration, the other rigid with protocol. Then Dom relented. Albright was just doing his job, even if it felt like moving through molasses. What do you need from me? Your sidearm. Ballistics check. Dom barked a laugh. Seriously. Standard procedure. I don't actually think the president's nephew capped Eve Pang, but you're an armed wild card in the middle of this mess. Gotta cross the T's. Dom considered arguing, but he knew Albright would just come back with a warrant. With a sigh, he walked to his bookshelf, pulled his shoulder holster from its hiding spot, and ejected the magazine from his Smith & Wesson. He cleared the chamber and handed it over. I want a receipt. Albright tucked the empty gun into his waistband. Or Botain, obviously. Aesop. Dom smirked. Yeah, you'd know all about that, wouldn't you? Meanwhile, Ethan Ross was sprawled across the floorboard of an Infiniti sedan, his face pressed into the carpet as the car sped away from the Venezuelan embassy. A young intelligence officer gripped the wheel, her knuckles white, while a security detail rode shotgun. Two more operatives flanked Ross in the back, their boots lightly pinning him down. He clung to his backpack like a lifeline, shielding its contents with his body. Their orders were clear: protect Ross at all costs. If cops tried to stop them, they were to floor it. A trailing Cadillac Escalade stood ready to intercept any pursuers. But the Infiniti slipped through the night unchallenged. 45 tense minutes later, they rolled into a private hangar at Dulles. The team fanned out to sweep the area, leaving Ethan alone in the car. He finally sat up, wincing as his stiff muscles protested. His first move. Digging through his backpack to check the burner phone, Banfield had insisted he buy. The battery pack was buried at the bottom, right where he'd stashed it before fleeing to the embassy. A cold realization hit him: this was it. His last moments on American soil, maybe for years. The weight of that truth settled over him like a shroud. Gianna had assured him everything would return to normal once negotiations with the U were finalized, until the assassination plot turned his world upside down. Now, the idea of ever stepping foot back home seemed like a distant fantasy. Venezuela loomed ahead, an unknown void filled with unpredictable dangers. Acting on impulse, he shoved the battery back into his phone, turned it on, and dialed his mother's number in San Francisco. Even without checking the time, the exhaustion and irritation in her voice told him it was late. "Who is this?" she demanded, her tone laced with worry. "Mom, it's me. The Coupezan." Her voice sharpened instantly. "What's going on?" "Nothing serious." I just wanted to check in." Albus Biraseka. At this hour, Emily Ross was fully alert now, suspicion creeping in. "Tell me what's wrong." "I'll be fine." Don't stress over me, okay? Don't stress. You call out of nowhere, of course I'm stressed. But explain. Before he could respond, the car door swung open, and the Venezuelan operative glared at him. Gotta go, he muttered. Forget this call. I'll try again tomorrow. Try. What does that love you? He ended the call just as the woman snatched the phone from his grip, removing the battery with practiced efficiency. Stepping out, Ethan took a second to orient himself, his gaze landing on the Beechcraft King Air 350i parked nearby. A twin turboprop, hardly the sleek private jet he'd hoped for. After years of globe-trotting in faster, more luxurious State Department aircraft, this felt like a downgrade. Did his efforts for Venezuelan intelligence really warrant this? The operative handed the phone to Arturo, who was deep in discussion with his team near the plane. Moments later, Arturo marched over, frustration etched on his face. Ethan raised a hand before he could speak. Relax. It's untraceable, bought it cash in Reston. No records. Only used it once. Arturo's tension eased slightly, but the woman wasn't satisfied. We're searching you before boarding. Like hell you are. Arturo cut in. Who did you call? My mother. Told her I'd check in later. You risked everything for that. The real risk, Ethan shot back, is us standing here like sitting ducks. After a tense pause, Arturo gestured toward the plane. Ethan climbed the short staircase, still grumbling internally about the lack of a proper jet. Inside, the cabin was cramped but surprisingly well furnished. 6 others were already seated, including a man introduced as a cultural attaché from the Venezuelan embassy, who directed him toward the rear. There, waiting in the dim cabin light, was Gianna Bertoli. She gave his hand a reassuring squeeze. You holding up? He nodded, though the truth was far messier. Beside her, a slight, pale young man in casual clothes, jeans, a flannel, a ski jacket tucked under his arm, was hunched over a laptop, typing furiously. Gianna smiled. Ethan, meet Mohammed. Mohammed. That was unexpected. Ethan studied the nervous young man before him. Definitely not Venezuelan. That much was clear. Mohammed caught Ethan's gaze and extended a shaky hand, forcing a smile. Nice to meet you, he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Bertoli chimed in. Mohammed's been with our team for over a year. Ethan raised an eyebrow. Oh, what exactly does he do? Though the question was meant for Mohammed, Gianna jumped in. He's one of our top hacktivists, brilliant with cybersecurity exploits. Ethan leaned forward slightly. Where's home for you? Mohammed's eyes darted around the cabin like a trapped animal before settling on the floor. Lebanon, he mumbled. Ethan gave a slow nod. And you're coming all the way to Venezuela with us. If that's all right with you, Mohammed replied, his fingers fidgeting with the hem of his jacket. Ethan shrugged, but couldn't shake the unease creeping up his spine. The guy was harmless enough on the surface, but something about him set off alarms. Gianna caught his questioning glance and flashed a reassuring smile. Relax, Ethan. Your new life starts now. I've got you covered. The plane's engines roared to life, and soon they were taxiing out of the Virginia hangar. The Beechcraft shuddered violently as it climbed, but once they leveled off at 25,000 feet, the turbulence faded. Ethan sipped his Bloody Mary, crunching absently on a bag of chips. By his second drink, his focus returned to the awkward hacker across from him. Time for a little test. When Mohammed mentioned graduating from the American University of Beirut, Ethan saw his opening. He knew faculty there through his Moss connections perfect for a quick credibility check. As they talked, Mohammed stumbled through personal questions, but lit up when discussing malware, DDoS attacks, and zero-day exploits. The kid was clearly the real deal, just painfully awkward. Still, Ethan sensed something hidden beneath the nervous chatter. Gianna stayed quiet until the conversation lulled. Then, with a firm hand on Ethan's knee, she said, "You're not running. You're taking away their only leverage." Ethan stiffened at her phrasing, the American government, like he wasn't part of it. But he bit back the retort. "Fine. So, what's the plan once we land?" "First, we get to Caracas," Gianna replied. "Then we talk strategy." After a fuel stop in Miami, where a conveniently bribed customs agent waved them through, they were airborne again. Less than an hour into the flight, Arturo nudged Gianna awake. She blinked up at him. "What's going on?" Arturo turned to Ethan. "Mr. Ross." Ethan gazed at the ocean below, lost in thoughts of his mother when Arturo's voice pulled him back. "The intel you provided has been invaluable," Arturo said, his tone shifting to something more serious. Ethan turned to him with a smirk. "No surprise there." Arturo leaned closer. "But it's uncovered a major issue. If we land in Caracas now, American operatives will be waiting people we need to neutralize." Ethan scoffed. "Then get moving on that." "Our teams are already on it," Arturo replied, frustration creeping into his voice. "But we can't scrub every leak before touchdown. The Americans have eyes everywhere, our police, security, even the president's inner circle." Ethan narrowed his eyes. "What's your play?" "A safe house," Arturo said smoothly. "Tools devi kenema. We'll stash you there while we purge our ranks." 2, maybe 3 days. Ross crossed his arms. "You really think Panama can shield me from the U. Government?" Oscar chimed in with a confident grin. "Absolutely. The place is off-grid, easy to vanish if things heat up. We've used it before." Ethan glanced at Gianna, who gave a subtle nod. Mohammed, meanwhile, was snoring softly in his seat. Arturo pressed, "Trust me, amigo." "Landing in Caracas now?" "That's a death wish." Ethan exhaled, watching the clouds blur past the window. Everything was moving too fast. "Fine. But no more intel until we hit Caracas." Arturo's lips curled. "You've already handed us enough to keep us busy." He strode off to brief the pilots. Meanwhile, Dom Caruso was pacing his apartment, mind racing. He'd told Albright he'd stay out of it, but the case had imploded overnight. Now, with Eve Pong dead and Ross missing, Dom wasn't about to sit idle. He dialed David at dawn. "You heard about the mess in D?" Dom asked. David's voice was calm. "The murder, the vanished FBI agents, yes. Unfortunate, but predictable." Dom gritted his teeth. This wasn't random. Someone wanted Ross bad enough to burn everything. "If we find where he went, we'll know who," David mused. Dom hesitated. "Albright's frozen me out. They're probably tracking his phone." David chuckled. "His phone hasn't left his house. The FBI knows that." Dom froze. "How the hell do you know?" "Let's just say we have access." Dom rolled his eyes. "Right. Mossad's playing hacker again." David ignored the jab. "Point is, his primary phone's stationary." "Got anything else?" Dom lunged for his laptop. "A burner SIM number." Can you trace it?" "Possibly. But why not hand this to the FBI?" Dom smirked. "Because I'd rather not explain how I got it." David's laugh was knowing. "Ah, understood." David promised to investigate the matter and get back to Dom soon. True to his word, he called within the hour, arranging a face-to-face meeting for 10 in the morning. The Beechcraft King Air touched down at Bocas del Toro International Airport just after 9, and Ethan had to fight the urge to shove past everyone to escape the cramped cabin. Stepping onto the sweltering tarmac, though, he immediately regretted leaving the plane's air-conditioned comfort. The airstrip sat on the tiny island of Coulon, part of a sprawling archipelago dotted with lush, flat islands barely rising above the turquoise waters. The runway itself was hemmed in by Bocas Town's ramshackle buildings, some so close they nearly brushed the overgrown grass lining the airport fence. The humid air carried the mingled scents of gasoline and damp jungle, while palm fronds swayed lazily in the stifling heat. A battered 12-passenger van waited nearby, manned by two stone-faced Latin men Ethan assumed were Venezuelan intelligence. After a quick luggage transfer, the group piled in everyone except Arturo, who stayed behind to help coordinate the crackdown on American operatives in Caracas. As the van rumbled through the chaotic streets, Ross, Bertoli, and Mohammed were informed their safe house lay on Bastimentos, a larger but more secluded island nearby. The sight of Panamanian police trucks and armed soldiers made Ethan uneasy, but he kept his mouth shut, trusting the Venezuelans knew what they were doing. The docks buzzed with activity, ferries and water taxis shuttling passengers between islands. But Ethan's group bypassed them all, boarding a pair of sleek speedboats instead. The engines roared to life, and soon they were skimming across choppy waves, weaving between cargo ships before gliding into calmer waters. At first glance, Bastimentos seemed untouched by civilization, but as they hugged the shoreline, Ethan spotted the occasional metal roof peeking through the dense foliage. Rounding a bend, the boat slowed, revealing a stunning contrast to the wild surroundings. A pristine white colonial mansion set back from the water, its manicured lawn stretching to the sand. A second-floor veranda wrapped around the house, where several men watched their arrival. On the dock stood a bald, mustached man in a lightweight suit, arms spread in greeting. Flanking him were younger, harder-looking men with pistols at their hips. "Welcome, my friends," he called out in English as Ethan stepped ashore. Ethan shook his hand firmly. "Leopoldo, I presume?" "Just call me Leo," the man said with a warm smile as he extended his hand. "Ethan Ross?" came the reply as they shook. "Welcome to Panama, Mr. Ross," Leo said before greeting the other two visitors. Together, the group made their way up the stone steps toward the grand estate. Ross glanced around, taking in the lush surroundings. "What exactly is this place?" "Melville?" he asked. Leo beamed with pride. "Think of it as our little sanctuary. Back in the day, this was owned by a French fruit tycoon, must have been a century ago. Later, it became a high-end hotel. A friend of ours with connections to the Venezuelan government scooped it up a few years back, and now we get to use it when needed." He gave Ethan a friendly slap on the back. "You'll want for nothing here satellite TV, strong Wi-Fi, even a private chef. Consider me your personal concierge." Mohammed cleared his throat politely. "Sir, if I may, what's the security situation like?" With a smooth motion, Leo opened his jacket, revealing the sleek MP5 tucked inside. "Relax. We've got 10 guys just for security, plus 5 more who are armed and ready. The local police keep a patrol boat circling the area, so we've got eyes everywhere." Mohammed pressed further. "And if the Americans find us, what's the exit strategy?" Leo chuckled. "Boats, obviously. Plus, we've got a couple of Chevys gassed up and waiting. This island's massive, over 50 square kilometers of jungle and hidden roads. Docks on every side mean plenty of escape routes. Trust me, nobody's sneaking up on us." Ethan noted how effortlessly Leo handled the questions, unfazed by Mohammed's directness. The house itself was impressive, a sprawling colonial structure with a grand 2-story living area, multiple common rooms and 8 bedrooms upstairs. Outside, a neglected pool and cracked tennis court stood near several outbuildings housing the security team. Ethan's room was in the northeast corner, guarded by a silver-haired professional with a rifle. No balcony access, but the window offered a view of monkeys swinging through the trees. He felt a strange mix of safety and unease. The Venezuelans might be confident, but he wasn't fooled if the Americans or Israelis came knocking. Running would be his only option. Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., the Georgetown Neighborhood Library stood as an elegant relic in one of the city's wealthiest districts, though at the moment it smelled anything but refined. A homeless man had soiled himself in one of the plush chairs, and the stench clung to the air. The staff had learned to tune it out, but the well-dressed man browsing the history section wasn't as practiced. His face twisted in disgust. Dominic Caruso appeared beside him. "You good?" "Perfect," David muttered through gritted teeth. "Let's head upstairs, preferably somewhere that doesn't smell like a sewer." They climbed to the third-floor Peabody room, settling into a quiet corner far from the offending odor. "Better," David sighed. "I've got news, and it's for your ears only. Far as I know, your people are still in the dark." Dom leaned in. "Go on." "We traced the SIM card you gave us." "Found the phone." Dom's expression darkened. "Please don't tell me it was nowhere near Ross." "Afraid so. It turned up in a dumpster behind a 7-Eleven in Reston. Ituris Caver, fantastic. Another dead end." David smirked. "Not quite. The surveillance footage from the 7-Eleven showed Ethan Ross walking in alone to buy a new phone, probably ditching his old one in the dumpster outside." Dominic propped himself against a bookshelf, arms folded. "How'd you even get access to that?" David just smirked. "Trust is part of the job, Caruso. Sometimes you just have to roll with it." Dom scoffed. "Right," David continued, detailing how they traced the new phone's barcode to pull the SIM data, which led them to Dulles Airport. Ross had powered it down, but a brief signal popped up near a private hangar right before a charter flight took off. "Miami first," David said, "then Caracas." "Venezuela?" Dom rubbed his temple. "Ross is a Middle East guy. Why would he be tied to their intel service?" "Bets me. But here's the kicker: the plane rerouted mid-flight to Panama. Not the capital either. Bocas del Toro, some tiny island airstrip. No time to get eyes on the ground before they landed." Dom's mind raced. Venezuela and Panama weren't exactly allies, so why smuggle a defector into the middle of nowhere? He left the library, dialing Jerry Henley before he even reached his bike. "Need intel on Venezuelan ops in Bocas del Toro. Anything the CIA's got." Half an hour later, Jerry called back with 3 locations linked to Venezuelan intelligence, including a hotel bought by ex-operatives. "Wapendis." Dom frowned. "Too obvious." He hung up, staring at his maps. Something didn't add up. Why Panama? Why now? And why the hell was Ross running toward a jungle instead of a safe house? The pieces weren't fitting, and that meant trouble. Dom exhaled sharply. "Anything else we should know?" "A pilot working for a small regional airline at the airport has been flagged as a Venezuelan operative," came the reply. "Damn," Dom muttered. His first thought was that Ross might have been transferred from Bocas del Toro to an even more isolated location. But the more he considered it, the less sense it made. The King Air 3050I they were using didn't require a long runway switching planes for a remote airstrip seemed unnecessary. "What's the third lead?" he asked, shifting gears. "Third one's a bit vague, no exact address, just coordinates. It's an old colonial estate on a small island, a short boat ride from Bocas." owned by a family with connections to the current regime in Caracas. Dom's instincts kicked in. This was the strongest lead yet. Send me the numbers. As Gary relayed them, Dom punched them into Eagle View on his laptop. The satellite image revealed a sprawling property tucked away in dense jungle, overlooking a narrow cove with a single dirt road leading south. The setup screamed safe house, secluded, defensible, perfect for hiding someone. Got it, he murmured. Then abruptly, Jerry, gotta call you back. He dialed David, checking his watch as the line rang. The moment David picked up, Dom cut to the chase. I think I've got Ross's location. Where? First, I need your word you won't interfere. You promised support, I'm holding you to it. Dom. The catastrophic. He's being held by Venezuelan intelligence in a safe house on an island near Bocas del Toro. David paused. Any idea why he's there and not in Caracas? Your guess is as good as mine. Maybe he traded intel for passage out. But why stop in Panama? Doesn't add up. You're planning to go in alone? Yep. What's the end game? Confirm he's there. Gather intel on the setup. And after? Dom's voice turned icy. Then maybe your Shayatet 13 boys can finish the job. It's not D. No red tape. Just a traitor in the jungle who got the Yacobis killed. David's response was razor sharp. We'd consider it a privilege. But just so we're clear, Dom added, if I get the chance, I'll put him down myself. Even better, David said. What do you need? Weapons. In Bocas, ready when I land. David let out a low whistle. Panama's a tight operation, but I'll make it happen. Next, Dom called Gary Hendley back. The former senator wasn't shocked when Dom said, I need to leave the country for a few days. Panama, I assume? Bocavelus, bingo. Care to explain this sudden trip? Venezuelan intel has Ross. Mossad confirmed it. They're holding him in that colonial compound near Bocas. Jerry's skepticism was palpable. If Caracas has him, why isn't he in Venezuela? That's the million-dollar question. And your plan once you're on the ground? Assess the security, then coordinate with Mossad. Why not loop in the FBI? Right now, it's all theory. No hard proof. Dom left out the part about a potential execution, but Jerry wasn't naive. He'd seen Dom's rage since India. Quietly, he said, killing Ross won't undo what happened to the Yacobis. Dom's plan was pure revenge, plain and simple. When Jerry pointed it out, Dom didn't argue. Fair enough, Jerry conceded, though his tone made it clear he wasn't thrilled. Just remember, this isn't a campus operation, and it sure as hell isn't government-sanctioned. Dom bit back a sarcastic remark about that being the entire point, and simply nodded. Jerry sighed. Fine. But you're not going alone. What do you need? I've got it covered, Dom insisted, just as a sharp knock rattled his door. His expression darkened. Speaking of help, you've been sending Adara to babysit me. Jerry chuckled. Deny it if you want, but she says you look like hell and act worse. Figured you could use a keeper. Dom shot a glance at the door. Yeah, well, she's here now. Gotta go. Adara stood on his doorstep, bundled in winter gear, arms crossed. You realize I have better things to do than chase you around, right? Dom stepped aside, and she marched in, immediately surveying the wreckage of his apartment. She yanked open the fridge, mostly empty, then zeroed in on the near-empty bottle of bourbon on the table. Her glare could have melted steel. I'm cleaning this place up, she announced. Then I'm stocking your kitchen. Complain all you want, but it's happening. Dom shook his head. Nice thought, but I'm leaving town. Today. Adara didn't blink. Good. So am I. Dom stared. Not happening. This is overseas, unsanctioned, and dangerous. She scoffed. You think I don't know what Oconus means? And if you're reckless enough to go alone, someone needs to keep you from getting killed. Dom opened his mouth to argue, then paused. Though... Wait. You know boats? She rolled her eyes. Navy, remember. Not destroyers. Something small, fast, inconspicuous. Adara crossed her arms. First off, battleships haven't been a thing for decades. Second, where and what's the mission? Dom hesitated. Panama. Fake de Kestapur. Me, scuba gear, maybe a firearm. She didn't miss a beat. Shallow draft, 20 to 30 feet. A mastercraft would work, I've handled plenty. Dom exhaled, half annoyed, half impressed. This was going to be a long trip. Dom leaned back in his chair, scanning flight options on his screen. All right, you're in. Grab your stuff and meet me at Dulles. In 60 minutes, there's a 1 p.m. flight. If we hustle, we'll touch down in Panama City by 5. We'll figure out the connection to Bocas del Toro once we land. Adara didn't budge. Passport's in my bag, and I keep a go bag in my car standard protocol when you work for Jerry Hendley. Always ready to move. Anything else I need, I'll pick up along the way. Dom raised an eyebrow, impressed. Even his seasoned team at the campus usually demanded at least a few hours' notice before an overseas op. One hiccup, he admitted. You blend right in down their dark hair, tan, the whole package. I might as well wear a neon sign saying, American. Blonde hair, gray eyes, I'd stand out more in Panama than at a Star Trek convention. Adara smirked. Guess you'll have to play the role of my annoyingly stubborn boyfriend. Trust me, no one will question it, especially after I accidentally elbow you in the face. Meanwhile, Gianna, Ethan, and Mohammed sat by the cracked tiles of the villa's neglected pool, picking at grilled sea bass under the watchful eyes of armed guards. Ethan drained his Chilean Pinot Grigio while Mohammed tapped away on his laptop, seemingly oblivious. Leo, their Venezuelan host, had vanished for a call with Caracas just before lunch. So, what's the plan? Ethan asked, refilling his glass. Gianna dabbed her lips with a napkin. Harlan's reaching out to his contacts this afternoon. We'll see what the FBI knows about Eve's death. Waller the prey to stew. We just wait? For now, yes. Gianna hesitated. Though there's something else. CNN reported 2 FBI agents found dead in the Potomac this morning. Ethan's grip tightened around his glass. You think they'll try to pin that on me? Mohammed finally looked up, his voice calm. In America, killing a federal officer is a capital offense. Ethan dropped his head onto the table as Gianna rubbed his shoulders. Across the room, Mohammed sliced into his fish with surgical precision. Back in the air, Dom and Adara hunched over an iPad, plotting their next moves as the Fokker 50 rattled toward Bocas del Toro. The plane was packed with locals and a handful of sunburned tourists, enough chaos to keep Adara from drawing attention. For now, at least. The small plane landed on the scorching tarmac of Bocas del Toro International Airport just past sunset. Dominic slung his backpack over one shoulder as they stepped onto the cracked pavement, the humid air clinging to their skin. Adara adjusted her own pack before slipping her hand into his, their fingers intertwining as they moved toward the modest terminal. Dom didn't react, but just before they reached the entrance, she pulled him close and murmured, 2 guys near the doors could be watchers. Mid the crap, stay sharp. Always, he replied, wrapping an arm around her waist as they flagged down a cab. Their hotel, the aptly named Bocas del Toro Inn, sat perched on the island's eastern edge, its weathered colonial facade jutting over the turquoise water. Their third-floor room overlooked Canero Cay, where emerald jungle met sapphire waves dotted with rusted tin roofs peeking through the trees. Neither mentioned the single bed as they stepped onto the balcony, scanning the quiet streets below. Suddenly, Adara leaned in so fast, Dom almost flinched close enough that he caught the faint scent of salt and sunscreen. "Think this place is wired," she whispered. Dom smirked. "Doubt it. We're good. Jerry drilled it into us, assume every hotel's got ears. The only things listening here are the centipedes." He nodded toward the wall behind her, where a grotesque marker-length insect crept near the balcony doors. Adara barely glanced at it. "Aren't you supposed to scream or something?" Dom teased. "Because I'm a girl." Her arched eyebrow made him instantly regret the joke. "Afghanistan had camel spiders big enough to saddle," she deadpanned. "Bugs are the least of my worries." Then this dump's practically 5-star. After a brief satellite call to David, who relayed a late-night meeting location across the island, they hit the docks. Adara scouted for a rental boat, while Dom hunted for scuba gear. The first two shops were busts. One lacked quality equipment. The other offered only neon vests that screamed, "Shoot me." But the third had it all. Blackback seed, wetsuit tanks, even a dive knife with an ankle sheath. He tossed in an extra $50 to have it delivered, then set off to gather the rest of his kit, the ocean breeze carrying the tang of salt and adventure. Dom spotted a small outfitter shop catering to adventurous kayakers who explored the remote islands dotting the archipelago. Inside, he stocked up on essentials: a durable canteen, sturdy rope, a waterproof pack, sealable plastic bags, and a pair of high-quality binoculars, along with a handful of other tactical items that might prove useful for surveilling the suspected Venezuelan hideout. Once everything was neatly stowed in his new gear bag, he headed back to the hotel. Adara was already on their balcony, sipping a chilled Balboa beer, while poring over nautical charts she'd picked up from the marina. Dom glanced at the maps, which looked like a chaotic tangle of waterways and irregular landmasses covered in cryptic markings. "You actually understand this?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "Like it's nothing," she replied, nudging a cooler toward him with her foot. Dom grabbed a beer and settled beside her. "Want to check out our ride? You found a boat already?" "Turns out I've got skills beyond serving tiny bags of pretzels at 30,000 feet, she quipped. "Color me impressed." "Where is it?" "Right below us. Black hull, white deck." Dom leaned over the railing and spotted the sleek Mastercraft Maristar 235, tied up at the dock 3 stories down. At 25 feet, it wasn't massive, but it had enough space for their gear and would handle the tight channels near the Venezuelan compound without drawing attention. "How was the speed?" Me asked. 400 horsepower V8. Not a speed demon, but it'll get us where we need to go without raising eyebrows. I've counted at least 6 just like it cruising around today. Dom gave an approving nod before they both turned their attention back to the charts, sketching out their approach for the next day's mission. With time to spare before their late-night meeting with David's Mossad contact, they wandered down to a waterfront restaurant called Ultimo Refugio. The place was nearly empty, so they snagged a quiet table on the back deck overlooking the water. Cold beers and crispy fried fish arrived, and for a while, they carefully avoided talking about the operation looming over them. Finally, Adara broke the silence. "Look, I know it's cliché, but someone's got to say it, taking this guy out won't undo what happened to that family in India." Dom exhaled. "I've heard that before, but you're still going through with it." "If I get the chance." Adara took a slow sip of her beer, hesitating before speaking again. You're carrying survivor's guilt. About the Jacobies. About Brian. Dom shook his head. No, pleat Sivert spaff. I did everything I could both times. It's not about what you did or didn't do. It's about the randomness of it. You made it. They didn't. And you don't know why. She held his gaze. Your brother. Kern. Null's kids? Survivor's guilt, he repeated quietly. Sounds like I need a therapist. You're not broken. It's normal. You're stuck wondering why you're still here when they aren't. Dom realized she was right. Those exact thoughts had haunted him since Brian's death. The weight had eased for a while, but after India, it crashed back harder than ever. You moonlighting as a psychologist, Sherman? She smirked. Nope. Just speaking from experience. Then how'd you peg me so fast? Because I've been dealing with the same thing longer than you have. Afghanistan. When you were a medic? She gave a tight nod. More than one reason. Before he could press further, she cut him off. Let's just leave it there, okay? Bor Kirchipsik Sao. Got it. An uneasy quiet settled between them. Without a word, they both signaled for another round. Dom took a sip of his drink, studying Adara over the rim of his glass. So, how'd you end up with the campus crew? A patient, she replied, her fingers tracing the condensation on her own glass. Patient. Dom raised an eyebrow. A young Marine lieutenant, what we call an O1 in the field. Dom smirked. Enlighten me, what's an O1? Adara exhaled, her gaze drifting toward the water. Muntu of the Stintidikandavter. Military slang. I was a Navy corpsman attached to a Marine combat engineer unit in the Korengal Valley. This lieutenant from a nearby infantry squad took an AK round to the skull. I was the first medic on scene, and by some miracle I managed to stabilize him before he bled out. Dom lifted his drink in a silent toast. Hell of a save. But Adara didn't return the gesture. Instead, she stared at the fading light dancing on the waves. Not really. He made it back to the States, but he didn't make it. Damn. Dom's voice dropped. I'm sorry. She shrugged, though the tension in her jaw betrayed the casual motion. His father, a colonel, reached out after the funeral. Said he was grateful his son got to die surrounded by family instead of in some dirt trench halfway across the world. Funny how people find comfort in the smallest things. A bitter laugh escaped her. We kept in touch. When he retired, he took a gig with Miter Corp on some classified project. By the time I left the Corps, he offered me a job. I was planning on nursing school, but the pay was too good to pass up. Next thing I knew, I had a top-secret clearance and was shaking hands with Gary Henley in Maryland. Dom swirled his drink. Ever regret skipping nursing school? Adara finally met his eyes, a smirk playing at her lips. I'll get there. Besides, you and the guys keep me plenty busy patching you up. It's like you've got a death wish. Dom grinned. Only way to get your attention. Her expression sobered instantly. Do us both a favor, try not to get shot down here. A scruffy parrot landed on the railing beside them, eyeing their food with beady suspicion. Adara tossed it a scrap of fish, but the bird squawked louder, demanding more. Dom waved it off with a scowl. I'll do my best. And I'll keep you out of trouble, too. He signaled the bartender for another round. Adara arched a brow. Trying to get me drunk, Caruso. Dom knocked back his shot. Nah, just myself. You're just along for the ride. She clinked her glass against his with a dry chuckle. Vey alt freiter kufferaf. That line work on D. Girls? Not even a little, he admitted, pouring another. "You're gonna regret this tomorrow," she warned. Dom scoffed. 4 beers won't wreck me. Before, Adara smirked. They'd only had 3. Dom checked his watch. We've got time. Just before midnight, a rattling taxi coughed its way through Bocastown, past ramshackle houses with peeling paint and vendors hawking trinkets to anyone who looked like a tourist, which, thanks to Adara's bright blonde hair, was them. The cab dumped them in front of a dimly lit supermarket on the town's edge. They lingered, unsure whether to enter or wait, until headlights flashed from a dented hatchback tucked in an alley across the street. A woman in her 40s, Maria, stepped out, her nervous energy palpable even from a distance. Dom's hand drifted toward the diving knife, strapped to his leg as he scanned the shadowed alley. Not exactly a 5-star meeting spot. Maria's jittery demeanor didn't help. No names were exchanged, just hands shaken and a deal waiting to go sideways. Maria took a long drag from her cigarette before offering one to the 2 Americans, both of whom shook their heads. "Sorry," she muttered, exhaling smoke. "Nerves. Got the call this afternoon. Usually when they need something. Well, it's been years. And never anything like this." Adara Sherman looked puzzled, but Dom caught on immediately. "You're Cyan, aren't you?" Maria scoffed. "Obviously. You think I moonlight as an arms dealer?" Cyan were unofficial assets ordinary citizens, often professionals, who volunteered to assist Mossad when called upon. Lawyers, shopkeepers, even bureaucrats, all willing to drop everything for Israel. Dom figured Maria had probably been yanked from some respectable job, maybe a law office or a city hall, and thrown into this mess. No wonder she was jittery. Adara offered a reassuring smile. "You're doing fine, Maria. We appreciate the help." Dom, eager to move things along, cut in. "You got what we asked for?" Maria popped the trunk of her hatchback, revealing a bulky backpack. Inside, Dom found a weathered M9 Beretta and an M16 that had been broken down to fit. The rifle was ancient Vietnam era, if he had to guess. "Seriously?" He raised an eyebrow. "You raid a military surplus store?" Maria took another nervous drag. "It wasn't easy. This isn't exactly a hotbed for black market arms." Adara inspected the weapons. "May prevtamulbu? Doltifro." Maria blinked. "They're loaded." Dom checked the magazines. "Full, but vintage. Military ball rounds probably older than I am." He ejected a cartridge, rolling it between his fingers. "At least they're not corroded." Adara sighed. "We'll make it work. There's motor oil in the boat. We can clean them tonight." As Dom slung the pack over his shoulder, Maria eyed Adara skeptically. "No offense, but you don't exactly scream Mossad." Adara just grinned. "And that's why I'm good at my job." Back at the hotel, Dom eyed the empty lobby bar, but Adara vetoed another drink. Guns first. Sleep second. Upstairs, they got to work, Adara reassembling the M16 with practiced ease, Dom fumbling slightly with the unfamiliar Beretta. He'd handled plenty of handguns, but this one had quirks. Adara, meanwhile, moved with muscle memory, her Navy training kicking in. The rifle might have been outdated, but the motions were the same. As she wiped down the barrel, she smirked. "Bet you wish we had something newer." Dom chuckled. "At least it's not a musket." The weapon in front of her was the A2 model, similar enough to the A4 she'd handled earlier that the differences were barely noticeable. Once the firearms were prepped, Adara slipped away to the bathroom, emerging minutes later in an oversized gray tee with navy emblazoned across the front and loose sweatpants sporting bright orange Virginia lettering down one leg. Her hair was pulled into a messy ponytail. and the glasses she wore gave her an unexpectedly studious look, one Dom couldn't help but find intriguing. As she settled in for the night, he caught himself stealing a glance or two before ducking into the bathroom to change. When he returned in plain black boxers and a white undershirt, the room was dim, lit only by a single bedside lamp. "Alarm set for 5:30, Adara announced. "Sounds about right," Dom replied, moving toward the bed only to pause when she arched an eyebrow. He flashed a grin. "Relax, Sherman. I've got manners." "Good to know," she said dryly, snatching a pillow and tossing it onto the wicker couch. "There's a blanket in the closet. Might want to give it a shake just in case." Dom hesitated, glancing between the comfortable bed and the stiff-looking sofa. "Seriously?" "Oh, dead serious. Night, Caruso." With a sigh, he yanked the blanket from the closet, gave it a few brisk snaps, and resigned himself to the couch as Adara clicked off the lamp. "Night, Sherman." By 6:30 a.m., they were on the dock, the streets eerily quiet under a steady drizzle. Laden with backpacks and extra gear, it took 2 trips to load everything onto the boat. Dom wasted no time assembling the disassembled M16 from Maria's pack, stashing it inside a cooler near the bow. "You're not taking it with you?" Adara frowned. "Wish I could, but hauling a 10-pound rifle on top of everything else isn't happening. Pistol's enough. You hang on to this just in case you need to extract me fast." She crossed her arms. "Or I could drop you off, circle around the island, and bring it to you overland. Might take a while, but it's doable." Dom shook his head. "Nice try, but I'm not splitting you from the boat. Too many variables out there. I'm keeping my exit strategy intact." By 7, Adara had the Mastercraft's twin engines roaring to life. Despite the rain, the channel was already bustling with ferries, fishing boats, and dive charters. Once they cleared the main traffic, she pushed the throttle forward, the boat surging ahead as the bow lifted. Dom, suited up in scuba gear at the stern, double-checked his waterproofed pack, stuffed with enough supplies, for 2 days before securing it. 10 minutes later, Adara slowed as they approached Bastamento's island, the hum of the engines fading into the morning mist. The shoreline was dotted with small, eco-friendly cabins, but as they moved south, signs of civilization dwindled. Ahead lay the mouth of a broad inlet, its surface rippling only from the steady rain. Adara double-checked her Eagle View printout, ensuring they maintained a safe distance from the Venezuelan compound. As they neared Caruso's entry point, she killed the engine. The drizzle had turned into a relentless downpour. Her baseball cap kept the water from her eyes, but her clothes were drenched. Dom, suited up for the dive, barely noticed the rain. "Head straight back to the hotel," he instructed, "but stay ready to move if I call." Adara nodded. "I'll refuel and keep the boat nearby. If you need extraction, I can be back here in under 25 minutes. "Good. I'll check in every 2 hours by satellite phone. Miss 2 calls and you come back. Try the walkie-talkie first. If that fails, I'll swim out. But under no circumstances are you to come ashore yourself. One sees Bivan." Adara smirked. "We's were tev de sectre. But if things go sideways and you change your mind, just say the word." Dom secured his gear bag to a rope around his waist, adjusted his mask, and perched on the boat's edge. Fins on, regulator in place, he gave Adara a quick nod before rolling backward into the water. His fins flashed in the air before he vanished beneath the surface. After a final OK signal, he deflated his vest and descended. Adara waited a few moments, then fired up the engine and steered toward Bocastown. Underwater, Dom's lead-weighted belt countered the buoyancy of his wetsuit and gear, letting him sink effortlessly to 30 feet. He adjusted his vest just enough to hover above the sandy seabed, steering clear of the channel's center to avoid detection. The rain masked his presence, but he wasn't taking chances alone and exposed. He moved with precision. Following his watch's compass, he glided east, riding the current faster than anticipated. 20 minutes later, he surfaced cautiously, confirming his position before diving back down. Nearing shore, he wove through dense seagrass, startling fish that kicked up clouds of sand. The mangroves proved a tougher obstacle, thick, tangled, nearly impassable. He surfaced again, scanning for an alternate route. Spotting a narrow cove, he hoped it might offer a gap in the vegetation. Regulator back in place, he submerged, pushing forward through the murky water. Dom glided silently through the murky water, careful to stay deep enough that his bubbles wouldn't betray his presence to anyone watching from shore. Just as he reached the center of the inlet, the low growl of a boat engine cut through the water. He froze, hovering 25 feet below the surface, his breathing steady but controlled, each inhale from his tank lifting him slightly, each exhale letting him sink back down. Above him, the dark silhouette of a boat drifted into view, its hull blocking what little light filtered through the water. It moved slowly, methodically, like it was searching for something. Not a fishing boat, not a transport, this was a patrol. His gut tightened. If this was connected to the Venezuelan safe house, slipping out unnoticed just got a whole lot harder. 15 minutes after the boat vanished, Dom surfaced near the shore, closer to the target than he'd planned. The jungle here was thick, almost suffocating, but that worked in his favor. He stripped off his scuba gear, sealed the tank to save air, and buried everything under a tangle of ferns beneath towering crabwood trees. Swapping his wetsuit for dark camo and black sneakers, he checked his GPS, marking the spot where he'd hidden his gear just in case he needed to make a quick exit the same way he came. Then the engine noise returned. Dom hit the dirt, pressing himself into the undergrowth as a 30-foot Panamanian police boat cruised past, armed with a Bolsey-caliber machine gun. Same boat as before. Same slow, deliberate patrol. Not good. If Adara had to extract him by land, that gun would make things messy. Once the boat was gone, he pushed deeper into the jungle, moving carefully to avoid snakes and whatever else lurked in the damp shadows. The air was thick, the ground slick with moisture, but at least it wasn't mud. Every few steps he checked his GPS, making sure he didn't accidentally walk straight into enemy territory. 200 yards took over an hour, painfully slow but necessary. Then just before 10, the trees thinned, and through the leaves he caught his first glimpse of the Venezuelan safe house. A sprawling colonial-style building, its white walls standing out against the green like a target. Dom crouched low, pressing himself into the damp earth beneath a sprawling oak. Vines twisted around the trunk, their leaves offering extra cover as he adjusted his position. He tucked his worn brown backpack against his chest, breaking up his silhouette against the dense foliage. Satisfied he was concealed, he raised his binoculars, wiping the lenses with his sleeve as the humid air clung to everything. The rain had finally let up, but the jungle floor steamed under the returning sun, turning the air thick and heavy. Through the haze, 2 battered Ford Expeditions sat parked on a muddy track, their dark paint peeling under the tropical sun. Near the water's edge, 2 men in khaki stood by a dock, their linen shirts wrinkled from the damp. The rifles slung over their shoulders, HKG-3s were impossible to miss. Another pair patrolled farther out, weapons just as visible. Dom's gut told him there were more guards, but the mansion's rear was partially blocked by thick vegetation. Just beyond the main house, barely visible from his position, a chain-link kennel held a pair of alert dogs, probably shepherds, their ears pricked at every sound. No sign of Ethan Ross yet, but the heavy security screamed that something or someone valuable was inside. Dom tapped his satellite phone, updating Adara in a low murmur before swatting at the bugs crawling up his arms. He took a swig of warm canteen water, grimacing at the taste. This stakeout wasn't ending anytime soon. Half a world away, the Admiral Shabanenko loomed over the Nicaraguan port of San Juan del Sur, its massive hull drawing stares from locals. The Russian destroyer's crew buzzed with anticipation. 3 days of shore leave meant cheap beer, cheaper food, and whatever else they could find in this sleepy town. But for one Spetsnaz officer, liberty was abruptly canceled. A secure call summoned him to the Marine Ops Center, where a GRU captain's voice crackled over the radio before an F general cut in with new orders. The lieutenant's weekend bag dropped to the floor. Whatever Moscow wanted, it wasn't a suggestion. The orders left him stunned not just by their urgency, but by their sheer audacity. He and his unit had trained for countless operations. Yet nothing in his experience as a first lieutenant had prepared him for the mission the F's general demanded they execute without delay. Within 3 hours of the radio call, he and his 5 men had swapped their uniforms for civilian attire, hauling heavy duffel bags toward the helipad at the stern of the Admiral Chabanenko. Curious sailors watched as the Spetsnaz team boarded the destroyer's Kamov Khater 32 helicopter, its rotors slicing through the humid evening air above San Juan del Sur. The flight to the military airfield outside Managua was brief, barely an hour, where a freshly arrived FOV officer from Caracas delivered a rushed briefing. Another hour passed before they were told to finalize their plans and wait for Moscow's approval. The green light didn't come until 4 and the moment it did, the team loaded onto a civilian Cessna Caravan officially owned by a shell company tied to Nicaraguan intelligence. Packing the plane was a struggle. Each man carried nearly 60 pounds of gear, cramming the 10-seater to the brim. As the aircraft climbed into the pre-dawn darkness, banking south over the quiet city, a second team of Russian operatives was already in motion. These VUD agents had set sail from Maracaibo, Venezuela. Hours earlier, their orders just as shocking: secure a fast yacht and push northwest across the turbulent Caribbean at full speed. Both teams were converging on the same target, the Bocas del Toro archipelago in northern Panama. None of them knew the operation had been set in motion by the FOV's top officer in Caracas, who had received a tip from Venezuelan counterintelligence. The warning was explosive. A rogue American had handed over a list of 33 CIA operatives in Venezuela in exchange for asylum. Even more alarming, a second list was coming, exposing Venezuelan embassy spies abroad. Skeptical at first, the FFE officer had checked with Moscow, only to learn the FBI was hunting a National Security Council staffer named Ethan Ross, accused of murdering his girlfriend and 2 agents before vanishing with a trove of classified documents. The Venezuelans had shown him coded dossiers, no real names, but enough details to confirm the leak was real. Suddenly, what had sounded like wild conspiracy theory became a race to secure the biggest intelligence windfall in years. The Russian operative instantly spotted several known American intelligence assets that the FSFEB had deliberately left operational as part of their counter-espionage strategy. Within minutes of confirming the intel, the station chief in Caracas was on a secure line with Moscow, receiving orders to pressure Venezuelan officials into surrendering the entire data cache the moment the American target arrived. He even proposed using SP-117, a Russian-developed truth serum, to extract the encryption password. But the Venezuelans refused, insisting on keeping the man hidden in a Panamanian safehouse until arrests were finalized. The FSU time was critical. A defector carrying sensitive intelligence would draw relentless pursuit from you agencies, who'd stop at nothing to contain the breach. After urgent consultations with Lubyanka headquarters, Moscow authorized an extraction mission in Panama, preferring it over a messy operation on Venezuelan soil. The plan: disguise Russian Spetsnaz operatives as Americans to throw off suspicions. The resident marveled at how quickly the decision came just 24 hours, but by the time the green light reached the team in Managua, the objective was crystal clear: seize Ethan Ross and his files, leaving no trace back to Russia. Meanwhile, Dominic Caruso was having the kind of day that made jungle surveillance feel like a twisted survival challenge. Shielded from the brutal sun under a massive fern, he'd still nearly succumbed to heat exhaustion. Insects had treated him like an all-you-can-eat buffet. A sloth had stared him down with unsettling indifference, and then, as if nature wanted to mock him further, a toucan emptied its berry-stained guts onto his back, while guards lingered nearby. He couldn't even wipe it off without risking exposure. The only break in the monotony came at dusk, when a young man in jeans, clearly out of place, emerged on the veranda, engrossed in a phone call. Dominic snapped a few blurry photos, but the fading light ruined any chance of usable intel. Frustrated, he relocated to a new vantage point near the pool, scanning the house's rear windows through his binoculars. 6 hours of sweat, filth, and zero sign of Ross. The mission was far from over. The front of the property had fewer curtains drawn compared to the back, giving Dom a clear view of a lone figure pacing on the second floor. Most likely another guard, but Dom didn't mind. This vantage point was decent enough. He figured waiting until nightfall would give him a clearer look inside the well-lit rooms and hallways. Just before 10:30 p.m., the wind shifted, carrying the scent of rain. Dom considered retreating to his original hideout, which offered better shelter, especially since he had a lightweight poncho stashed in his pack. But as he lowered his binoculars, movement on the veranda caught his eye. Instantly, he raised them again, spotting a blond man leaning against the railing, wineglass in hand, staring at the pool below. The man held a laptop tucked under his arm, his face shadowed. Dom squinted, whispering, "Ross, is that you?" At 80 yards, even with optics, he couldn't be sure. He snapped a few blurry photos, then more, when a woman with wild black curls emerged from the French doors behind the blonde. She carried a bottle and a glass, grinning as she hugged him, though he barely reacted, his gaze fixed on the property's edge. Dom willed him to turn, to step into the light. Finally, a heavy-set man in a cream suit and a bushy mustache appeared, waving them inside. The blonde turned, briefly illuminated, as he faced the rainforest just long enough for Dom to confirm it was Ross. A cold smirk curled Dom's lips. "Missed you, you smug bastard. Think you're untouchable here. Albright might not get to you. We're wide at Tiwasti. But Shayat at 13. They'll find you." The veranda lights flicked off, plunging the scene into darkness. Dom retreated through the downpour, navigating by the faint glow from the safe house's perimeter. By midnight, he was back at his hideout, soaked but focused. He reached for his sat phone to alert David Ross was confirmed. But before he could dial, the screen lit up with Albright's name. Dom exhaled sharply. "Bad timing, Darren," he muttered, static crackling through the line. Albright's voice cut through the noise, sharp with sarcasm. "Brie ape-cha pray. You've been hounding me for days, and now you're suddenly busy?" The irony wasn't lost on Dom, as rain drummed against the leaves overhead. "I won't hold you up, but you should hear this from me before it hits the news." "What exactly am I hearing?" Ethan Ross just pulled off one of the biggest intelligence heists in years. Nearly 700,000 classified files from Intel Inc. TS. We're talking top-secret CIA asset reports from every corner of the globe. You've got to be kidding me. Not even close. 2 days ago, he executed a massive data breach using Eve Pang's credentials, tunneling through a VPN with a custom crawler designed to pinpoint the most sensitive intel. Forensics is still piecing together the damage, but the text described it as, and I quote, "pretty much the entire playbook." Dom exhaled sharply. "Jesus. And it gets worse." The two missing SAS operatives? Found in the Potomac, full of bullet holes. Then there's the charred body in a Richmond hotel, Philip McKell, former NSA. This whole mess is connected. Dom dropped his head, rainwater trickling down his neck. This thing just keeps snowballing, doesn't it? Like an avalanche, Albright shot back. And Ross? He's already gone, Venezuela. Dom lifted his head, voice tight. But you know. CIA proxies in Caracas are vanishing 24 in the last 48 hours alone. Payback for smuggling him out. We pulled footage from surveillance cams near the Venezuelan embassy. Ross strolled right in, right before our guys disappeared. He traded stolen intel for an exit plan. And along the way, McKell, Peng, and 2 of ours ended up dead. He's in Caracas by now. Dom's mind raced, weighing risks. Finally, he bit the bullet. I've got intel you need. Figured you might. Ross isn't in Venezuela. He's in Panama, Bocas del Toro, an island called Bastamentos. Venezuelan intel's got him holed up in a safe house, 30 minutes by boat from the airport. I know a tricert. Then Albright's voice turned razor-edged. Unless you explain how you know this, I'm gonna assume you're working with him. That's ridiculous. Us mad. Maybe. But I'm not in the mood for games. You're obstructing my investigation. Me. You've been sitting on intel about my suspect. Damn it. I just handed you Ross's location. How is that obstruction? Dom forced a steadying breath. The Israelis tipped me off. What Israelis? The ones who want Ross for Arik Jacobi's murder. Think they'd be up for a chat. Doubtful. Right now, I'm their point man. I know more than they do. Niken Predator. Dom's reply was ice cold. Because I'm watching the safe house as we speak. Albright's tone darkened further. You'd better start talking. Fast. Dom stood in the pouring rain, phone pressed to his ear as Albright's voice crackled through the line. You're really in Panama? Sure am, Dom replied, blinking water from his lashes. Nothing illegal about a guy vacationing in Central America. A bitter laugh escaped him as the downpour intensified. Cut the crap, Caruso. You're there with your CIA buddies plotting to take Ross out. Dom smirked, shaking his head. No spooks, just me and a blonde who could drop you in 2 seconds flat. But she's not agency, just a flight attendant with a mean right hook. Albright wasn't buying it. His voice sharpened. Listen up. If you and your team make a move on Ross, you're risking everything. He's got the intel on him right now. If he dies, we lose it forever. Dom wiped his face again, scanning the dimly lit house across the lawn. He's got a laptop. Saw it myself. Could be on there, or a hard drive. Point is, he's smart enough to encrypt it. Without him, the data's useless. Dom clenched his jaw. The urge to storm that house and put a bullet in Ross warred with cold logic. Losing that intel meant exposing American operatives worldwide. Damn it. Fine. I'll hold position and feed you the coordinates. How soon can you get here? Albright exhaled. Matterplert's mobilizing. 4-hour flight to Panama City, then we'll need choppers to reach you. Might be sunrise before we hit the ground. I'll keep watch till then, Dom said. Not alone. I'll send backup Panamanian forces. Bad idea, Dom cut in. Local cops have been patrolling the waterway all day. My guess. Venezuelan cash is greasing their palms. Albright muttered a curse. Even if we loop in federal police, no guarantee word won't leak. Ross could vanish. Exactly, Dom said. Better option. hit the place at dawn with overwhelming force. Guards are light, maybe a dozen total. Catch, am exhausted. Grab Ross and his data. Albright's tone turned dry. Would be easier if you just admitted you've got agency backup. Dom groaned. For the last time, no spooks. Just me and the blonde. Another sigh. Fine. I'll dispatch 2 FBI agents from Panama City. White-collar guys, but they'll keep this official. Dom's grip tightened on the phone. We're on borrowed time. Venezuelans could move him any minute. Then stay put. Watch, don't engage. That's an order. Dom rolled his eyes. Yeah. And for the record, still not CIA. The call ended, leaving him alone in the storm, the weight of the mission pressing heavier than the rain. Dominic exhaled sharply as the call ended, shaking his head at Albright's muttered insult. The vibration in his pocket startled him. David's D. number flashing on the screen. The Mossad officer would be expecting confirmation, ready to deploy a strike team the moment Ross was positively identified. Israel's vendetta against the traitor hadn't changed, but Dom's mission parameters had shifted dramatically since Albright's update. How could he explain a classified intelligence operation to a foreign ally? That decision belonged to Langley, not some field operative crouching in the jungle. He silenced the call, knowing full well he'd just earned himself a world of professional hostility. Adjusting his position, Dom accidentally rustled the fern concealing him. The sudden snap of twigs froze him mid-movement. His fingers hovered near his sidearm, until moonlight revealed 2 howler monkeys ambling across the manicured lawn, utterly indifferent to the human intruder. After a swig of tepid canteen water to steady his nerves, he dialed Adara. She answered instantly, her voice alert despite the late hour. He briefed her on Ross's location and the impending federal Stormheart teams descending by sunrise. You need extraction now, she countered, the hum of a boat engine audible behind her. After midnight, I'll be a spotlight on dark water. Venezuelan patrols or Panamanian cops will have questions a blonde tourist can't answer. Negative. I'm staying put until reinforcements arrive. The line went dead, leaving Dom alone with the symphony of croaking frogs and buzzing insects. One particularly bold tree frog had taken up residence on his boot, its neon green body pulsing with each ribbit. Dawn crept in sluggishly, the lingering cloud cover diffusing moonlight over Bastimento's island. His binoculars revealed 2 guards making lazy circuits of the property, their flashlight beams cutting through the pre-dawn gloom. Through the mansion's ground floor windows, shadows moved in predictable patterns, nothing resembling Ross's lanky frame. The distant drone of an aircraft engine faded as Dom rubbed his stiff neck, realizing he'd dozed off despite the amphibian chorus. Somewhere in that villa, an American trader slept soundly in a climate-controlled bedroom while his would-be captor lay in damp foliage, picking ants out of his collar. Dom couldn't spot the aircraft through the dense jungle canopy above, but the steady hum of a single-engine turboprop told him it was cruising somewhere around 5,000 feet. His eyes burned with exhaustion as he kept scanning the house, forcing himself to stay sharp. Then, out of nowhere, a loud snap echoed from the trees to his left, not close, but jarring enough to cut through the night's usual soundtrack of chirping frogs, which instantly went silent. Another branch cracked, then another, followed by a flurry of rustling leaves. Something was moving through the underbrush. Dom's hand went to the M9 at his hip as he crouched lower beneath the ferns, pulse quickening. Before he could process what was happening, a shadowy figure hit the lawn in front of him, a tangled parachute collapsing over his body. Then another landed barely 20 yards away, just beyond the glow of the house lights. Dom's breath caught. What the hell? More crashes erupted from the trees, this time to his right. Someone had missed their mark, their chute snagged in the branches. The kennel dogs erupted in frantic barks as two more figures touched down on the darkened grass, gathering their chutes before vanishing into the jungle. 6 men in under 10 seconds. Dom's mind raced. FBI hostage rescue. Albright hadn't mentioned a damn airborne op, but who else would be dropping into this mess? Mossad. No way David had been blowing up his phone for hours, and they wouldn't move without intel from their guy on the ground. Then flashlights swept across the driveway the two-man patrol Dom had watched all night. The beams swayed lazily, their owners unfazed by the barking dogs. Probably wrote it off as monkeys or some oversized toucan. But Dom knew better. Those 6 shadows in the trees. They weren't here to birdwatch. The Venezuelans strolled closer, rifles slung casually, lights in hand. Amateurs. Meanwhile, the unseen team in the jungle. They'd be locked, loaded, and waiting. Dom stayed frozen. One wrong move, and this would go south fast. The moment the 2 guards walked past, Dom spotted another pair of shadowy figures trailing them. Though they carried no visible weapons, they moved with eerie precision, closing the distance in silence. In one fluid motion, they seized the guards from behind, twisted them around, stripped their weapons, and delivered a brutal flurry of strikes to their ribs and jaws. The guards collapsed in a lifeless heap on the shadowed grass, their injuries leaving no doubt about their fate. Without hesitation, the assassins dragged the bodies and weapons into the tree line near Dom's hiding spot. From just 20 yards away, Dom had witnessed the entire encounter. No words, no insignias, no recognizable uniforms. Yet he knew exactly who they were. Their combat style was unmistakable. It wasn't Krav Maga, though it shared the same ruthless efficiency. No, this was Sistema Russian Special Forces' signature technique. Spetsnaz had just landed on the island, and that meant trouble. A minute later, 6 silhouettes advanced across the lawn toward the trucks and pool, each armed with an MP7. They moved like professionals, covering each other in pairs, but they weren't making a direct assault on the mansion yet. Instead, they vanished up the driveway, likely scouting for intel near the pool house. Dom tried calling Albright, but the line was dead, probably still airborne, with no signal. Even if the FBI agents from Panama City were nearby, they were financial specialists, not tactical operatives. By the time they scrambled a boat from Bocastown, this would be over. Dom exhaled sharply. He was on his own well, almost. He dialed Adara, who answered instantly. "You're early. What's happening?" "Everything's about to blow up here," Dom said. "Get to the boat, but don't move yet. Just be ready." She protested, but he cut her off. "Stay put until I call. Trust me." He filled her in on the Spetsnaz team and their brutal takedown of the guards. If they reached Ethan Ross first, they'd walk away with a treasure trove of you. Intelligence assets, names, locations, everything. Adara's voice tightened. The Russians wouldn't hesitate to slaughter anyone in their way for that kind of intel. Twice more, Dom had to order her to stay back. She was itching to help. But he didn't even have a plan yet. The last thing he needed was to babysit her in a firefight. Peering through his binoculars, he scanned the pool house, but saw only darkness. The next sign of the Russians would likely be muzzle flashes lighting up the mansion's windows, and by then, it'd be too late for hesitation. Dom knew the situation was slipping away. Those 6 Russian operatives had Ross, and they'd surely planned their exit strategy. A speedboat waiting at the dock, maybe even a chopper circling nearby. By the time Albright's Heart team rolled in, the Russians would be halfway to Moscow, laughing as they exploited Ross's intel to dismantle the CIA. He punched the dirt, frustration boiling over. letting the man behind the Jacobi murders slip into Russian hands. El unthinkable. Not happening, he muttered. Venezuela was bad, but Russia? That was a disaster. Moscow would weaponize Ross's knowledge, and America would pay the price. Dom couldn't stop the Russians alone, but he could tip off the Venezuelans even if it meant exposing himself to gunfire from both sides. Better Ross in Caracas than the Kremlin. He called Adara, bracing for her reaction. Remember when I promised to keep you out of the line of fire? Let me guess you're about to say you lied. More like underestimated the situation. Buenas tardes. Then I'll forgive you, since I ignored your orders anyway. Already on the water, heading your way. When me do pro. I'll come to you. A wild thought struck him. What if he snatched Ross himself? The chaos inside that house was about to explode. Maybe, just maybe, he could turn the confusion to his advantage. If I get stupidly lucky, I might bring company. Ross, you're seriously going after him. A man can dream. He ended the call, shaking his head. Here he was, ready to fight alongside a traitor and the foreign spies who smuggled him out of the U. Insane, he whispered, then took off in a crouched sprint across the shadowed lawn. As Dom moved low and fast, the dogs' barking grew louder, though they couldn't possibly see him from their kennels. Flashlights swept the grounds from the second-floor veranda, but he dodged the beams, veering toward the driveway. More beams crisscrossed the pool area. Were the Russians about to light up the guards before storming the house? He reached the side of the colonial-style mansion, pressing against the cool stucco wall, then edged through dense, fragrant hedges. A dark window caught his eye. First glance, nothing. He waited, looked again. Slowly, shapes emerged, stacked banquet tables, soccer gear, croquet mallets, nets of balls hanging like forgotten trophies. The door was shut. He tested the window. Yesterday payday. No easy way in. Dom considered shattering the glass near the window lock, but hesitated as he raised the grip of his Beretta. A quick sweep of his flashlight revealed exactly what he'd anticipated, a small glass break sensor protruding from the ceiling. One wrong move, and the entire estate would erupt in alarms. Just as he turned to find another way in, gunfire erupted from the back of the property near the pool, the sharp cracks bouncing off the dense rainforest trees. The Venezuelans and Russians were clearly exchanging fire. With the house alarms now wailing, Dom seized the distraction, smashing the window with his pistol grip. Within seconds, he jimmied the lock and slid inside. Ethan Ross jolted awake, his head still foggy from too much whiskey. The sharp pops outside didn't sound like TV gunfire, this was real. He stumbled to his feet, curiosity outweighing fear as he cracked his bedroom door open. A guard stood nearby, distracted by the chaos unfolding below the mezzanine. "What's happening?" Ethan yelled, but the man barely glanced at him before barking back in Spanish. No idea. His rifle was raised, sweeping the lower floor as if expecting an ambush. Then Mohammed came sprinting around the corner, barefoot but clutching his phone and laptop like lifelines. He shoved past Gianna Bertoli, who stood frozen in her robe, and grabbed Ethan's arm. "The Americans are here. Move. Move." Ethan bolted back into his room, but Mohammed barged in after him. "The drive, where is it?" Ethan's eyes flicked toward his laptop, and Mohammed didn't miss it. "It's on there." Without answering, Ethan yanked the laptop off the desk, stuffing it into his backpack. The hard drive was still taped to his hip, but he wasn't about to admit that. Out on the mezzanine, Leo, the Venezuelan intel chief, had arrived with reinforcements. Dressed like he'd just rolled out of bed, but armed to the teeth, he barked orders. "Truck by the kennels now. They'll expect us to head for the SUVs. Move." Best save and move. Mohammed demanded numbers, but Leo just shook his head, leading the charge down the rear stairs. The group spilled into a long gallery along the back of the house, but as they passed an archway, gunfire exploded from the shadows. A guard dropped instantly, and Leo's men returned fire as they sprinted past. Mohammed and Gianna made it through, but Ethan froze, stranded between the stairs and the kill zone. As Mohammed shouted for him to run, Ethan did the opposite. He turned and sprinted toward the kitchen, leaving the chaos behind. The sound of gunfire intensified behind Ethan as he darted through the archway, his heart pounding. The kitchen ahead was bathed in the faint glow of under-cabinet lighting, casting long shadows across the countertops. There, in the center of the room, stood a rugged man in soaked brown clothes, his sleeves rolled up to reveal mud-streaked forearms. A scruffy beard framed his hardened face, and the black pistol in his grip was leveled directly at Ethan's chest. Freezing in place, Ethan threw his hands up. "You got it with you?" The man growled in English, his voice rough. Ethan's throat tightened. Words failed him as gunfire echoed from the gallery behind. The stranger cocked his weapon with a sharp click. "I won't ask twice." "It's here," Ethan blurted. "Then you're coming with me." Ethan barely had time to protest before the man fired. A scream tore from his throat as he hit the floor, hands still raised. Behind him, a Jew officer burst in, rifle ready, only to be cut down mid-stride. Another Venezuelan soldier charged in, spraying bullets that shattered tiles and punctured appliances. Ethan curled into a ball, eyes wide, watching the American in brown weave through the chaos. With a sudden dive, the man rolled across the floor and vanished into the dining room. "Ethan." Mohammed's voice cut through the noise. Crouched beside the wounded Venezuelan, he waved frantically. "Move." Ethan scrambled forward on hands and knees, adrenaline numbing his terror. The injured soldier writhed nearby, clutching his leg, while Mohammed snatched up the fallen rifle and fired toward the dining room. Who knew the quiet tech guy had such steady aim? Now Ethan. Stumbling to his feet, Ethan bolted only for Mohammed to yank him back. "What did a treat from way? That's where the others are." Gunfire erupted near the foyer, glass exploding. They sprinted through the wrecked living room, dodging debris and bodies. Ethan's foot caught on a corpse, sending him sprawling. Mohammed hauled him up, shoving him toward a shattered library window. With a few strikes from the rifle butt, they clambered outside, landing in a hedge by the pool. Panting, Mohammed scanned the darkness. Just then, Leo and Gianna burst through the French doors. Leo's shirt soaked crimson, his face ghostly pale under the poolside lights. The fight wasn't over. Leo stumbled past the stunned party guests, gripping his radio tightly as he shouted orders to his security team. Static crackled in response, no replies came through, but the unmistakable sounds of gunfire echoed from the second floor. Reaching the two SUVs parked in the driveway, he whirled around, raising his compact submachine gun as he scanned the balcony for any sign of movement. Gianna, Mohammed, and Ethan sprinted toward him, their faces etched with urgency. "The expeditions." Ethan yelled, breathless. "Do you have the keys?" "Get in the black one." Leo barked. In the dim light, the vehicles looked nearly identical, but as Ethan drew closer, he realized one was a deep forest green. He yanked open the rear door of the black expedition and slid inside, Gianna quickly following. Mohammed took shotgun, and Leo jumped behind the wheel, firing up the engine. The SUV lurched forward, tires churning through the muddy drive as they sped away from the waterfront estate and into the dense jungle. "Where are we headed?" Ethan asked, twisting in his seat to check for pursuers. His hands trembled uncontrollably. Leo's voice was strained. "East docks, we've got boats there. Once we hit open water, the Panamanian Coast Guard will cover us." He coughed, wincing. Just stay quiet. Ethan exhaled sharply, amazed they'd actually escaped the ambush. Gianna, though clearly shaken herself, reached over and squeezed his arm in silent reassurance. Meanwhile, 4 Spetsnaz operatives burst through the French doors near the pool, sprinting toward the remaining expedition. Their lieutenant had spotted taillights vanishing into the jungle and immediately ordered pursuit. 2 of their men were already dead, one caught picking a lock on the patio, the other gunned down in the gallery. The Venezuelan guards had fought harder than expected, delaying their mission to capture the American. The lieutenant cursed under his breath as he threw himself into the passenger's seat. His team had hot-wired the SUV earlier, thankfully. Their targets had taken the other vehicle. As the engine roared to life, the expedition fishtailed before tearing down the driveway, kicking up a spray of mud and gravel. Dominic Caruso, moving fast, rounded the front of the house, pistol sweeping for threats as he ran. The chase was on. Dom spotted a Ford Expedition disappearing into the trees ahead and instinctively raised his weapon, but a sharp shout from behind froze him in his tracks. "Isso, uadia." The command rang out, and Dom immediately dropped his pistol into the mud, raising his hands in surrender. Turning slowly, he saw a Venezuelan guard striding across the patio near the pool, a G3 rifle slung over his shoulder. The man barked orders in rapid Spanish, his finger dangerously close to the trigger as he closed the distance. The barrel of the rifle wavered slightly before jerking to the left. Dom took the hint and started backing toward the French doors, keeping his hands visible. The guard followed, weapon trained on Dom's back. Taking slow, deliberate steps, Dom suddenly hesitated, hoping the guy would get careless and close the gap. No such luck. But when the guard barked another command, Dom used the sound to pinpoint his position. In a flash, he spun, knocking the rifle aside just as it discharged, the deafening shot tearing through the quiet estate. Dom lunged forward, landing a solid punch to the guard's jaw, sending him sprawling onto the driveway in a full backward roll. Scrambling for the G3, Dom realized too late that the Venezuelan had landed right on top of the Beretta. He snatched up the rifle and leveled it at the guard, who was already on his knees, fingers curling around the pistol. Dom squeezed the trigger, nothing but a hollow click. The Venezuelan's eyes widened in triumph as he raised the Beretta, aiming square at Dom's face. At this range, there was no missing. Dom braced himself, then a single gunshot cracked the air. When he opened his eyes, the guard was sprawled lifeless on the gravel, the pistol slipping from his limp fingers. Dom whirled around to see Adara Sherman standing near the water's edge, her M16 still raised. The black knit cap hid her blonde hair, but her Virginia sweatpants were a dead giveaway. She lowered the rifle and jogged over as Dom's legs nearly gave out beneath him, the reality of how close he'd come to death hitting him like a freight train. Adara's flashlight beam flicked over him. "That, you're hit." Dom patted himself down. "Where?" "Your back." He reached behind, fingers brushing something wet. A slow exhale. "Just a bird. Must have had a heavy lunch." Adara squinted. "That looks like blood. Probably berries or something." She shrugged, scanning the area with her rifle. The estate was eerily silent, as if the gunfire had scared off every living soul. "Boat's a couple 100 yards east," she said. "There's a path through the trees. Let's move." Dom shook his head. "I'm not leaving. The Russians are after Ross. I can't let them get the intel." Adara gave him a skeptical look. "Seriously?" "My call. We need wheels. Truck by the kennels. Dead guy in the driver's seat, but it's running. The Mansu has it. The stat. Grab it and meet me back here." Adara sprinted toward the house, calling over her shoulder. "I'm grabbing a weapon. Be right back." Meanwhile, Ethan Ross kept his eyes glued to the rear window of the expedition, though the dense jungle canopy made it impossible to see much, even as dawn began to break. The narrow, muddy road twisted through the hills, but the SUV's powerful V8 engine roared confidently, making the passengers believe they were putting distance between themselves and their pursuers. Mohammed murmured into his phone in hushed Arabic, though Ethan doubted anyone else in the truck understood. Straining to pick up even a few familiar words from his limited knowledge of the language, Ethan closed his eyes, but Mohammed's rapid, whispered conversation was impossible to follow. Then, without warning, Mohammed's tone shifted from quiet to frantic. At first, Ethan thought he was yelling into the phone until he realized the young Lebanese man was screaming at Leo. Ethan lunged forward and immediately saw the problem. Leo's hands had slipped from the wheel, his head lolled against his chest, and his breaths came in ragged gasps. He was out cold. Damn it. Ethan barked. Grab the wheel. Mohammed dropped his phone and seized the steering wheel, but his foot couldn't reach the brake. Panicked, he thrust his G3 rifle at Ethan. Take this, hit the brake. Now. Ethan shoved the rifle barrel between Leo's legs, fumbling before finally jamming it against the pedal. The expedition skidded to a stop just before a sharp bend in the road. Mohammed threw the truck into park, then bolted out, dragging Leo's limp body into the mud. The Venezuelan groaned but didn't move. Without hesitation, Mohammed jumped back in and took the wheel. Gianna and Ethan exchanged a glance. Both knew Leo might bleed out, but survival came first. Ethan kept the rifle tight in his grip as he slid into the passenger seat. Mohammed snatched up his phone, murmuring in Arabic again. We can't just sit here. Ethan snapped. We don't even know where we're going. The Americans could be right behind us. Mohammed barely glanced at him. Check the glove box for a map. Ethan rummaged inside and pulled out a worn hand-marked map of the archipelago, with Bastimentos Island's roads crudely outlined. Mohammed snatched it and studied it under the dim cabin light. Ya Kerbula Mistig, Ethan urged, his nerves fraying as he imagined their pursuers closing in. Meanwhile, the first hints of sunrise painted the eastern sky as Dom climbed into the battered flatbed truck. Adara settled into the passenger seat, resting her M16 between her knees. The engine groaned as Dom wrestled with the gears, the old truck lurching forward, clearly built for hauling cargo, not speed. Adara smirked. Sorry, the luxury car lot was closed. This was the only ride available. Dom scowled. The Russians have a Ford SUV. They'll catch Ross before we do. Reaching into her jacket, Adara pulled out a folded printout. Good thing I brought the Eagle View map of the island. Dom studied the road ahead, trying to calculate their chances of intercepting the Russians before they could snag Ross. His earlier optimism about cutting them off had faded, replaced by grim realism. Wajuri Kit. This hunk of metal doesn't have wings or a propeller, so we're stuck playing catch-up on the ground. Adara squinted at the satellite image on her phone. Maybe not. There's a dried-up levee up ahead. If it's solid enough, we could cut across and shave off some distance. Risky, but if we don't get bogged down, we might close the gap. Dom clenched the wheel. At this point, I'll take any gamble. Show me where. Mohammed tucked the map under his leg and hit the gas just as headlights flooded the cab from behind. Americans! Gianna yelled. The expedition lurched forward, tires spinning before gripping the dirt. The pursuing vehicle was already closing in, barely 200 yards back. Miraculously, they found the levee in the dark, and somehow stayed on it without flipping into the jungle. Twice the truck's wheels skidded near the edge, mud crumbling beneath them. But they made it back to the main road, Dom killing the headlights as they rounded a bend. Ahead, flickering brake lights gave away the Russians' position. No way we slipped past both SUVs, Dawn muttered. Adara craned her neck, scanning the road behind them. Dawn was creeping in, but the thick canopy still cast deep shadows. For a moment, she saw nothing then. As they crested a hill, a quarter-mile stretch of road came into view. Clear behind us. Those taillights up front are definitely the Russians. Ross can't be far ahead now. The expedition suddenly veered south. If they took that turn, they must have eyes on Ross, Adara said. Dom slammed the wheel. They'll grab him, and with an extraction plan chopper or boat, we'll lose him for good. Adara gripped her rifle. I could try taking out their tires. Dom shot her a skeptical glance. In this light, marveled, while bouncing around like a carnival ride. Chewed these every point. Got any other secret shortcuts? Nothing. Road straightens out for a mile, then gets twisty again in the hills. Dom floored it, the truck surging forward on the downhill slope. The Russians were now just 80 yards ahead, seemingly oblivious to their tail. Jaining on them, Adara said. But they'll pull away once the turns start. Their ride's faster. Dom smirked. Not if we don't slow down for the curves. Adara's eyes widened. You're not seriously. Dom's gaze flicked to the speedometer, then back to the road. The needle kept climbing. The truck's speedometer was pinned at 65, its engine screaming at max capacity. Adara traced her finger along the map, stopping at a sharp curve ahead. There's a brutal right turn coming up. They'll have to crawl through it. But we can barrel down this hill full speed and close the gap. Dom's knuckles whitened on the wheel. And then what? We play demolition derby. He already knew the answer, ramming their passenger side mid-turn, sending them spinning into the wilderness. Jesus! Dom exhaled, squinting at the satellite image Adara held. What's waiting past that bend? A free fall into oblivion? She tilted the grainy photo. No cliffs, just dense rainforest sloping downward. But if we overshoot... Dom cut her off with a grim chuckle. Then we become human projectiles through a wall of ferns. Fantastic. Adara double-checked her seatbelt, then yanked Dom's tighter for good measure. He muttered, Once we're done playing bumper cars, we'll have to finish this with bullets. She hefted her M16, mentally counting rounds. 30 in my rifle, plus whatever you've got. Dom patted the stolen MP7 beside him. Enough to make it interesting unless they brought friends. The tension cracked as Adara deadpanned. Reloading's overrated anyway. Ahead, the Russian Spetsnaz team and their expedition braced for the hairpin. Their driver smirked as Ethan Ross's sub fishtailed through the mud. Victory was one turn away. Then a shout from the back seat, truck's not stopping. Gunfire shattered their rear window as the Green expedition entered the curve. Too late. The truck T-boned them with a metallic scream, spinning the SUV like a top before it vanished into the jungle. The impact sent Dom's truck careening off-road, tires gouging earth as it plowed through vines, mere feet from the wrecked Russians. Ethan whipped around in his seat, expecting pursuit. Instead, he saw only a cloud of leaves and mud erupting from the tree line. They're gone, he yelled. Bertoli gasped, clutching her seat as Mohammed accelerated, already barking into his phone. The humid air carried the tang of antifreeze and crushed foliage. The jungle had claimed its prize. Dominic wiped the clammy moisture from his forehead, his fingers tracing a slick trail from his hairline to his collar. The truck's cab was nearly pitch black, the only light filtering through the shattered windshield where a massive ficus tree had punched through, its leaves and splintered limbs filling the space where Adara's should have been. Glass crunched under his boots as he groped blindly through the foliage, relief flooding him when his hand closed around her shoulder, She was alive, fumbling with her seatbelt. "You good?" he asked, finally realizing the dampness on his face. Wasn't blood, but a broad, dripping palm frond plastered to his head. Adara didn't answer. Dom snatched the compact, HKMP7 wedged beside his seat, and twisted to locate Sherman, but the wreckage was a tangle of greenery and twisted metal. Before he could call out, her voice ripped through the darkness. The Trottard tapped it right. Gunfire erupted as she unleashed her M16 through the passenger window. Dom didn't think he kicked his door open, vaulted onto the seat, and scanned the dense jungle beyond the truck's roof. Muzzle flashes sparked in the undergrowth 40 yards away. He flipped his weapon to full auto and returned fire in controlled bursts, barking orders between shots. "Go. My side now." Adara dropped from the truck like a shadow, hitting the ground and snatching up her rifle in one fluid motion. Dom leapt after her just in time to see her swing the barrel toward a figure rounding the truck's rear. The man crumpled mid-stride, his skull erupting in a spray of crimson that painted the leaves. Dom yanked Adara backward, and they plunged into the jungle, firing sporadically to keep their pursuers at bay. The rainforest swallowed them whole until they stumbled against a rusted metal shed, its corrugated walls sagging under years of neglect. They pressed against its far side, knees in the dirt, weapons trained in opposite directions. Adara's breath was steady beside him. "You okay?" she murmured. "Peachy," Dom muttered, checking his mag. 3 rounds left. "Der desate preming." 2. He passed her his Beretta without turning. "On 10, light up the trees." "Copy." Dom edged around the shed's corner, scanning the green wall of vegetation. "Nothing." He advanced, pulse hammering, every rustle of leaves, setting his nerves alight. The jungle held its breath, but not for long. Dom crouched behind the shed, weapon braced against his shoulder, listening as Sherman's pistol shots echoed through the trees. The gunfire was meant to draw out any hostiles hiding near the wrecked vehicles, but what he wasn't expecting were the 2 Russians using the same flimsy tin shack for cover. As Sherman fired from the opposite side, one enemy raised his rifle, aiming blindly through the rusted metal walls. The other leaned around the corner, scanning for targets just steps away. Dom realized Sherman was completely exposed. She had no idea they were right there. He squeezed the trigger the instant the first Russian fired through the shed. The rounds punched into the man's body armor, spinning him around before Dom put a 3rd shot through his jaw. But the slide locked back empty. The second Russian swung his MP7 toward Dom, forcing him to dive behind the shack as bullets shredded the air above him. Branches snapped as the gunman swept his fire across the area, trying to cut down both of them. Dom's heart hammered until he remembered the diving knife strapped to his ankle. The moment the gunfire stopped, he yanked the blade free and lunged. Leaves rained down around him, torn loose by the storm of bullets. Dom rounded the corner, just as the Russian slammed a fresh mag into his weapon. He tackled the man before he could aim, both of them crashing into the underbrush. A brief struggle, then Dom drove the knife deep beneath the body armor. "One sick dipeclatam." "Adara, you okay?" he shouted, scrambling to his knees. He found her thrashing on the ground, arms slapping at her jacket. "Ants, Mibbleford 32, Sime for Pseps. You told me to hit the deck, landed right on a damn nest." Dom burst out laughing, relief flooding through him. Meanwhile, the Black Ford expedition veered off the dirt road and onto the beach, kicking up sand as it skidded to a halt at the water's edge. Before Ethan or Gianna could protest, Mohammed ordered them out. A blue and white float plane idled just offshore, its propeller churning the calm water. "Whose plane is that?" Ethan demanded, but Gianna's blank stare told him she was just as clueless. With no time to argue, They waded into the shallows, where three unfamiliar men waited beside the aircraft, one already in the pilot's seat. The cabin door swung open, and a muscular man in a khaki uniform stepped onto the pontoon nearest the shore. A second operative splashed into the waist-high water on the opposite side, moving carefully around the floatplane's spinning propeller as he waded toward land. Both men had the hardened look of professional soldiers' close-cropped hair, sun-darkened skin, and military-style clothing that suggested they weren't here for a casual pickup. Ethan scanned them for weapons, an instinct that would normally set him on edge, but today he found himself hoping these rescuers came armed. The Americans hunting him could still be closing in. Ross hesitated only a moment before hoisting his backpack overhead and plunging into the water after Bertoli and Muhammad. One of the operatives reached down, yanked him aboard without ceremony, and shoved him into the cramped fuselage. The Beaver's engine roared to life, vibrating violently, as if held together by sheer willpower, before finally lurching skyward into the pale dawn. Inside, Muhammad adjusted his headset, exchanging terse words in Arabic with Shiraz, the Quds Force leader seated beside him. "Good work," Muhammad murmured, keeping his voice low. "San Salvador has a jet waiting," Shiraz replied. "Tehran in 20 hours. Muhammad shook his head. "Not yet. We follow the woman's lead first, to El Salvador, then wherever she directs." Shiraz's jaw tightened. Why let her call the shots? We could crack Ross open like a vault right now. "Because Bertoli's network is useful," Muhammad countered. "We'll squeeze Ross in Switzerland, filter the intel, then publish what serves us. But if she becomes a problem..." He left the threat hanging. Shiraz smirked. "I'll keep my knife sharp." Meanwhile, Adara Sherman and Dominic Caruso emerged from the tree line, dust-streaked and wary. The distant growl of an engine drew their eyes upward, as the floatplane shrank to a speck against the morning sky. Dom tracked it with a scavenged MP7, the red dot dancing over the fuselage. "Could be Ross," he muttered, finger hovering near the trigger. "Or a bunch of missionaries. Either way, we just lost our shot." Adara brushed dirt from her sleeves, still plucking stray ants from her collar. "Venezuelans. Better than Russians," Dom said grimly. "Or worse," Adara countered. This whole mess just leveled up. The plane vanished northward, leaving only the hum of uncertainty in its wake. Keeping Ross away from the Russians was a win, but who knows what kind of nightmare he stumbled into now. The people who snatched him might be 10 times worse. Dom exhaled sharply, rubbing his temples. "Niz, what's our next move?" "We regroup," he muttered. Fid back home. Later that evening, Special Agent Darren Albright touched down at Reagan National Airport, his FBI jet returning empty-handed from Panama. His team mostly hostage, rescue operatives scattered to their homes across Maryland and Virginia. But Albright wasn't ready to call it a night. He climbed into his government-issued Yukon and drove straight into D, parking illegally near Logan Circle with his FBI placard on the dash. The elevator ride to the 5th floor felt longer than it should have. When Dominic Caruso opened the door, his expression didn't flicker. "Back already?" "May, come in." Albright followed him into the cluttered living room, sinking into a worn leather chair while Dom sprawled on the couch. "Been trying to reach you," Albright said, voice tight. "Lost my sat phone in the chaos," Dom admitted. "Just got back myself, grabbed the first flight out of Bocas, then Panama City." "You injured?" "Unless you count 150 mosquito bites as an injury." Albright smirked. "The Paulsen sick die." "Not even close." He leaned forward. "I saw your missed call right before the Russians stormed the safe house." Dom's jaw tightened. They came out of nowhere, like something out of a damn action movie. "We heard." Panamanian cops interviewed witnesses sounded like a real spectacle. I need your side of it. When did your team arrive? We were still 90 minutes out when the shooting started. By the time we landed, local PD had the place locked down. No Americans on site, so we backed off. Embassy intel suggested Ross might have left the stolen files behind. He didn't. Dom cut in. Meard Elbright's eyebrows shot up. What tilt? How do you know? He had them on him when he bolted. Dom anticipated the next question. Yeah, we talked. Woodstow briefly. You spoke to him? Almost had him too. Then things went sideways. Any leads on where he went? No tail number on the float plane. Doubt they filed a flight plan. You get anything from the Panamanians? Albright shook his head, exhaustion etched into his face. He looked like a man running on fumes, no sleep, no breaks, just a case spiraling out of control. Nothing. So what now? We keep hunting. He's facing charges under Title 18 theft of government property, leaking classified intel, 4 murders. He'd be on the 10 most wanted, but the CIA's pushing to keep this quiet. Meanwhile, the Bureau's screaming for justice over Nolan and Beale. Either way, Ethan Ross just became public enemy #1. He added dryly, unless your uncle decides to skip the trial and just drop a hellfire on him. But we'd still have to find the bastard first. Dom hesitated, then asked the question gnawing at him. Why not offer him immunity? Return the files, face the murder charges clean slate. Maybe, if we confirm he hasn't already sold the intel. Come on. Venezuela's rolling up agents left and right. That's just the warm-up act, Albright said. The real damage is still out there. Dom studied him. You really think they'd cut him a deal? Albright's smile was grim. I'm a by-the-book guy, remember? But right now, the book's on fire. Dom Caruso burned with the desire to see Ross pay for Nolan and Beale's murders, to watch him convicted and strapped to a gurney for lethal injection. But he knew those calls weren't his to make. The CIA might cut Ross a deal if he had valuable intel to trade. The thought made Dom's blood boil. If the Justice Department granted immunity, he'd track Ross down himself and finish the job. Would her to a sit? Maybe. The bastard could be sipping cocktails on the other side of the world by now. When Jerry Henley's call came through minutes after Albright left, Dom wasn't surprised. Adara Sherman had done her job in Panama hell. She'd been a force of nature. And if her only condition for helping was keeping Henley updated on Dom's mental state, so be it. At least, Gary was transparent about using her as his eyes and ears. Adara gave me a full rundown of your Panama adventure, Henley said. Dom cut to the chase. Let me guess. She told you I let Ross slip through my fingers. She framed it differently. Said the odds were stacked against you, and you fought like hell. Fighting like hell doesn't mean squat when Ross is still out there. Henley's voice turned grave. I've been making calls. The scale of what Ross stole? Catastrophic. Over 120 gigs of top-secret files agent networks, front companies, foreign liaisons. Enough to burn every CIA operative in the field. Dom's grip tightened on the phone. You're telling me this could wipe out our entire intelligence apparatus? Worse than that. If hostile governments get their hands on this, they'll reverse engineer entire networks. Case officers, assets gone. We're talking a generational reset. The kind of damage that takes decades to recover from. Dom rubbed his temples. Then we stop the leak. No other option. Every agency is throwing everything at it. Your uncles made sure of that. That's not enough. I need to be back in the field. Henley paused. You're not going to let this go, are you? Not a chance in hell. Figured as much. Normally, I'd give you the whole don't make it personal speech. Dom smirked. Go ahead. Was due. I've got time. Won't waste your time. But heads up, the rest of the campus is back online. Dom straightened. They're on Ross. Negative. Different crisis. Potential flashpoint in Asia. Their wheels up as we speak. But fill me in. Not happening. You're on your own op. When you're ready to rejoin, I'll brief you. Dom clenched his jaw. Jerry, need to know basis, Dom. Escalate, now from a frive. You don't. Dom clenched his jaw as the call disconnected, muttering a reluctant, yes, sir, under his breath. Frustration simmered inside him, but he forced himself to focus. He still had options. If he could crack the Ross case, maybe he'd earn his way back into the campus. With that goal in mind, he flipped open his laptop and fired up his IBM i2 Analyst notebook software, diving back into the mountain of intel he'd pulled from Ethan Ross's apartment days earlier. So far, the data had been a tangled mess, thousands of disconnected leads, phone numbers, and scribbled addresses that refused to form any clear pattern. He knew he needed context, something to tie it all together, but combing through every scrap of information alone was a job better suited for an entire FBI task force. The irony wasn't lost on him. If he handed this over to Albright now, he'd probably end up in cuffs for breaking into Ross's place in the first place. So he kept digging, zeroing in on the handwritten notes, cross-referencing numbers, searching for any hidden connections. Most were dead-ends businesses, government contacts, people who had nothing to do with Ross. But a handful of numbers stood out, untraceable, with no obvious ties. Then an idea struck. He pulled up the photos of the pill bottles he'd found in Ross's kitchen, zooming in until the markings were clear. A quick search on Pelide. Com identified them clonazepam, glycopyrrolate, and sertraline. None of them rang a bell, but a little research confirmed Finn's suspicions. These were the exact drugs someone would take to beat a polygraph. If Ross didn't have a prescription, someone had given them to him. Someone who knew he needed to cheat the test. Don's pulse quickened. He needed to find the doctor who prescribed these, likely within the 2-day window before Ross's polygraph. Sure, the pills could have been old, but the timing fit too well to ignore. Problem was, he had no way to track the doctor himself. His choices were grim risk jail by going to Albright, or reach out to David at Mossad, who probably hadn't forgotten Dom's sudden disappearance in Panama. The call connected after a few rings, and David's tone made it clear he wasn't in a forgiving mood. You only call when you need something, he said flatly. Dom exhaled. Yeah. Circuiterpavtagasa. Dom exhaled slowly, the weight of yesterday's missteps pressing on him. I owe you an apology for how things went down. David's voice was ice. We had a deal regarding Panama. You broke it. Circumstances shifted faster than I could react, Dom admitted. We're aware of Ross's digital intrusion, David countered. Dom had expected they'd find out eventually. I couldn't disclose it then. You know how these things go. Maybe you ace. But your execution was sloppy. Right now, my trust in you is thinner than cheap diner coffee. Dom leaned forward, gripping the edge of the table. I've got to lead something that could take us straight to Ross. David's laugh was sharp, devoid of warmth. Miss Tizio, Zabriefdestat. You're suddenly part of the team, Caruso? No et expertblater. Me, 7 trues Doppler. But getting those files back benefits everyone, your people included. You know how deep this breach goes. A pause. Then, grudgingly, keep talking. Dom laid it out. If I find Ross, trust me, putting a bullet in him would be satisfying. But corpses don't talk. I'll hand him over to the FBI. Vengeance can wait, recovering the data can't. To his surprise, David agreed. For once, we're on the same page. What do you need? Dom explained the pill trail, 3 prescriptions filled within a tight window. David's team worked fast. Shockingly fast. Within the hour, Dom's phone buzzed. You're joking, he muttered. David sounded smug. Whoever did this was smart. 3 different doctors. Clonazepam and sertraline. A common combo. But glycopyrrolate. Only 3 prescriptions in the D. Urea last week. 2 dermatologists, logical, given it's for sweating. The 3rd. Thebaglavti cern. Odd, don't you think? Dom's instincts flared. A heart guy prescribing that? Yeah, that stinks. David fed him the name. Dom cross-referenced it with his file's nothing. Then came the call logs, flooding his system with fresh data. He mapped the connections, and there it was. A scribbled number on a post-it, tucked in a magazine on Ross's porch. Got something, Dom said. David didn't hesitate. Let's hear it. Seconds later, the answer, Harlan Banfield. Ex-reporter, used to work for the Washington Post. Dom grinned. Bingo. Bingo. A journalist had helped Ross cheat the FBI. What else was he hiding? Meanwhile, Harlan Banfield shuffled through the dim parking garage, exhaustion dragging at his shoulders. His Volkswagen sat alone in the far corner, a relic of his better days. 12-hour shifts at my age, he thought, rubbing his stiff neck. The garage was nearly empty, just him and the hum of fluorescent lights. Then he froze. A shadow shifted between 2 cars. Someone was waiting for him. The memory of Ethan flashed through Banfield's mind, how the INSU whistleblower had emerged from the shadows in this very spot, just days earlier, setting off the chain of events that had turned the journalist's life upside down. But unlike Ethan's cautious approach, this new figure lunged at him with violent intent. Before Banfield could react, the stranger seized his coat collar and hurled him against a concrete pillar, dragging him behind it to avoid being seen. The impact knocked the wind out of him, leaving him gasping. But when the glint of a compact black pistol appeared in the attacker's hand, a strangled gasp escaped Banfield's throat. The man shoved him harder against the pillar, pinning his skull against the rough surface with a forearm, while the gun vanished, only to reappear pressed against Banfield's groin. Up close, the masked figure was an enigma. The dim underground lighting revealed nothing but the faint outline of his mouth, twisted into a smirk. "Who the hell are you?" Banfield demanded, though his voice cracked under the strain. The response was a cold chuckle. "The guy who'll turn you into a eunuch if you don't start talking." Banfield's pulse hammered in his ears. "What do you want?" "Ethan Ross." "Now, that's Kaleta. That knee fin, Ross." "I don't—" The gun dug deeper. "Cut the act." "Wait. Please. Not a chance. You think I'm bluffing?" The metallic click of the hammer cocking echoed like a death knell. Banfield's mind raced. "I have find out. I have a secure line to my contact." The masked man's grip tightened. "Who?" "The head of ITAP. Gianna Bertoli." "Then you're messaging her." "Right. Now." Dominic Caruso forced Banfield upstairs at gunpoint, ditching the mask to avoid drawing attention. Pressing the Walther P. Peg, a gift from his brother after FBI graduation, in a Banfield's back, Dom kept his voice low. "Try anything, and this ends badly." The old journalist kept glancing at the elevator doors, searching for a reflection. but Dom stayed just out of sight. The irony wasn't lost on him. Here he was, using a backup pistol because his usual sidearm had been confiscated, all to hunt down a man who might be innocent. The Walther felt foreign in his hand, a relic from another life. But desperate times called for desperate measures, and right now, Banfield was his only lead. Dom tightened his grip on the pistol, pressing it harder against Banfield's skull. "Keep your head down, or I'll put a bullet in your knee before we even reach your office." Banfield didn't dare look up again. Inside the cramped office, he stumbled toward his desk, fingers trembling as he logged into his computer. Dom loomed behind him, the cold barrel of the gun never leaving contact with his skin. Mind moving that thing a few inches away? Banfield muttered, voice shaky. "Not a chance. You're making it hard to focus." "Good. You should be struggling to breathe right now, let alone focus. If I were in your shoes, I'd be pissing myself." Banfield forced himself to steady his hands, finally opening the encrypted chat. When Bertoli's response flashed on the screen, his brief flicker of relief was crushed by Dom's growl in his ear. "Try anything one wrong word, and you'll be dead before you hit the floor." Harlan hovered his fingers over the keys, pulse hammering. "I wasn't going to." "Bullshit. You're weighing your options right now. But if you pick wrong, I'll make sure it hurts. You've seen what happens in those back alley hellholes, places where screams don't get heard. Well, guess what? I've been there too. Who the hell are you? The nightmare you pretend doesn't exist. Except I'm not in the shadows anymore. I'm right here." The gun shifted, digging into Banfield's thigh. A choked gasp escaped him. "Relax," Dom sneered. "Play this right and you walk away. Screw up and I'll paint the walls with you." Harlan's mind raced. This had to be one of the operatives. He'd spent years hunting ghosts, working under the radar, silencing anyone who got too close to the truth. "Find him," Dom ordered. Banfield typed, fingers stiff. "Just checking in. Mal good here. Our friend okay?" A pause. "Need to know, am I safe?" "Wonders." Bertoli's reply was swift. "Why would there be?" Banfield hesitated, then glanced up. "I don't know what to say." Dom leaned in, dictating the next line. "FBI raided his place. Ask Ethan, did he ever write my number down? If so, I need to run." Banfield's finger hovered over enter until Dom yanked his hand back. "What the hell?" Banfield blurted. Dom's eyes turned glacial. "Bofar of tu Wenham. Earlier you called him our friend. Now you're slipping." "Trying to warn her?" Banfield's cheek twitched. "You don't use names in your messages. Ever." A slow nod. "Might fix it. Or I'll have nothing but free time to hunt you down." Banfield rewrote the message, sent it. The reply came seconds later. "He might have written it. Get out now." Don's voice was razor-sharp. "Location? Geneva. Hiep's headquarters. Gianna's base. Kamtakitam. Positive. She's got allies there, government, consulates, the whole damn network." Dom's lips curled. "Then pack a bag. You're coming with me." Dom lowered the weapon slightly, his grip still tense. "This isn't over yet," he muttered. "You're telling me they operate from the University of Geneva?" Banfield nodded quickly, sweat beading on his forehead. "That's all I know, I swear." With a sharp yank, Dom disconnected the computer from its cables, tucking it under his arm like stolen treasure. "Consider this insurance," he said coldly. "If I catch even a whisper that you've tipped off Ross or anyone else in it, you won't be dealing with me next time." "My associates." Let's just say they don't believe in second chances. Banfield swallowed hard, his hands trembling as Dom strode out, leaving him alone in the dim office. Meanwhile, at the Four Seasons Hotel de Berguy, Gianna Bertoli leaned against the balcony railing, savoring the crisp Geneva air. The Rhone River sparkled below, a far cry from the chaos of Panama or even the political tension of Washington. She took a slow sip of coffee, relief settling in her bones. No more field work, no more danger. Just the quiet hum of safety among allies. Turning back inside, she studied Ethan slumped in his chair. The man looked like he hadn't slept in days, his eyes bloodshot. His hands unsteady as he lifted his coffee cup. You should switch to orange juice, she suggested lightly. At this rate, caffeine's going to kill you before anyone else does. Ethan ignored her, his gaze darting toward the hallway. Who are all these people? Last night, it was just us. Now the floor's packed. Gianna shrugged. ITIEB colleagues. I called in every favor I had in Europe. Journalists, professors, activists, all here as a show of strength. They don't know about you, of course. Ethan set his cup down with a clatter. And Mohammed's new friends. The ones who look like they've walked straight out of a war zone. Their security, Gianna replied smoothly. Part of his network. His Lebanese network? Ethan's voice dripped with skepticism. The guys on the plane weren't speaking Arabic, they were naming Iranian cities. Shiraz, Isfahan. You really think that's a coincidence? Gianna sighed. Does it matter? They got us out alive. Right now, that's all I care about. Ethan rubbed his temples. Fine. But what's next? I can't just hide forever. Gianna leaned forward, her tone shifting from casual to razor sharp. Actually, that's exactly what you're going to do. And we're going to make sure no one finds you. Ethan finally agreed to Gianna's proposal after hours of tense conversation, though his reluctance was obvious. By late morning, he retreated to his suite, while Gianna sought out Mohammed in his hotel room. She found him multitasking, phone in hand, laptop open, while four of his associates lounged idly nearby, looking more like bored tourists than skilled operatives. Taking a seat by the closed balcony, Gianna cut straight to the point. Ethan and I have made a decision. The Americans won't stop hunting him. There's no truce possible anymore. His only chance is to step into the spotlight. Mohammed frowned. What exactly does that mean? Tomorrow at noon, we're holding a press conference right here in the hotel, Gianna said, her tone unwavering. I'll announce myself as the director of the project. It doesn't matter if my cover's blown, I'm done with fieldwork. But Ethan, he's going to expose everything. The assassination attempts in Washington, the ambush in Panama. By Monday, every journalist in Europe will be talking about America's crimes. Mohammed shot up from his chair, circling the table until he stood directly in front of her. This is a disaster waiting to happen. Gianna reached out, resting a hand on his shoulder, but he stiffened, forcing her to withdraw. Undeterred, she pressed on. Publicity isn't your forte, Mohammed. Once Ethan reveals he was a whistleblower, targeted by you. Assassins, once they hear about his murdered girlfriend, he'll become untouchable. Europe will rally around him. The Americans won't dare make a move. Mohammed slammed his fist down. And what about the data? The whole point was securing it. Relax, Gianna said coolly. Your plan worked perfectly. Your software breached you. Databases, and Ethan played his part. But we never expected so much bloodshed. A bitter laugh escaped her. Isn't it ironic? We wanted to expose America's ruthlessness, but even we underestimated just how far they'd go. Mohammed's voice dropped to a growl. The second you go public, every intelligence agency on the planet will swarm this hotel. Ross won't last a day. Gianna tilted her head, studying him. You do still support the IP, don't you? Ethan seems to think you're working for Tehran. Mohammed's jaw tightened. That's absurd. Good, she said smoothly. Because I've known about your operations in Lebanon for years. The unspoken warning hung in the air. Loyalty, she implied, was non-negotiable. Ethan couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about the way Bertoli was handling the situation. You're acting strange, he admitted, watching her carefully. It's like those American files mean more to you than you're letting on. Taking a slow breath, Mohammed kept his voice steady. I just think you're about to make a serious mistake. Bertoli studied him across the table, her expression unreadable. After a long pause, she finally spoke. The decision is final. The media's already been informed. Without another word, Mohammed shoved his chair back and marched out, leaving tension thick in the air. Meanwhile, Ethan Ross found himself at an exclusive dinner in the Four Seasons, surrounded by loyalists, hacktivists, journalists, and human rights lawyers, all buzzing with anticipation. The hotel's security detail lingered just outside, ensuring no interruptions. Though Ethan hadn't spoken publicly yet, the whispers among the guests made it clear they already suspected his role in whatever Bertoli was about to unveil. She'd dropped just enough hints to stoke curiosity, a classic PR move to build hype before the big reveal. Glasses clinked as champagne flowed freely, the room alive with celebration. For the IP, any gathering was an excuse to toast their cause, but tonight's energy felt different, charged with the weight of what was coming. Mohammed's absence was glaring. Ethan had spotted him earlier, pacing the lobby, glued to his phone, his usual entourage hovering close like personal security. As laughter and toasts filled the room, Ethan stayed quiet, unease gnawing at him. The festive mood clashed with the gravity of the situation. Worse, he couldn't shake the unsettling thought that he'd been maneuvered here every choice, every step, carefully guided by unseen hands. The idea of being someone's puppet didn't sit well with him, yet the night's events made it hard to ignore. The Apet stood to gain from his downfall, but he doubted Bertoli or her circle had the cunning to orchestrate it all. Was there another player involved? The possibility loomed, but dwelling on it now wouldn't help. Reaching for the nearest champagne bottle, he poured himself a generous glass, deciding clarity could wait until morning. Tonight he'd drink. Tomorrow he'd face whatever came next. Halfway across Geneva, Dominic Caruso and Adara Sherman stepped off their early morning flight from Dulles, bypassing the rental counters in favor of a cab straight to the Lake St. Gervais. Their original plan to comb the city for Ross and Bertoli got a lucky break when Jerry Hendley tipped them off about an IP press conference at the Four Seasons. Knowing they'd need wheels, Adara headed out to secure a discreet BMW sedan while Dom hit a nearby motorcycle shop. Within the hour, he was geared up with a rented BMW F800 GS, a helmet, and a thermal suit prepared for whatever surveillance lay ahead. With two vehicles at their disposal, they'd be ready to track Ross the moment he left the hotel. Dom's plan hit a snag almost immediately. The local weather reports warned of a late winter storm rolling in from the mountains south of Geneva, expected to blanket the city by noon. The idea of pedaling through a blizzard didn't appeal to him, and for a moment he considered swapping the motorcycle rental for something with 4 wheels. But he stuck with his original choice, figuring he could always ditch the bike and grab a car if conditions turned dangerous. When he reunited with Adara at their hotel, she mentioned she'd already scoped out the Four Seasons on her way back from the rental agency. She offered to sketch him a layout of the interior, but Dom wanted to see it for himself. Since he had no intention of being inside once the press conference started, he left right away. Light snow dusted the streets as he parked near the Church of the Holy Trinity, just a short walk from the hotel. A row of satellite trucks already lined the curb, their antennas pointed skyward like mechanical sentinels. Dom slipped in through a side entrance and began casing the ground floor, trying to anticipate where Ross might exit after the event. His initial guess was a discreet side door leading to a waiting vehicle, but from his position in the lobby, he realized Ross could just as easily walk straight out the front. Figuring out the best vantage point for Overwatch was proving tricky until his satellite phone buzzed. Jerry Henley's voice crackled through the line. "You realize it's 4 in the morning here, right?" "Don't remind me," Jerry grumbled. "Listen up. Just got word from Justice Albright's in Geneva, and he's got the green light to grab Ross." Dom let out a low whistle. "He really thinks it'll be that easy?" Till Orson Tusem Twing. He's rolling in with an heart unit and surveillance teams. They're going in hot. The Swiss are cool with this? Not exactly. The Bureau's planning to yank Ross right out from under them. The concern is the data, even if the Swiss get their hands on it. There's no guarantee it stays secure. Allies or not, we can't risk leaks. We'll smooth things over later. Dom scanned the lobby, suddenly hyper-aware of every unfamiliar face. For all he knew, FBI agents were already blending into the crowd. Guess I should clear out before Albright shows. Smart move, Jerry agreed. Dom wasted no time. Back in the parking lot, he squinted up at the sky, where ominous storm clouds loomed over the mountains. He called Adara, instructing her to monitor the lobby and keep him updated. Meanwhile, Ethan stood in front of his hotel bathroom mirror, adjusting his tie. The suit was new, bought that morning from the lobby boutique, but no amount of tailoring could hide the toll the last few days had taken. Dark circles framed his bloodshot eyes, his cheeks hollow from exhaustion and terrible eating habits. He ran a hand through his hair, gave up, and sank onto the bed, head in his hands. A knock at the door snapped him out of it. Gianna stepped inside, concern etched on her face. When she reached for him, he stiffened and pulled away. "What's wrong?" "Met," she asked. "We've got 15 minutes before the conference starts." Ethan didn't answer. The storm outside was nothing compared to the one brewing inside him. "Mohammed's team would guide us out," Gianna said, but Ross refused to budge. "I won't do it," he insisted, his voice tense. "Going public isn't an option. I need to contact the FBI, first hand over the drive myself." They might not grant immunity, but at least Gianna cut him off sharply. "That's not happening." Ross clenched his jaw. "It's my choice. I never signed up to spy for Iran." "You're not listening," Gianna snapped. "Mohammed is Lebanese, and he answers to me." Ross let out a bitter laugh. "You really believe that?" Working with the IP had always made him feel sharper than the bureaucrats back home, but now it hit him he'd outsmarted himself. The realization was crushing. Gianna exhaled, moving closer. "He swore he was Lebanese. I've been to his office, for God's sake." Ethan barely registered her words. "I need to leave. Now." Gianna turned to Ross, her tone suddenly authoritative. "Let me educate you. The top hackers. Samoizmet. Then Russia. Iran comes next, better than anything Europe's got. Why not work with the Chinese or Russians then?" Ross shot back. "The Chinese serve their government. The Russians, only in it for cash. Zir-Triaquate in Iran. The same reasons we are. To sabotage the West." She shrugged. "If that's how you see it." "You're delusional," Ross spat. "Mohammed takes orders from Tehran. You work for him." Gianna scoffed, but Ross pressed on. When you handed my intel about the flotilla attack to Mohammed 4 months ago, who else saw it? Her hesitation was brief. We needed his team to decrypt and scrub the files. It took time. The pieces locked into place. Ross's NESC training kicked in. This wasn't just betrayal. It was a master stroke of manipulation. Mohammed played us all. He used you to expose Jacobi, knowing the Palestinians would target him. That would flush out your intelligence leak. He paused, the final piece clicking. All he needed was something to make me run. Like an assassination attempt. The suite door swung open. Shiraz and Isfahan stood there, their leather jackets bulging with concealed weapons. Another figure stepped in behind them, Mohammed, but transformed. Gone was the awkward tech, replaced by a man in a sharp suit, posture perfect, radiating control. Well done, Ethan, Mohammed said smoothly. You've pieced it together, but let me fill in the gaps. Ethan's eyes darted around. You bugged my room. Mohammed spread his hands in mock apology. My initial plan was too small. I had an NSA tech to build the crawler, but no insider to plant it. Then Gianna gave me the flotilla files. His smile turned predatory. I realized whoever leaked that intel had access to far more secrets about you. Ms. S. worldwide. I couldn't find them alone, so I lured them out. Handing Jacobi's details to the Palestinians guaranteed action. I even orchestrated their meeting with the Yemeni cell in India. He leaned in. The attack would trace back to the leak, sparking an investigation. The Americans did the work for me. The moment the NC operative was compromised, I was certain Gianna would make contact. She'd offer him safety that was her way. And I had to be right there, pulling the strings from the shadows. Turning to Bertoli, I admitted my doubts. Getting him out of the States was the riskiest part of the plan. I wasn't sure you could pull it off. But after discussions with Tehran, I got the green light to step in personally. We identified him through Banfield and kept him under watch, but snatching him outright would have been too messy. No, he had to retrieve the data himself to execute the breach willingly. Gianna played her role perfectly, though she underestimated Ross. She thought her charm would be enough to convince him, but he proved more stubborn than expected. So we turned up the heat. Made sure he knew he was being tracked. Still, he resisted. That's when we had to get drastic. Ethan pieced it together. Ivrorafe. You killed her. It wasn't about me you wanted me terrified. Mohammed smirked. And it worked. You flinched, made the shot easy. Honestly, it was a win-win. She was starting to question you. If she'd gone to the FBI, our whole operation would have collapsed. Plus, we needed her credentials for the VPN accessing the CIA's network remotely. I gave you 50-50 odds of cracking under the pressure, but you? You surprised me. Ethan muttered, She wouldn't have betrayed me. Mohammed shrugged. Guess I overestimated her loyalty. Either way, it played out beautifully. You manipulated me, Ross said bitterly. Gianna exploded. And you used me. Mohammed shot her a cold look. Obviously. You knew the stakes. You had the crawler, the mission, but you couldn't close the deal. I made it happen. Ethan cut in, so what's next? I wanted to extract you after Panama, bring you to Tehran. But my superiors insisted I keep ties with the tip detect. I thought we could break you, wear you down, get the password. But you had to go public. Draw every eye in Washington to yourself. Now, with the budge tram, I'm not waiting for someone else to steal what I built. It's mine. He signaled Shiraz, who moved to the laptop. The files are here. Give us the passwords. Ethan shook his head. Not happening. Mohammed's smile turned predatory, a jarring shift from the man Ethan thought he knew. We'll see how long that lasts. Then Kashan burst in, shouting in Farsi, "No more Arabic, no more pretenses." The FBI was outside. Mohammed's calm shattered. "They're here." His eyes darted to the door. The tension in the room was palpable as the order came. "We're moving out now." Bertoli's voice cut through the silence, sharp with suspicion. "Where exactly are you taking us?" The response was clipped, urgent. "No time for questions." "Downstairs to the garage." "Move, Fari Sibirch Tabel." Shiraz shoved the laptop into his backpack, slinging it over his shoulder while Isfahan scanned the hallway, his grip tightening on his silenced pistol. Ross hesitated, defiance flashing in his eyes. "I'm not going anywhere with you." "I'm staying put." The standoff lasted only seconds before the Iranians raised their weapons, forcing compliance. Within moments, they were all herded toward the stairwell. Mohammed Mobasheri and his team moved with precision through the dim underground garage, their professionalism at odds with the fact that Ross and Bertoli were anything but willing participants. Gianna's voice trembled with frustration. "We should stay inside. Let the Swiss authorities handle this. The FBI has no jurisdiction here." Mobasheri barely glanced back, his focus unshaken. "They'll tear this place apart to get to him. We're not waiting around." Gianna shivered. "It's freezing outside." "Your coats and luggage have already been retrieved," Mobasheri replied smoothly. Gianna's outrage echoed off the concrete walls. "You went through my things." Ignoring her, Mobasheri exchanged rapid Farsi into his phone. Ross, ever calculating, pressed, "You really think the FBI isn't watching every exit?" The Iranian lowered the phone, his expression unreadable. "They're watching the main doors. We're using a different route." They emerged into a cramped stairwell, clearly not part of the hotel, and ascended to an unexpected sight, a construction site hidden within the city block. The Four Seasons was connected to a maze of buildings, their facades draped in green mesh, the courtyard eerily deserted on a Sunday. The sudden isolation hit Ross hard. One moment, he'd been surrounded by people. Now he was trapped with men he couldn't trust. Snow barely dusted the ground here, shielded by towering structures. It was obvious this escape had been planned well in advance, but how? As they pressed forward, Ross made his move. He grabbed Gianna's arm, planting his feet. "That's it. I'm done. You're not getting anything from me." Mobasheri didn't even slow. A nod, and one of his men drove a fist into Ross's shoulder, sending him stumbling. Before he could recover, the cold glint of a pistol met his gaze, leveled at his chest. Gianna's scream was muffled as another operative yanked her forward in a brutal hold. The message was clear. Resistance wasn't an option. Mobasheri's voice cut through the tension in English, urging the crowd forward with a firm, "Keep moving, everyone." Ethan Ross raised his hands defensively, scanning for threats before continuing across the snow-dusted courtyard. Dom Caruso would have traded half a year's paycheck just to witness Darren Albright and his RT team corner, Ross inside the Four Seasons. He could already picture the footage grainy surveillance clips playing endlessly on cable news, sparking international outrage when polished. Diplomats realized American operators had turned their fancy European hotel into a takedown zone. Sure. Watching the replay would be satisfying, but nothing beats seeing the blood drain from Ross's face when he realized his future involved concrete walls and a steel toilet. Dom tightened his jacket against the worsening storm, helmet visor shielding his identity as he kick-started his BMW. Snowflakes blurred his view, but he inched the bike toward the hotel, staying just far enough to avoid detection. Near the Rhone, 3 tactical vans idled like predators, their drivers sporting the telltale buzz cuts and tactical gear of federal operators. A grim smile spread beneath his helmet. This was happening. Ross's arrest wouldn't erase the Jacobi family's blood from his conscience, but it would slam shut the most devastating intelligence breach in decades. Circling the block, Dom spotted more agents posted near boutique exits. Albright had every angle covered. Then, through the whiteout, an unmarked panel van rolled toward him. Too big for art. Too deliberate. His grip tightened on the handlebars as the vehicle slowed, its tinted windows hiding occupants who had no business in this carefully orchestrated dance. The operation was supposed to be clean, yet to contained. So why did his instincts scream that the real danger was just arriving? Dom doubted Albright had the clearance to arrest anyone beyond Ross. That white van couldn't possibly be hauling away every key at path. Imagine the diplomatic nightmare of detaining Swiss, Italian, and German nationals. No chance in hell the FBI would risk that kind of blowback. Shaking off the thought, Dom turned onto Place Kleiberg and immediately spotted a cluster of FBI surveillance vehicles idling near the hotel's service entrance. Their engines hummed, agents packed inside, making no effort to stay hidden. At this point, subtlety wasn't the priority. Securing exits and backing up the team inside mattered more. Dom drove past them, circling back toward the hotel's front, willing Albright to wrap this up fast. Meanwhile, Mohammed Mobashiri led the group through a slit in the building's green mesh covering, holding the door open as they filed into a cramped groundskeeper's office. The room reeked of gasoline and damp concrete, shelves crammed with tools, tangled extension cords, and winter gear snow shovels leaning against a rusted snowblower. At the far wall, one of Mobashiri's men stood panting, sledgehammer in hand, beside a jagged hole punched through the cinder blocks, just big enough for them to squeeze through single file. "Miss Bertoli." Mobashiri gestured toward the darkness, his voice smooth until it wasn't. "Stow for to Cuive Pradern." "Where are we now?" he barked, the echo bouncing off the concrete. They scrambled through, emerging in a musty stockroom behind a menswear shop. Ross brushed plaster dust from his sleeves, his stomach dropping as the Iranian yanked a pistol from his waistband. "Mont the free, kidnapped. Wonsit, Tavers Lee Taver." The FBI's custody suddenly seemed like a luxury suite. Dim light filtered through the shop's front windows, the sky outside heavy with impending snow. A white panel van rolled up to the curb their escape ride. Ross's pulse spiked. Downtown Geneva wasn't the Alps. If he bolted, he could find Help a Cop, a crowded cafe, maybe even duck into an embassy. Would they really shoot him in broad daylight? Mobashiri gripped his arm. "We're crashing. Now." Ethan scanned the racks. Lacoste polos everywhere. Perfect. Nothing says covert hostage like a crocodile logo. Ethan quickly rummaged through the ski gear, pulling on thick nylon pants before searching for a heavy sweater. Gianna Bertoli had gone eerily quiet, her usual confidence shattered. Ross could see the fear in her eyes as she realized the situation had spiraled beyond her control. That fear only fueled Ethan's desperation to escape. Within moments, he had swapped out his entire outfit, even tugging on a pair of rugged rubber boots. Mobashiri gave an approving nod before one of the Quds Force operatives unlocked the store's glass door. Ethan's pulse hammered as he sucked in the warm, stale air of the shop. This was his shot. Meanwhile, Dom circled the block a second time, his gut screaming that something had gone sideways inside the hotel. The ROT team should have moved fast. Speed and shock were their best weapons. Every second they delayed was another chance for some sharp-eyed cop or security guard to blow their cover. Right on cue, the wail of sirens cut through the night, coming from the direction of the Rhone Bridge. The locals were closing in, and Dom prayed Albright could wrap things up before a bunch of armed officers started asking why a crew of Americans in work gear were loitering around a luxury hotel. As Dom turned onto Rue de Cendrière, his eyes locked onto the white van parked near a men's clothing store. He glanced back toward the FBI surveillance team on Rue Mont Blanc. Their cars were visible through the snowfall, but they were too far away and facing the wrong direction. Slamming the brakes, Dom watched in disbelief as the store door burst open and Ethan Ross bolted out, a step ahead of his captors. The guy was running like his life depended on it. "You've got to be kidding me," Dom muttered under his breath. Ethan didn't hesitate the second his feet hit the sidewalk. He veered right, ducking past the van's front bumper. For a glorious second, he had space, his boots crunching through ankle-deep snow before skidding on the icy street. He barely kept his balance, adrenaline surging as he lunged forward. Then, with a roar of the engine, the van lurched into motion, clipping him hard on the left side. The impact sent him spinning through the air before he crashed onto his back, sprawled in the street just yards from Dom's bike. Jesus Christ. Dom barked into his helmet. Instinct screamed at him to charge and either grab Ross or finish the job, but three men were already swarming the downed traitor, flipping him onto his stomach before hauling him upright. Dom stayed put, engine idling, as they shoved Ross toward the van. The vehicle peeled away, and Dom let it pass before wrenching his bike around in a sharp, snow-spitting turn. He gunned the engine, tearing after the vanishing taillights. Inside the van, Ethan lay dazed on the cold metal floor. Gianna huddled beside him, her coat pulled tight like a shield. The air smelled of gasoline and sweat, the hum of the engine, a grim soundtrack to their capture. Mobasheri kept his promise. Bertoli's bags were packed and waiting by the van's rear door alongside Ross's. She'd tossed her coat aside the moment she climbed in, now sitting silently beside him, lost in her own turmoil while Ross nursed his injuries. Every muscle ached from the truck's impact and the unforgiving ice of the street. Nothing felt broken, but the pain was relentless. Mohammed twisted in his seat, eyeing Ethan with a mix of amusement and menace. "You all right back there? Could have turned me into roadkill." His grin widened before he barked orders in Farsi. Two men lunged at Ross, tearing at his clothes like wolves on prey. "What the hell? Running without your laptop? Clever. But the real prize isn't in the computer, is it?" They stripped him bare, rifling through fabric until Ethan finally cracked. "Fine." He ripped the moleskin from his hip, the microdrive passing to Muhammad's waiting fingers. "Smart play, Ethan." The laptop was just smoke and mirrors. As Ross yanked his clothes back on, his voice was steel. "Your Quds Force." "Revolutionary Guard," Muhammad corrected, smug. "These gentlemen. Quds. But relax, you'll be comfortable." Bertoli's outburst cut through the tension. "Where are we headed?" Mohammed let the question hang before answering. "Genoa. Mandur, Italy." Bertoli's disbelief erupted into curses. Ross, ever the pragmatist, countered, "That's a 5-hour drive. The Americans will track us before we hit the border." Mohammed dismissed him with a wave. "Focus on what comes after we arrive." "That's new." "The passwords." He swore he'd never break, but the thought of their methods made his stomach twist. Meanwhile, Dom Caruso wrestled his bike through Geneva's icy maze, visor fogged with snow. The van wove ahead, vanishing around corners until the road finally straightened. He fumbled for his phone, glove wedged under his thigh, and cursed when Albright's voicemail greeted him. "Albright, it's Dom." He shouted over the engine, Bluetooth barely cutting through the roar. "We've got a problem." The chase was on, and time was running out. Ross, Bertoli, and a group of armed men sped south in a white 12-passenger van, crossing the Mont Blanc Bridge before merging onto the winding Route du Maligne. The urgency in Dom's voice crackled through the phone as he called for backup. Hart needed to intercept before the van reached its destination. The line went dead, and Dom tightened his grip on the bike, weaving through the snow-covered streets of a quiet suburban neighborhood. The van took a sharp turn onto Rue Blanche, forcing him to hang back, his tires slipping on the icy pavement. For a heart-stopping moment, he nearly lost control, but he pushed forward, catching sight of the van just as it veered onto the A40 highway. The open road was both a blessing and a curse. Fewer cars meant less cover, and Dom's black motorcycle stood out starkly against the swirling snow. He wiped his visor every few seconds, struggling to keep the taillights in view. The adrenaline from the initial chase had faded, leaving only the steady hum of the engine and the biting cold. He doubted Albright would get his message in time, and the thought of Swiss police delaying the FBI team gnawed at him. With no other options, he called Adara, who answered in a rush. "Where are you?" "The Four Seasons is swarming with cops." Dom quickly relayed his position. "Get Jerry on the line. I need the CIA station chiefs in Geneva, Milan, and Lyon. Whoever picks up, tell them Ross is heading southeast on the A40 in a white van, license plate GE 389772. Armed escorts, likely Palestinian, but that's just a guess." Adara hesitated. "They'll want proof." "What do I say?" "Tell them you're with Albright's team. If they're worth anything, they'll move fast and ask questions later." As the call ended, Dom wrestled his glove back on, his fingers numb. For 15 tense minutes, he trailed the van through the storm, the distance between them stretching and shrinking with each curve of the highway. Then, his headset buzzed Albright's voice, sharp with disbelief. "Caruso. You're in Switzerland." Outside Geneva, Dom shot back. "Chasing your guy through the Alps. What's your excuse for still being in the city?" Albright muttered something about local police interference before demanding, "How many men do you have?" Dom scoffed. "Men? It's just me and this bike. Unless you count the snow as backup. You expect me to believe the CIA sent one guy? Believe what you want. Catch up, grab Ross, take the credit, just don't slow me down." Albright's response was clipped. "We're en route with 5 agents." Dom sped past the quiet streets of Bonneville, keeping his eyes locked on the A40, as Ross's van showed no signs of exiting. He relayed the update to Albright, who muted the line to strategize with his team. When Albright came back, his voice was tight with urgency. "You're about 10 minutes ahead of us. They're making a beeline for the mountains, bad news for air support. But at least Ross isn't getting a helicopter ride out of this mess. Stick with them, lead us in, and we'll finish this before lunch." Dom had already weighed the weather. No sane pilot would brave this blizzard. "Any idea where they're headed?" "Chamonix, just over the French border. After that, they could swing into the Italian Alps. Maybe they've got a hideout, or they're just waiting for the storm to pass so they can bolt." Caruso's grip tightened on the handlebars. "If they leave the highway, I won't be able to tail them for long." "Copy that. We're gaining fast. I'll shout when we're in visual range." Dom hesitated, then dropped the bombshell. "Ross isn't calling the shots here. I saw him try to run. Armed guys have him and Bertoli at gunpoint. Albright didn't miss a beat. That's Ross's problem, not mine. When we move in, everyone's a threat." Dom smirked under his helmet. "Yeah, can't argue with that." Just as predicted, Ross's crew veered off in Chamonix, heading for the Mont Blanc tunnel. Dom barely had time to alert Albright before plunging into the 7-mile underground passage, where his signal died instantly. He hung back, letting the van's taillights guide him through the icy darkness. Emerging in Italy, the storm swallowed the road, but Dom caught a flicker of red in the distance and gunned his bike to close the gap. Tunnels and valleys played havoc with his comms, but he kept the van in sight until it turned onto the twisting SS-26. Albright's voice crackled through his earpiece. "We're on your 6. Still have eyes on Ross? Barely quarter-mile lead, Max. Break off at the next exit. Cut through St. Maurice and get ahead in case this goes sideways." Dom scoffed preppy. "And if he slips past you?" "I'm not exactly packing heat." Albright's reply was grim. "Then pray we don't miss." The line went dead as the two blacked out. Expeditions roared closer, agents locked and loaded. For the past several minutes, they'd been weaving through a series of mountain tunnels, accelerating past 100 miles per hour inside before dropping back to 50 as they hit the rain-slicked roads outside. The strategy had closed the gap between them and the fleeing American trader, whose vehicle was now just 50 yards ahead as they plunged into another dark passage. Albright's driver shot him a glance. Tunnel or open road for the takedown? Albright smirked. "Beatrice Morts die Sexrei. This storm's a gift, gives us cover to close in without being spotted. The slick pavement will work in our favor when we force the stop." "Copy that." Albright signaled the second expedition to move in. The driver waited until they emerged from the tunnel, letting the storm mask their approach before accelerating toward the target. Inside both trucks, agents tightened their grip on short-barreled M4s, while Albright's fingers brushed the SIG tucked in his waistband. Seconds away from the high-risk stop, tension coiled in the air. Meanwhile, Ethan Ross hadn't taken his eyes off Mohammed. The Iranian spook had barely lowered his phone, barking rapid-fire, exchanges Arabic, maybe, though Ethan couldn't tell. One phrase, though, cut through the noise in perfect English: "Track my iPhone." Ross and Bertoli exchanged a baffled look. Before they could process it, the van's driver shouted a warning, his eyes locked on the rear view. The Iranians twisted in their seats, weapons already half-drawn. Ross turned just in time to see a silver SUV surging up behind them, weaving recklessly through the storm. At first, he dismissed it as some idiot pushing his luck in the downpour until the SUV swerved hard into their lane. Metal screeched as its front bumper clipped the van's rear, sending a jolt through the vehicle. The driver cursed, wrestling the wheel as the van fishtailed wildly. Then chaos took over. The van spun a full 180 degrees, tires useless on the icy pavement. Ross crashed into Bertoli as they careened backward, scraping along a guardrail before plunging off the road. The world tilted as they slid down a snowbank, finally rolling onto their side with a crunch. Dazed, Ross found himself sprawled atop Bertoli and a groaning Iranian. Around them, men scrambled over each other, kicking open the driver's side doors to spill into the snow. Hands yanked at Ross's jacket, his belt and his hair, wrenching him out with a searing pain. He hit the ground hard, gasping, the cold biting through his clothes as he stared up at the van's undercarriage. Somewhere above, boots crunched in the snow. The hunt wasn't over. From his vantage point, Ross could clearly see the road above where two gleaming Ford Expeditions were parked. A group of armed men suddenly emerged, crouching with rifles aimed directly at him. Despite lying flat on his back, Ross instinctively threw his hands up in surrender. Just as he did, someone yanked him by the ankles, dragging him behind the overturned van and out of the line of fire. His eyes darted around. Gianna sat slumped against the van's roof, her face pale and disoriented, a deep purple bruise spreading across her right cheek and eye from the crash. Surrounding them were the Iranian operatives in their sleek ski jackets, pistols gripped tightly as they crouched low, scanning between the road and Mohammed, who knelt nearby, still talking on his phone like this was just another business call. Ross couldn't believe it. What kind of man keeps negotiating in the middle of a firefight? Then, a voice crackled through a bullhorn. "Ethan Ross. Dwighter, can you hear me?" "Yes." Ross shouted back without thinking. "Order your men to drop their weapons." Ross blinked in confusion. "My men? They're not mine. I'm a hostage here." The amplified voice ignored him. Guns on the ground now. Gianna scrambled toward Muhammad, grabbing his arm in desperation. "We have to surrender. My contacts in Italy can help us just put the phone down." Muhammad responded with a brutal backhand that sent her sprawling. He barely paused his conversation before barking an order in Farsi. In an instant, his men fanned out from behind the van and unleashed a barrage of gunfire uphill. Ross curled into a ball, hands clamped over his ears as bullets whizzed past. The deafening roar of return fire from above drowned out everything else. Hot shell casings rained down around him, and within seconds, one of the Iranians collapsed on top of Ross, lifeless. Another clutched his throat, blood spurting between his fingers before a second shot blew through his skull. Meanwhile, Darren Albright took cover behind one of the expeditions, his Sig Sauer at the ready. The hostage rescue team poured relentless fire onto the Iranians below, their disciplined shots forcing the enemy to duck. After half a minute, the shooting paused. One agent had taken a hit, but was dragged to safety, his injury minor. The team fanned out, preparing to flank the van from both sides. Albright kept his weapon trained, waiting for movement. Then, cutting through the chaos, came an eerie sound, rotor blades slicing through the storm. Albright's head snapped up, squinting into the snow-choked sky. The others followed his gaze, rifles still raised. The helicopter's approach was almost ghostly in the thick snowfall, the clouds hanging so low they seemed to swallow the machine whole. Albright keyed his radio, his voice tight. "That's not ours." "What the hell is flying in this?" A blue and white chopper burst through the thick gray haze, just above the highway, barely a football field away. It hovered 20 feet off the pavement, banking sharply as it closed in on the two SUVs, its side door wide open. Shadowy figures shifted inside, and before Albright could react, muzzle flashes lit up the cabin. The rapid crack of automatic gunfire filled the air. The lead SUV shuddered as bullets ripped through its metal frame. An FBI agent near Albright raised his rifle, but a split second later, he jerked violently and collapsed, crimson spraying across the icy road. Albright hit the ground hard, shouting into his comms, "Take that damn chopper out now." Meanwhile, inside the Eurocopter, EC-145 racing sideways over the snow-covered Italian highway, 6 Hezbollah operatives from Lyon, France, were strapped in tight. 5 of them leaned out the open door, spraying bullets at the Americans below with an assortment of automatic weapons. The 6th, a man named Ajiz, sat beside the pilot, pressing a CZ 9mm pistol against the man's temple. At 24, Ajiz was the oldest and most experienced in the cell, and for the past day, he'd been in constant contact with an Iranian Revolutionary Guard officer orchestrating the operation. The plan had taken shape when Mohammad Mobashiri arrived in Geneva, and realized the EP's security was tighter than expected. If he wanted to extract Ross, he'd need something bold, something airborne. The late-season snowstorm dominating the news was both a curse and an opportunity. Driving Ross to the Mediterranean would take too long, but a helicopter? That could work if they had the right pilot. A quick search led Mobashiri to a private mountain rescue service known for daring alpine extractions. Their pilots were the best for brutal winter conditions, so he ordered the Lion Cell to hijack one. By morning, the team stormed the Mont Blanc Copter Services hangar. With operations grounded due to the storm, only a skeleton crew was present. 2 pilots, 3 mechanics, and a receptionist. Ajiz and his men, forced everyone into an office at gunpoint, demanding to know which pilot had more experience. Neither volunteered, but a framed photo on the receptionist's desk gave it away. Claudette, the young woman behind the counter, was the daughter of Henri, the older pilot. Hajiz smirked leverage. Henri warned them they were insane to fly in this weather, but Hajiz wasn't taking no for an answer. The storm would mask their escape, and the Aosta Valley was the perfect spot for the handoff. It's time to move. The brutal reality was that none of the Lion operatives wanted to risk flying in these treacherous conditions, any more than the French pilot did, but Mohammed Mabashiri's orders left no room for refusal. Disobedience meant execution not just for them, but for their families back in Lebanon. The pilot and his terrified daughter were dragged into the hangar, while the rest of the crew were shackled with heavy chains and locked inside a storage room. Mobashiri had made it clear they were to be kept alive. The pilot needed to believe cooperation was his only chance to survive, and killing the others would shatter that illusion. Ajiz barked orders at the Frenchman to fuel up the massive blue Eurocopter, EC-145, the largest bird in the hangar. As snow pounded the tarmac, the Lion team rolled the chopper out on a trailer, the wind howling around them. The pilot pleaded with them, warning that they'd never make it through the storm, they'd slam into a mountainside before they even reached their destination. Ajiz ignored him, strapping in with a pistol pressed against the pilot's ribs, while Claudette was shoved into the back, surrounded by armed men. The helicopter shuddered as it lifted into the gray abyss, the pilot navigating blindly between jagged peaks, his instruments the only lifeline in the chaos. Every second felt like borrowed time. He knew he'd saved his colleagues back in the hangar, but Claudette's safety gnawed at him. The flight was a nightmare, made worse by Ajiz's constant radio chatter with Mabashiri. The pilot deliberately flew slower than demanded, even as the muzzle of a CZ pistol dug into his neck. Using a flickering signal from Mobashiri's iPhone, Ajiz guided them toward a van weaving through the valley roads. The chopper descended to just 25 feet above the highway, low enough for the pilot to spot obstacles, but high enough to avoid disaster. Then chaos erupted, gunfire shouting, Mobashiri's frantic orders crackling over the radio. The Lion cell was under attack. 2 silver SUVs appeared ahead, and Ajiz snarled at the pilot to swing the chopper sideways, giving his men a clear shot from the open door. The pilot hesitated until an AK-47 slammed against Claudette's temple. He obeyed, heart pounding as bullets ripped through the cabin. He ducked low, praying his daughter could do the same. Meanwhile, Dominic Caruso tore through the narrow streets of Villers, his motorcycle skidding dangerously close to stone walls and wooden fences. The distant staccato of gunfire spurred him faster. As he neared the SS-26, he eased off the throttle. Something was wrong. The sound of rotor blades cut through the storm. Impossible. The mountains here towered into the clouds, leaving no room for a helicopter. Yet the noise grew louder, a grim omen in the chaos. The gunfire faded momentarily, making Caruso think the skirmish might be over until an even heavier volley erupted from the FBI roadblock to the north. More weapons had joined the fight, and the only logical explanation was that the Iranians had somehow called in airborne reinforcements. Gritting his teeth, Caruso swung his BMW SS-26 west toward the chaos. Twisting the throttle as he tucked low behind the windscreen. Snowflakes stung his face as he raced blindly toward the unknown, the roar of his engine drowned by distant gunfire. Meanwhile, Supervisory Special Agent Darren Albright pressed himself flat against the icy pavement, completely exposed as the helicopter circled above. With no cover, he emptied his pistol skyward, praying to at least make himself a harder target. Just yards away, another Hart operator collapsed, bullets kicking up chunks of asphalt around them. The chopper banked sideways for another pass, and Albright snatched up a fallen teammate's rifle, flipping the selector to semi-auto. He steadied his aim on the tail rotor, squeezing off 3 precise shots before diving behind and SUV too late. A gunman on the hillside had him lined up. The first round struck his shoulder, sending his rifle clattering away. The second thudded into his vest, but the third shattered his pelvis, dropping him onto the frozen road. Gasping, he stared up as the helicopter roared overhead for another strafing run. Inside the Eurocopter, 2 Lion operatives slumped lifeless in their seats, swaying with the aircraft's violent maneuvers. A third clutched his bleeding hand but kept firing left-handed until the Iranians emerged from the smoke, picking their way through the fallen bodies. Ajiz barked at the pilot to land, and Henri obeyed, though his eyes kept darting to the bound woman in the rear, his daughter. At the base of the hill, Mohammed Mobashiri rose from behind the van, leveling his pistol at Ethan Ross, who curled defensively in the snow. "Move, Tsif Tavalidador." Mobashiri snarled. Ethan staggered up, hands raised, with Gianna Bertoli beside him. They trudged uphill under Mohammed's watch, every step a surrender. Back in the chopper, Henri turned to Ajiz, voice tight through the headset. "Let me speak to her. She knows these roads better than I do in this weather." Ajiz hesitated before shoving the headset at the blood-smeared woman. Henri switched to Italian, praying their captor wouldn't understand. "When we take off, I'll skim the ridges. If there's a chance, jump." Her eyes widened. "Was the Zeppelins?" His jaw clenched. "They won't let either of us walk away. But you have to try." The words hung heavy between them, a desperate plea wrapped in steel. "I'll make it through this, but only if you get out alive," he insisted, his voice cracking under the weight of the moment. Claudette started to protest, but he cut her off sharply. Ajiz glanced their way, mistaking the tension for another debate about navigating the treacherous valley pass. "If you stay, we both die here," he pressed, gripping her arm. "You're our only shot at making it out." Their gazes locked just a heartbeat, just a nod before they turned their attention to the southern escape route. The stretch of SS-26 was a nightmare frozen in time. The helicopter's rotors whipped the falling snow into a stinging frenzy, obscuring the carnage below. Abandoned cars littered both lanes, their drivers oblivious to the gunfight, mistaking the scene for a gruesome accident. Only those in the lead vehicles spotted the armed men standing idle amid the sprawl of bodies. The surviving Quds Force operatives hauled the 2 dead Lebanese agents from the Lion cell, dumping them unceremoniously onto the icy asphalt before piling into the chopper. Ross was shoved into a rear seat, straps digging into his shoulders, as Mobashiri boarded last. Gianna Bertoli hesitated, yielding her spot only for Mohammed to spin and put a bullet between her eyes without hesitation. Her body crumpled, dark curls fanning across the snow, as Ross's scream was swallowed by the roar of the ascending aircraft. Dominic heard the chopper before he saw it, the thrum of blades vibrating through his bones as he sped toward the chaos. Snow swirled in the rotor wash, reducing the world to a blur of motion and shadow. The road unfolded like a war zone, Gianna's body half buried in powder, Albright bleeding out beside a riddled expedition. Dom skidded to a stop, dropping to his knees beside the wounded man. "Ross," he demanded, pressing a medkit to Albright's shoulder. A grim nod. "Hello, Southwest," Albright gritted out, fingers slipping on his phone. "The Borzika Toivatu. Iranians." Dom's jaw tightened. "Of course they are." Inside the helicopter, Mobashiri seethed. The pilot's sluggish pace gnawed him, or maybe it was the storm playing tricks. He shoved past the Lion operatives, barking orders into the headset. "Faster." Ajiz leveled his pistol at the pilot's temple for emphasis, but the man stared ahead, unflinching, as if the weapon were just another part of the blizzard's howl. Henri's forehead glistened with sweat as his gaze remained fixed on the instrument panel, his knuckles white on the controls. Beside him, Ajiz had been monitoring the flight for 30 tense minutes when he suddenly noticed the pilot's strained expression. "What's happening?" he demanded. "Mechanical issue," Henri muttered through clenched teeth. Mohammed shoved his pistol against the pilot's temple, his voice cracking with fury. "We est deprivativden. Head south toward Genoa now." Henri kept his voice steady as he spoke into his headset. "Tail rotor failure." Ajiz's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean, it's not responding?" Mobashiri erupted, slamming his fist against the console. "Bullshit." He struck Henri across the face, but the pilot barely flinched, his attention locked on the gauges. A few seconds later, Henri exhaled sharply. "It's deteriorating fast." The truth was, the tail rotor had only a minor vibration, just enough to sell the ruse. Seizing the moment, Henri banked sharply to the right, following the digital terrain map as he skimmed the snow-capped ridge. He dropped altitude, slowing just enough to make the maneuver convincing. Behind him, the cabin erupted in panicked shouts, but Henri tuned them out. As they crested the ridge, he barked into his headset, "Claudette now." In the back, his daughter moved like lightning. She unbuckled, lunged at the blonde guard near the door, and kicked free, twisting midair. Shiraz scrambled for her, fingers snagging the sleeve of her jacket, but the headset cord yanked taut and gravity won. She vanished over the edge, swallowed by the snow-laden pines below. The others barely had time to react, leaning out just in time to see her disappear into the branches. The fall wasn't lethal, 50 feet, maybe, with layers of snow and foliage to cushion the impact. She'd be battered, maybe even break a rib, but she'd live. Henri's stomach lurched as Farsi curses exploded in his headset. He twisted in his seat, praying not to see Claudette still trapped inside. Instead, chaos men scrambling, limbs thrashing, fury and confusion in every direction. Then, a shift. The terrorists near the window gaped downward, their faces twisting with disbelief. That's when he knew. His brilliant, reckless, incredible daughter had actually pulled it off. The fear that had gripped him for the past hour melted into something fiercer pride, raw and overwhelming. He faced forward again, jaw set. The helicopter surged over the peak, leaving the valley and Claudette behind. She wasn't safe yet, but she was free of them. Now it was his turn to be brave. Henri flicked a glance at Ajiz, then over his shoulder at Mohammed, the baby-faced leader who seemed more suited to a college dorm than a terrorist cell. The man had been barking orders, but now he froze, locking eyes with Henri. The pilot let a slow, cold smile spread across his face. Mohammed's breath hitched. "No," Henri's grin widened. "Oh, yes." Henri gripped the controls tightly, taking a deep breath before shoving the cyclic forward and dropping the collective. The Eurocopter nosedived sharply toward the rugged terrain below, the sudden descent sending Mohammed into a panic. But Henri, he felt oddly calm, eyes shut as the wind howled around them, a fleeting thought crossing his mind how lucky he'd been to call these breathtaking mountains home. Then, without warning, darkness swallowed half the windshield. A jagged cliffside loomed directly ahead. A violent shudder rocked the helicopter as the tail rotor clipped the rock face, shattering instantly. The aircraft spun wildly, the main rotor chewing through treetops before slamming into the hillside and rolling down in a chaotic tumble. Dom had just finished securing the area, finding 2 wounded Americans alongside Albright. Civilians had arrived, pulling out first aid kits and doing what they could for the injured. Kneeling beside Albright to help with his bleeding hip, Dom froze at the distant sound, a dull, echoing thud, followed by eerie silence, where the helicopter's rotor had been. He shot to his feet, spinning toward the noise. They crashed. He shouted. Albright, phone pressed to his ear, barely flinched. Go get that bastard, he growled through gritted teeth, shoving gauze against his wound. I'll handle this. Dom hesitated only a second before grabbing a fallen Hart operator's carbine, checking the mag full 30 rounds, scope intact, then sprinting for his bike without another word. Muhammad groaned, face buried in snow and shattered plexiglass. Pushing up on shaky arms, he blinked away the dizziness, taking stock of his torn coat and the gash above his elbow. Miraculously, he'd been thrown clear of the wreckage. The forest around him was dense, towering pines blocking most of the light, making it feel like dusk. No fire, though he vaguely recalled military training mentioning fuel tank safety, a small mercy. His hand flew to his coat, relief flooding him as his fingers closed around Ross's microdrive, still secure in its pocket. Scanning the wreckage, he spotted Ross still strapped in, dangling sideways, blood trickling down his forehead but alive. Other survivors stirred, some crawling free, others motionless. Muhammad fought his way back inside, wrenching Ross's harness loose. The American slumped forward, dazed but compliant. And two, move? Muhammad barked, dragging him upright. Ross's glassy stare and pale face screamed shock, but he staggered to his feet, swaying like a drunk. The mission wasn't over yet. The moment Muhammad tried to stand, a sharp cry escaped his lips as pain shot through his leg, forcing him back to the ground. A quick glance confirmed his worst fear. Ross's right leg was snapped clean above the ankle. Cursing under his breath in Farsi, he barked orders at the surviving men, not bothering to check who was wounded or dead. His only concern was dragging the American from the wreckage. Once free of the mangled helicopter, he took in the grim scene. One of his Quds Force operatives, Kashan, dangled lifeless from a tree branch, impaled through the stomach. Nearby, a Lion operative lay trapped in the wreckage, barely breathing. 3 Quds and 3 Hezbollah fighters remained, including Ajis, who had been thrown clear and was already on his feet. Muhammad joined him and Shiraz on the snowy hillside, scanning the crash site. The forested slope was steep, the terrain brutal, no roads, no structures, just endless pines weighed down by snow. The storm's thick clouds masked their position, the only giveaway being the faint steam rising from the wreckage. Stumbling through the snow, Muhammad circled to the front of the helicopter. The pilot, bloodied and half-buried, was still alive, but that didn't matter now. Ross was the priority. He snapped at his men to haul the American out, indifferent to his pain. Within minutes, they were moving, slow but steady, away from the wreck. Before leaving, Muhammad turned back, pistol in hand. The pilot knew too much. A single shot echoed through the trees. Meanwhile, Dominic gunned his motorcycle through the winding roads of the Italian Alps, pushing deeper into the wilderness. The village of Pondel was eerily quiet, just a few parked cars and the scent of wood smoke in the air. Snow made the streets treacherous, forcing him to abandon the bike after a clumsy spill. He tore off his helmet and sprinted uphill, the cold air burning his lungs, his rifle bouncing against his back. The trail twisted ahead, but he pushed forward, driven by urgency and the distant sound of gunfire. Dom followed the faint trail south, though his gut told him he was moving farther from the crash site. Pausing to reassess, the sharp crack of a single gunshot cut through the silence. Without hesitation, he abandoned the path, pushing through dense undergrowth toward the sound. Meanwhile, Mulbashari and his group trudged through snow-laden woods, their boots crunching against frozen earth as they ascended a ridge. Emerging from a thicket of pines, they found themselves overlooking a mist-shrouded valley, visibility dropping to nothing beyond a few hundred yards. Through the swirling snow, one of Muhammad's men spotted a cluster of slate roofs barely peeking above the haze. There, Muhammad muttered, pointing. Move. As they descended into the valley, the wail of distant sirens echoed from the opposite ridge emergency crews searching for the downed helicopter locals had reported. The pines swallowed them whole, their path obscured until they stumbled onto a narrow paved road winding through the trees. Then, like a mirage, a chalet appeared through a break in the snowfall. Modern and sleek, it stood silent, its windows dark. "Allah provides," Muhammad said, already motioning for Shiraz to breach it. Inside, the chalet was a stark contrast to the wilderness-polished hardwood floors, a state-of-the-art kitchen, and a gleaming Mac on a corner desk. Muhammad barely glanced at the luxury, barking orders to secure the perimeter, while his men dragged Ethan Ross to a chair by the fireplace. The American's face was ashen, his broken leg grotesquely swollen. Muhammad leaned in, his voice low. "You're a liability now. Give me the password, and you stay here." "But two." He trailed off, pressing his boot against Ross's injured leg, until the man's screams filled the room. "And stop, please." Ross gasped, tears streaking his face. Muhammad eased the pressure just enough to hiss, "Stronger than I thought." With a cold chuckle, he exchanged a glance with Shiraz, who'd already plugged the microdrive into the computer. The screen blinked, demanding the encryption key. "Last chance," Muhammad said, nodding to his men. They wrenched Ross's arms back, their grip iron. "Or we find out how much more you can take." Ross's breath came in ragged bursts, his defiance crumbling. Muhammad smirked. Pain was a language even the stubbornest prisoners learned to speak. Shiraz burst into the kitchen, his movements frantic. Spotting a bottle of red wine, he exchanged a quick, tense glance with Muhammad before smashing the base against the stove. Crimson liquid spilled across the tiles as the jagged glass now served a darker purpose. He thrust the makeshift weapon into Muhammad's hands before retreating to the desk, his fingers flying over the keyboard. Across the room, Ross trembled, his face streaked with tears. His pleas were barely audible, a broken whisper. "You want tech, Naitai. Don't do this." Muhammad loomed over him, the shattered bottle catching the dim light. His voice was calm, almost conversational as he addressed his men in English. "Pain is an old friend of mine, Mr. Ross. The calven leg. Unpleasant, but manageable. The swelling dulls the worst of it, annoying, really, when you're trying to make a point." His grin was unsettling, a flicker of something unhinged in his eyes. "My father had a talent for this sort of thing. State-trained, but he preferred practicing on his own family. Taught me what really works." The men behind Ross yanked him upright, ignoring his hoarse protests. His injured leg buckled, but they held firm, stripping his pants down to his ankles. Muhammad tilted his head, studying Ross like a surgeon assessing an incision. This is where pride dies. My father only threatened it, never had to follow through. The fear alone was enough." He tapped the glass against his palm. "So tell me, how badly do you want to keep your dignity intact?" Ethan's sobs filled the room, raw and desperate. Muhammad exhaled, rubbing his temple as if bored by the theatrics. Meanwhile, Caruso moved silently through the woods, the snow crunching underfoot. He'd missed the helicopter wreckage, but the trail of blood and boot prints was unmistakable. The tracks led to a ridge overlooking a cluster of chalets. Ross's captors had stopped here, scouting their next move. Dom scanned the distant rooftops through his rifle scope, jaw tight. If they reached those buildings, they'd vanish. He broke into a sprint, dodging trees until the road came into view. A lone sentry lounged on a chalet's porch, Kalashnikov propped on his knees. Young, dressed in a gray jacket and jeans, he handled the weapon with the casual incompetence of a rookie. Not one of Ross's original guard's reinforcements, then. Dom melted back into the shadows, calculating his next move. Time was running out. Dominic spotted the second guard moments later, crouched by a stack of firewood near the tree line, gripping an MP5 as he sheltered from the wind. Shifting position. Dom pressed against the rough bark of a pine tree and raised his M4, peering through the cog scope toward the chalet's illuminated window. Inside, a man hunched over a computer screen while another figure moved in the periphery. Ethan Ross, arms wrenched behind him in a brutal stress position, his pants pooled at his feet. Dom's breath hitched as he adjusted the scope, catching the glint of a jagged bottle in the hands of a familiar face. The same Iranian operative he'd seen in Panama, now pressing the shards dangerously close to Ross's groin. "Jesus," Dom muttered, wedging his rifle against the pine for stability. The reticle settled on the torturer's forehead, but hesitation gripped him. Taking the shot meant alerting the two armed sentries nearby, leaving him exposed in a crossfire. Every instinct screamed to retreat, but Ross's choked pleas cut through the static in his mind. Then came the scream, raw, guttural, as the bottle bit into flesh. Muhammad sneered, flecks of spit dotting Ethan's face. "You'll talk now," he hissed, twisting the glass. Ross thrashed, sobbing promises of cooperation. But the Iranian only leaned in closer until Ethan suddenly surged forward, breaking free from his captors. The tackle sent both men crashing to the floor, Muhammad blinking up in confusion as warm blood pattered across his cheeks. Above him, Ethan collapsed, a dark stain spreading from the bullet wound in his temple. Dom's shot had found its mark, just not the one he'd intended. Silence swallowed the room. Then chaos erupted. Muhammad was completely disoriented, his mind racing to piece together what had just happened. He remembered Ross's hands, never even lifted in defense when he charged. Leaving him baffled, had the American somehow bitten him? The room erupted into chaos as the other men shouted in a mix of Farsi and Arabic, their voices frantic and overlapping. Gripping the shattered bottle, Muhammad swung it toward Ross, but instead of landing a blow, he shoved the lifeless body aside and recoiled at the sight of blood soaking both of them. Ross's eyes were frozen wide open, and suddenly the panicked cries of his men clicked. "Sniper!" Ross was gone, a single bullet through the back of his skull. Muhammad couldn't fathom how the shot hadn't passed through and killed him too. Outside, the sharp rattle of automatic gunfire erupted from both ends of the chalet. Dropping low, Muhammad scrambled to the desk, snatched the microdrive and adapter, and shoved them into his jacket before bolting for the front door. Dom had been right, everything had gone to hell in seconds. After taking the shot on Ross, the only viable choice left, he'd shifted focus to one of the guards outside. Just as he lined up his sights, bullets from the other sentry shredded the branches inches above his head. Dom dropped the AK-wielding man at the front door, but the second guard with the MP5 had terrifying accuracy. Splinters of wood rained down as rounds tore through the trees around him. Dom pressed himself into the snow, feeling the rush of air as bullets sliced past his face. The moment the gunfire paused, a reload, he rose and fired, hitting the MP5 gunman in the gut and sending him sprawling. More shots rang out, likely from the kitchen window. Dom crawled through the snow, putting distance between himself and the chalet, before turning to fire blindly at the house, just enough noise to keep them guessing. The response was immediate, a storm of bullets forcing him back into cover. Muhammad stood in the doorway, surveying the carnage. One of his Hezbollah operatives lay dead in the snow, chest riddled with bullets. Isfahan was already sprinting after the sniper, but Muhammad barked at him to stop. Splitting up now was suicide. Police would swarm the area soon, and they needed to vanish. His entire mission had unraveled with that single shot to Ross's head. Since landing in Washington, he'd adapted on the fly, but losing Ross meant losing any chance at the password. Now his only option was to get the microdrive back to Iran and let their tech teams brute force the encryption, a process that could take years. A red Mercedes SUV skidded to a stop in the driveway. Mohammed shoved his men inside, and as Ajiz sped them away from the chalet, he punched coordinates into the GPS. They needed to get out of these god-forsaken mountains and reach Genoa fast. The clock was ticking, and every second counted. Dom took a few moments to catch his breath, his adrenaline still pumping as he crouched in the snowy gully. The realization hit him slowly. No one was chasing him through the dense pines. He scrambled back onto the road, his boots slipping on the icy asphalt, before he lunged into a shallow ditch on the opposite side. Gripping the M4 tightly, he peered through the scope, scanning the tree line where he'd just emerged. Across the road, a boxy red Mercedes SUV rolled up the chalet's driveway, its headlights cutting through the falling snow. Too far to make out faces, even with magnification. No shot worth taking. His breath came in ragged bursts, fogging the air as he forced himself to stillness. Listening. Only the whisper of snow and the groan of wind through the pines answered. Distant sirens warbled, fading in and out close enough to hear, but miles from this secluded valley. Probably still responding to the helicopter wreckage. He yanked out his phone, thumbing Adara's number again, eyes darting between the trees. Zba, no signal. Clenching his jaw, he resisted the urge to hurl the damn thing into a snowbank and shoved it back into his jacket. The weight of what he'd done settled over him like the cold. Ethan Ross was dead. A clean shot straight through the skull. Not that the bastard hadn't earned it after what he'd let the Iranians do, after the Yaqubis, but Dom had expected satisfaction. Instead, there was just nothing. Ross had been a pawn in over his head, and now he was a corpse in the snow. The SUV reversed sharply, tires spitting slush, then tore off down the road. Dom didn't have time to second guess. He shrugged out of his bulky motorcycle suit, the fabric clinging with sweat, and took off at a sprint. The bike was too far back, useless now. In just jeans and a sweatshirt, the cold bit deep, but he ignored it. The M4 slung across his chest. 5-to-1 odds, maybe worse. Didn't matter. That drive couldn't reach Tehran. As his boots pounded the pavement, Arik's voice echoed in his skull, sharp as gunfire. Move your ass, D. No quitting. Dom raced past the snow-dusted chalets lining the winding mountain road, his boots crunching against the icy pavement. Though he knew catching the speeding Mercedes was hopeless, his instincts demanded he keep moving. As he rounded the first sharp curve, the dense evergreens suddenly parted, revealing a sweeping vista of the valley below. The exposed hillside offered a rare break in the tree cover, maybe even enough for a satellite signal. His fingers had just brushed the phone at his waist when Adara's voice crackled through his earpiece. Finally, Surj Tradit. I've been trying to reach you for 30 minutes, she snapped. Where exactly are you? Somewhere in the Italian Alps. Dom panted between strides. That's as specific as I can get right now. Adara sighed. I'm inbound. If you get coordinates, call me back. Until then, I'm connecting you with the CIA's Milan deputy station chief. He's been working your situation. Dom barely had time to catch his breath before a gruff voice interrupted. Identify yourself. FBI special agent assigned to the Geneva counterintel case. Dom lied smoothly, leaping over a buried bicycle as he cut between two vacation cabins. The shortcut sent him sliding down a pine-covered slope, his lungs burning. That's not a name, the deputy chief growled. Call me Jones. Try again. Bureau agents don't hide behind aliases. Dom smirked, despite his exhaustion. Then I guess we're done here. A long silence followed, broken only by the sound of Dom's boots hitting pavement as he rejoined the switchback road. When the voice returned, it carried grudging respect. "One of those guys, huh?" "The only guy who knows what's really happening," Dom shot back. Below him, the valley glittered under the afternoon sun. The serpentine road, dotted with chalets clinging to the mountainside. After a tense pause, the deputy chief relented. "Ross is confirmed dead." "Where's affirmative?" "Iranians have his drive Mercedes SUV, heading south." "Boom. Damn." "Coordinates?" Dom rattled off landmarks near the crash site, just as an engine roared above the tree line. 2 Blackhawks streaked across the sky. "Help's coming," the deputy chief said. 173rd Airborne's in your area. Whole platoon's rolling your way." Dom slowed to a walk, a disbelieving laugh escaping him. "You're sending me paratroopers?" "You've got to be joking. That's exactly what we need." "Not quite. There's a catch." "What kind of catch?" As far as he was concerned, this should have been wrapped up in seconds. The deputy Coase laid out the issue, and before he could finish, Dom was already sprinting full speed down the hill again, boots pounding against the snow. 23-year-old Lieutenant D. Dower slammed his radio back into its mount inside the truck cab and barked at his driver to take a sharp left at the next turn. The blizzard conditions from earlier had eased, but visibility was still terrible, just enough to spot the narrow road winding up toward the cluster of high-end chalets in the distance. Dower had no clue what was happening, but one thing was clear: this wasn't a drill. His platoon had been sitting around a campfire, eating after a brutal morning of training, when a colonel from Army Garrison Vicenza ordered them to drop everything, grab only their sidearms, and pile into their 3 M939 5-ton trucks. 10 minutes into the drive, another call crackled over the radio this time, from an unidentified voice patched through from Vicenza. No introduction, just questions about troop numbers before dropping the bombshell, a national security threat in their area of operations. Dower frowned. Snow-covered hills and vacation homes. This wasn't some war zone. The mystery voice then instructed them to set up a roadblock, stop a red Mercedes SUV barreling down from the hills. Dower swallowed hard. Just so we're clear, we've got no live rounds." "This boo, I know. You'll have to get creative." Dower exchanged a glance with his driver, who just stared back, waiting. "Creative with what, sir?" "Son, you've got 34 armed soldiers in uniform." "That's intimidating as hell." "Use it." Dower exhaled. Understood. Are the targets armed?" "But to over 2. No sugarcoating it, you're walking into a nightmare." 2 minutes later, another transmission directed them to an intersection at the base of a steep hill. A twisting road led up through open fields before disappearing into dense trees, weaving past rows of upscale wooden cabins. Dower ordered the trucks to halt, blocking the entire crossroads, then signaled his men to dismount. Every weapon in Bravo platoon was fitted with BFAs, bright red blank firing adapters screwed onto their M4s and M249s. They made the guns sound real, but anyone within 100 yards could see those glaring red tips. They were glorified noisemakers. As they fanned out, Dower relayed their mission: stop an armed vehicle from escaping. The collective groan from his men was almost comical. Some cursed openly. Others muttered under their breath. Dower didn't blame them. They were furious at him, and he was furious at the faceless voice on the radio. But orders were orders. They lined up in front of the trucks, weapons raised, the cold biting at their faces. Dower had to shout over the wind. Hold the line no matter what. Dower quickly organized his team, directing the men with M4 rifles to form a perimeter along the road, while positioning the 6 saw gunners on the elevated ridge behind their vehicles, hidden from view. Private Chacon, a young Hispanic American barely out of high school, hesitated before asking, "Overwatch, sir?" "Exactly," Dower replied, his voice steady despite the adrenaline. "We'll ditch the blank firing adapters to sell the illusion. If things go south, I want those saws lighting up the hillside full auto, no hesitation. We're outgunned, so we'll make up for it with sheer volume and a hell of a lot of noise." The reality was grim. If the approaching hostiles decided to engage, Dower and his squad stood little chance. Still, they prepped their weapons, stashing the BFAs in their pockets before taking position on the icy road, every man scanning the ridge for movement. Meanwhile, 20 minutes later, Adara Sherman pulled into the driveway of a deserted mountain lodge where Dom Caruso had been crouched behind a woodpile, watching Italian police cars speed past. The moment her rented BMW rolled to a stop, he sprinted across the gravel and collapsed into the passenger seat, wincing as he reclined it flat. Adara wasted no time. She had the car turned around and accelerating, back down the winding road before Dom could even catch his breath. Emergency vehicles flooded the valley, their sirens piercing the cold air. And somewhere above, a helicopter struggled against the lingering storm. Adara kept her focus on the road, but after several tense minutes of silence, she glanced down and saw Dom's eyes closed. "Gen, Caruso," she demanded, her voice sharp. "Well to fetch me. Me have hurt." He gave a slow nod, and her grip tightened on the wheel. Where did this staplied, Somia?" "You're the medic," he muttered weakly. "You tell me how bad it is." Adara's jaw clenched. "I'm pulling over no," Dom cut in. "Keep driving. Get us to the highway, then head northwest. You sure you can hold on?" "Was see forged tavlards hever tem." A cough. His eyelids fluttered. "Just, keep talking to me." For a full minute, the only sound was the hum of the engine before Adara broke the silence. "When you ran to the car, I didn't see any blood. You looked exhausted, not wounded." Dom managed a faint smirk. "Trust me, Sherman. It's bad." She exhaled sharply. "Then where?" "You'll have to examine me yourself," he said, his voice gaining a teasing edge. "There's a hotel up ahead, fancy place, steakhouse in the lobby. We could check in, order champagne." One eye cracked open, watching her reaction. Strictly medicinal, of course. Another exaggerated cough. "Then you can give me a thorough evaluation." Adara's glare could have melted steel. "You're unbelievable. I thought you were dying." Dom grinned. 10 more miles. Near the border. Think I'll survive till then." She shook her head, focusing back on the road. "My first instinct is to dump you at the next bus stop and leave you there." Dom raised his seat upright, wincing playfully. "Hoping your second instinct's more forgiving." Adara's lips twitched despite herself. "Jerry's going to demand a full clearance before you're back on duty. Might as well start now with a physical." "Fine by me," Dom said, feigning reluctance. "If it's for Jerry." "Don't get excited," she warned. "I won't go easy on you. You'll have to prove you're in top shape." Dom's grin widened. "I'll give it everything I've got." The BMW sped through the fading storm, the snow thinning to nothing as the clouds broke apart overhead. Sunlight finally spilling across the valley as winter's last grip loosened. The crimson Mercedes SUV burst from the tree line, emerging onto the snowy road like a predator spotting prey. 2 football fields away, it rolled downhill with unsettling calm. As though the driver hadn't noticed the military barricade ahead, 3 massive trucks blocking both lanes, surrounded by 24 armed soldiers, waving their rifles like angry hornets. When reality finally struck, the Mercedes skidded to a halt, its tires protesting against the asphalt. Lieutenant Dower stood at the front of the blockade, feeling the adrenaline surge through him like he was facing a charging beast in some twisted rodeo. Behind him, his second-in-command barked orders, while Dower roared to his platoon. "That's it, boys. Weapons high and meaner than rattlesnakes. Let's show these clowns who runs this mountain." For 10 seconds, the Sufav sat motionless before lurching backward in a frantic three-point turn. As it accelerated uphill, Dower grinned and signaled his machine gunners. "Light 'em up, saws. Give 'em a soundtrack for their little escape." The forest erupted with the deafening staccato of blank rounds close enough to the real thing to send any sane driver flooring it. The Mercedes vanished into the pines, leaving only echoes and the scent of gunpowder. One of Dower's squad leaders scratched his head. "We ain't actually chasing them, right?" Dower didn't have orders for this scenario, but hesitation wasn't in his playbook. "Hell yes, we are. Move out." Meanwhile, Dominic Caruso fought through exhaustion, his lungs burning as he plowed through knee-deep snow. He'd face-planted half a dozen times on the treacherous slope, but the thought of his outgunned teammates below kept him moving. Bursting onto the slick pavement of a switchback, he froze at the sudden chatter of machine gun fire echoing from the valley. His stomach twisted blanks against Quds Force operatives? Then tires screeched. The red Mercedes came barreling around the bend, closing the gap fast. Dom barely had time to react. The driver locked eyes with him, just some bearded guy in casual clothes, except for the M4 carbine in his hands. Dom flicked the selector to full auto and unleashed hell. Glass shattered, bullets punched through the hood, and steam geysered from the ruined engine, but the Sufav kept coming. At the last second, Dom hurled himself sideways, snow exploding around him as the mangled grill missed him by inches. The taste of gunpowder and cold earth filled his mouth. Somewhere in the chaos, he thought he heard laughter, either his own or the universe's cruel joke. Dom dropped to his knees, emptying his magazine into the fleeing Mercedes before his weapon jammed with a hollow click out of bullets. The Suva careened off the road, becoming airborne before smashing into a towering pine. The impact shook loose a cascade of snow from the branches, burying the wrecked vehicle in a white avalanche. Fueled by adrenaline, Dom sprinted toward the crash site, his exhaustion forgotten. The driver's door creaked open, and Mohammed Mobashiri tumbled into the snow, his clothes stained with blood not his own, but from the lifeless Hezbollah operative slumped over the steering wheel, 2 precise gunshot wounds marking his demise. The Mercedes' leather seats now matched its crimson exterior. Dazed, Mohammed's fingers instinctively checked his jacket pocket. Ethan Ross's microdrive was still secure. His other hand found the pistol tucked in his waistband, but before he could aim, a blur of movement sent the weapon flying into the snow. A bearded man with wild eyes hauled him up and slammed him onto the hood of the wrecked car. Through the shattered windshield, Mohammed saw his Quds Force operatives, Shiraz, motionless inside. Isfahan sprawled in the snow. "Where's the data?" The man barked in English, his grip tightening. When Mohammed hesitated, his skull cracked against the metal hood. The American rifled through his pockets, yanking out the drive. It's it. Mohammed nodded weakly, his defiance crumbling. "1,002 travelé." Another nod. The man scoffed. "People died for this." Mohammed met his gaze, a bitter smirk forming. "Yes, because you still don't realize we've been at war with you for years." Dominic Caruso's hands closed around the Iranian's throat, rage drowning out the cold, the pain, the loss. He could end this now slowly, methodically. But the rumble of engines broke his focus. 3 army trucks crested the hill, soldiers swarming the scene. Yet Dom kept squeezing, watching the man's face darken. his tongue lolling until a voice cut through. "Sir." A young lieutenant stood with his rifle raised. "Step back." Dom didn't flinch. "You gonna shoot me with blanks?" The officer hesitated, then lowered his weapon slightly. "If you know that, you're on our side." Dom released his grip, and Mobashiri gasped like a drowning man. "Yeah," Dom muttered, stepping back as the soldiers took over. The fight was over for now. Dom gave a weary nod. "Yeah, I suppose I am." The officer stepped forward, his voice firm. "Sir, we've been instructed to lock down this area." Dom barely glanced at him before gesturing toward the gasping man on the SUV. "Good. First, secure this little bastard. He's armed, probably hiding something. Strip him, tie him up tight. Trust me, he's way more trouble than his scrawny ass suggests." "Understood, sir." Lieutenant Dower signaled his men, who yanked the terrified Mohammed off the hood. Combat knives flashed as they sliced through his clothes, leaving him exposed and shivering in the snow. His screams echoed down the empty street while the soldiers worked. Dom pulled Dower aside as the wail of approaching sirens grew louder. "FBI," Dom said flatly, not bothering with credentials. "Listen, Lieutenant. In about 5 minutes, this place is going to be swarming with every cop in Italy. I need to vanish before that happens. You and your prisoner should disappear too." Dower gave a quick nod, his grip tightening as Dom pressed the microdrive into his palm. "This tiny thing. It's the reason all hell broke loose tonight. That's all you get to know. Some CIA spook will track you down at the Vicenza barracks, might even beat you there. Hand it over, and your whole unit gets medals. Lose it, and you'll be scrubbing latrines for the rest of your career." Dower swallowed hard, fingers curling around the device. "What about the prisoner?" Dom smirked. "Take him. If he comes with me, he'll end up in a ditch. Someone might actually want him alive." Dower glanced at the bodies scattered across the snow, hesitation flickering in his eyes. "Sir, who were these guys?" Dom exhaled, deciding the kid had earned at least a sliver of truth. "Iranian intelligence. They've been slaughtering civilians across 4 continents. Tonight, you and your boys put them down." Dower's chest swelled, but he cracked a grin. "Pretty sure you did most of the stopping, sir. But hey, we'll take a little credit." Dom chuckled, clapped him on the shoulder, and melted back into the trees without another word. The cold air carried the faintest hint of gunpowder and the distant hum of choppers closing in.